Well, good morning, everyone. I think we might be up and running. Let's go see if we are. View your channel. Click on first time green after earnings. Oh, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Doc Airline, good morning. Is that Wendy on the thumbnail? Very funny. Very funny. Good morning, everybody. Can you believe that 90 days ago, SoFi's stock price was where it was and where it is now? Look how far we've come and look how fast we've gotten here. And I think the reason why is because some YouTube personality has been saying that there really wasn't going to be much resistance once we got up in this range. And I've been saying that for a year now. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, came the announcement that no one knew was coming. And that was that SoFi had gotten the attention of some very wealthy individuals and entities, opportunists, and they decided to invest in SoFi by offering $2 billion to this little company, SoFi. And when that happened, there was an explosion in interest from a particular group of investors. And I showed you yesterday, Wendy, good morning. Wendy in the tank with us. Wendy in the tank. All right, we see we're up and running. Now, for those of you that might be new to this channel, I just want you to know yesterday, this channel had 8,000 something views and growing at a phenomenal pace. I think it might have something to do with our success. We've done very well on some investments in some companies. Just to name a few, I'll throw them out there. TNXP, which is up about 6% yesterday or something like that. $47, TNXP. And we were buying that stock at 11. On top of that, some of you got in on many other stocks over the years that did very well. And before I go too much further, I'm going to go kind of down memory lane. This was last year in July. So 1 year ago on this channel when I only had about 5,000 subscribers. Now we have almost 21,000. We're approaching that number. And we're quickly approaching that number because the word's getting out. And so we're going to look over these gains on some of these stocks that we've owned over the last year. And also, you should probably pay attention to what they are because these stocks are very good running stocks because most of them have small numbers of shares outstanding. So they don't have over 1 billion shares like SoFi does. These companies here, most of these have very few outstanding shares. Okay, that's the number one ingredient. And by the way, if you'd like to get yourself a Catfish coffee mug or Catfish shirt, hats, anything, I've got all kinds of stuff with Catfish here. And this isn't going to affect the sound quality at all, but it looks good, so we'll just hang it right there where everyone can see it. And we'll get the visual effect. What this is, microphone stand that I have here, is actually where I hang all my Catfish merchandise shirts. So all of these shirts are hung over here, and I have a whole boatload of them. And you're welcome to buy any one of these shirts or win one if you donate to this channel. I have a lot more shirts, like that one there, and that one there, and that one there. There's a lot. So, good morning, Nexor. Good morning, Casey. Any of you guys see the video I put up last night, the short? Let's do a poll. We're going to do a poll. I want you to know that the process of uploading pictures to YouTube is enough to drive anyone mostly crazy because it doesn't work. you keep trying and you can't figure out where's the pictures. Wendy says, I went to sleep earlier. Go over and watch the short that I put up about uploading thumbnails. They make it so difficult, and I figured it out just because of my stubbornness. You guys know how stubborn I am. Some of you tuned in yesterday and saw how stubborn I was to get my little music, my rain chimes working. I have no idea if they'll work at all right now. Probably not, because the glue I put in. No. But there's some hairy ones hanging in there. There's some hairy ones hanging in there. But anyway, this is a rain chime, and it's supposed to, it's got these little tiny beads inside of it, steel beads, smaller than BBs. They're half the size of BBs. And then there's these 3 little bells that hang in here in the middle. And you turn this over, and there's supposed to be an adhesive that keeps these things semi-stuck to the roof of it. When you turn it over, then they start dropping off. But it's not working because I don't have the adhesive tacking this on the roof. So I've got to fix this, and then one day we're going to be listening to it. It's going to be making beautiful sounds in the background as we stream, and everyone can meditate. And we'll go, hum, got our legs crossed, and get some chi. So let's go back over memory lane here. For those of you that are new to the channel, my name is Catfish, because all of the tank members, we call this the tank that you've just come into. So you're in the tank, and we all work together to watch for stocks that are on the run. We want to find ones that are overbought, too much gain, and then we look for that pullback. We are down here at the bottom, and we use all kinds of terminology that some might find offensive. So please be aware that this is for mature adult audiences. It's not for children. If you happen to stumble on this and you happen to be under the age of 18, which I do know, because I have some that come in here, but be aware, you should get your parents' permission before you listen to what I'm saying, because sometimes I use some verbiage that and nomenclature that some might find offensive. And so just be aware of that, that we're going to be trading stocks today using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, but I'm going to be teaching you how to use the software. That's the main thing about what I'm trying to do here on this channel. I'm trying to teach people how to trade using the Charles Schwab Thinkorswim platform and do it in a very conservative way for the most part. Now, as for me being a big advocate of SoFi, I've been talking about SoFi for 2.5 years almost on this channel. And in fact, it's starting to affect my voice. So we're going to keep it down today. Casey's right. Yeah, that's sack, baby. And we also talk about things like tatas and, teeny weenies and other things. So just be aware that and we have a trading strategy, believe me. We don't just guess willy-nilly at some stock. We know what we're doing. We know what we're doing here. We use charts. We use certain candlesticks. We know what we're doing. And if we didn't know what we're doing here, I don't think there would be over 20,000 subscribers to this channel. I think there a lot of them come in during the day. I'm going to show you some pictures here in a second. Hopefully they've come up. Let me see if they're in my photo library right now. And folks, when we get 100 people here on the channel, I'm going to show you some stuff that is just pretty mind-blowing. And we're going to start trying to take advantage of what I'm going to show you guys this morning. Now, let's go back to last year. I'm just going to go back and show you something here. Nexer, if your educational it's your educational entertaining stock channel. And every once in a while, I whip out a guitar and start playing. So here we go. I'm going to show you some stuff right now. Last year in July, and I want to click on the video, make sure you guys can see it. There it is. And it's working. And I want to make sure also that we're not lagging too far behind. So let's go see where we are right now. So yes, it says out of the 19 votes, I see that about 40% said they did watch my short video last night. Man, that thing is, why does YouTube make it so hard to put pictures up, thumbnails? It's almost impossible unless you knew what I showed you there. So these are last year's July gainers. And I'm going to get this off here, and I want to mute that. Look at these stocks last year in July, and I'm going to turn the light up so you can see even better. These are stocks we traded last year in July. And like I said, you may want to keep an eye on them because these stocks can move very rapidly. As you can see, these are one-day gainers. Every one of these stocks we bought in the morning on the dip and we sold that afternoon. We didn't hold a damn one of them overnight. But look at some of the gains that we made on some of these. And like I said, folks, write these down. Take a picture with your phone right now and go and look these up today. Watch them. Look at Myra right there. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, folks, these stocks can be big, big movers, as you can see. And this was last year in July. And over here, then, I even started putting the days because I wanted people to be able to verify our, they could go back if they want and see that day that stock went up 45%. And this one here, you can look at it here on one day, August the 1st, we made 100% gain on Wint. We made 172% on VSEE. We made 100% on LUMN. And folks, this is why this channel has over 20,000 subscribers to it, because there's a lot of people. And I mean, folks, we're going to see these sort of results again here soon. And I'm going to show you something that we're going to that will open your eyes to a possibility that you may have never thought of before here in a moment. But we're just sort of waiting on everyone to get in here, and then we're going to so these are stocks that you want to definitely think about putting on your list to watch and keep an eye on, because they can move very rapidly on any breaking news. They can move quickly on breaking news. These would be three that should be on your top 3 list, that they moved over 100% each in one day. WINT, VSEE, and LUMN. And by the way, that LUMN, we also made another kick-ass amount on it before. Somewhere else, we had already made a fortune on that. There, right there, we made a nice 20% gain, but there was even more that we made on that. It was like 3 times I thought that we kicked it on that. Man. And some of them we tapped more than once. Yeah, see right there? 150% after we made 100% gain that day, up to 100% that day that we made on that one. Then we made another 150% gain on it right there. Nice. And that was on August the 6th. August the 6th last year. And this one up here was August the 1st. August the 1st. Anyway, let's see if we can do that again, guys and gals, okay? Let's get back on the gravy train. Yeah. We got to find the ones that are massively overpurchased on exuberant news, and then catch them the next morning when they run them down, and then they repel right off that bottom. Even the double ties we got to watch for, or triple ties. But folks, now I want you to know, today also I have a new availability for you. You can get yourself a Catfish beer mug. Yep, it's got a Catfish beer mug available now. If you won't see that on my in the tackle box, I have to order that for you directly. So if you win on the drawing, you now have this as another possibility for what you can choose from. Okay, and I'll put my hand behind it so you can see it better. That's the cat beer mug. Get yours only here today. You can also get yourself a cat tumbler if you want. That's right. Okay, so we're going to wait until we get 100 folks in here, and one way to help improve that number is by, yes, I did ship that. That was very nice. Here we go, folks. Boom. And we're going over to SoFi. And in the morning, folks, last night, 2135. And look at this number, by the way. In case you happen to be here, Savannah, see that number? Remember how numbers don't mean anything? That was last night at the close. All right, let's take it. Hang on, guys. Thank you for your information you posted. I will check out OTRK. All right, yep. Hold on, let me make sure I address everyone who's in the tank this morning. I want to say Doc Airline, good morning to you. Alex Pakal, good morning. Currency Brutus, welcome and good morning. Rusty Prater, a longtime veteran of the channel, good morning. Wendy, good morning. Casey, good morning. Nexor, good morning. Juan Estrada, good morning. Casey, yes, indeed, good morning. And Wendy, I slept earlier. Good, good, good. You went to sleep early. Got it. James Turner and put the thirds. Hey, I own SoFi shares. Where do you see the stock year end? Well, I see it spiking up to about $28 any day now. It can be $25 and $28 at any moment on any news because there's nothing to stop it from going there. And I show people that on this channel, and I'll show you why in a moment. Thank you for asking that question, and I'm happy to show you the evidence I have that's going to prove that this stock is not going to stay in this price range. Yep, Casey, Gunner, good morning. Gunner T. Dog, welcome to the channel this morning. Next, or if you're educational, entertaining stock channel, that's right. And if you're lucky, you'll get to see some sweet largemouth catch picks. There you go, Casey. Rumors and talks about a penny stock called On Track, OTRK, might be a runner. All right. Coming days up all the way to around $3 to $5. World Free Speech, thank you. And let me get my light on where I can see what I'm doing here. Folks, by the way, be patient with SoFi, okay? Be patient right here. Don't get radical because it pulls back 1% or 2% here and there. But I'm going to show you how we might be able to make a lot of money, folks, quickly, and we're going to do it. Believe it or not, folks. I know this sounds crazy, but we're going to get up and we're going to start streaming at 7:48 in the morning. Some of you may have known and may know that we've had some issues with one of our children, and he's not a child by any means. He's an adult now, very much so, 30 years old, but he's had some. He's a genius when it comes to building machines and tooling and engineering and stuff. He really is that smart, and he gets paid great deals of money for his knowledge. But with that accumulation of such money comes the inability at that younger age to know what to do with that money and want to party a lot with it. And folks, let me make sure you understand the kind of money the job he just accepted is paying him $3,200 per week. So he's got himself cleaned up. He's turned his life around. He's cut himself off from all of his negative influences and people who were going to cause his demise. And to be frank, very frank with you, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me telling you this, that he is lucky to be alive because he actually OD'd and was found in a parking lot in the wintertime, and the temperature was 18 degrees outside, and he was picked up off the ground and given 3 shots of Narcan to bring him back to life. And we brought him from out of that hell that he was in there in Detroit and got him out of there and brought him back here, and we nurtured him, and we showed him we loved him. And we didn't give up. He's back, folks. And I say, thank you, Lord. He went off to work this morning. He went to work yesterday, and he's gone to work today. And up at 4:30 to go there and be there and clock in at 6 o'clock, folks. And I'm so blessed and grateful. And folks, he has a Snap-on toolkit that's worth $25,000 or something, $24,000, $25,000. He's got himself back, folks. And we're so lucky. And it was so close to losing him. So he's back. He's at work now. He even went in because he went out over the weekend prior to going in and was partying with a campfire and stuff and kicking balls around and having fun and cut his toe pretty bad. Pretty bad. And we had to work on it and get it And he can barely walk, but he's there and he's doing it. And he's dedicated. And last night it was so good to hear him come out and sit down at the table and tell me how much they're paying him. And he was proud. And I told him, I said, man, I'm so proud of you. Thank God your son is back. God bless your family. Thank you, Kim. Yes, it's a miracle. And we're going to see him. And you know what he said? He said, so in the next, the period he's working there, 2 months, he's going to make $31,000, folks, for working for a couple of months. And he said, that'll give you enough for a deposit on a house, a down payment on the house. Sounded good to me. I went down that road about 10 years ago, says Casey. A lot of us don't make it out of that lifestyle. Thank you for having the faith in him and giving him the support he needs. Well, listen, there's some people that are listening to me right now on this channel that 2 years ago were sitting, listening to me streaming about SoFi when the price was in the $5 and $6 range. And I got a phone call from my wife saying, what's going on with Nick? Go check on him right now. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, I just got a call from his best friend saying that he's in there with a knife. And I had to jump up and go in there, and yeah, sure enough. And I just couldn't believe my eyes. And I just, blood everywhere. And I just said, what, Nick? And he was just out of it, completely out of it. And I had to finesse. It was a moment that was very scary, because let me tell you something. Nick is all of 300 pounds and 3 inches taller than me. He's a gorilla. You know what? I can show you. I want to show you something right now. Still out there. Doggone it, he must have taken it. Man, I can't show it to you. It's been out there for a couple days. I'm sure you all know, when it comes to wrenches, adjustable jaw wrenches, and he had this one that was probably, it's probably 24 inches long, and it's forged steel, and he bent that wrench. He bent that wrench. Doesn't that sound crazy? But I'll show it to you. And I thought that he had to do it with, when I first saw the wrench, I said, oh, shoot. And I thought, what, you put a 8-foot pole on that thing? And he goes, no, I did that just like this. So this is the kind of guy I'm talking about that was in the room that I had to have a confrontation with and try to separate from what he was trying to do to himself. And it was a very, very scary moment, folks. I tell you, it was right to the edge. I mean, right on the edge. And thank gosh we've gotten away from that edge, and we're back on solid ground, because that was a very, 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 very scary moment for me. And we've been through it, but we made it. We've survived it all. And I just wanted to share with you that, because I know many, many people that are view this channel have been here for a long time, and we're sort of like family. And Net5 says, I remember that morning. And I'll tell you something else. Because that occurred during the stream, and the conversation was heard and what was going on and the emergency and all of it, YouTube actually cut that stream and deleted it. I was going to go and remove it myself physically, but because of what had happened, YouTube just censored it right there and cut the stream and deleted it. And but it was a moment in our lives that was very, I mean, right at the edge of just insanity, really. And thank God, I say gosh, thank God above that my son is now clocked in at work, and he's disassembling a whole factory. The factory he went down and worked at just about 3 weeks ago down in Smyrna, Tennessee, 1.5 miles long by 1.5 miles wide. And they're building car parts, molding and stuff like that, injection molding and pressing, and all kinds of stuff going on there. When we get into the catfish talk, well, we are. It's just that sometimes, there are other things that are more importance, and to me anyway. And I'm sorry that if I know I'm not containing a lot of the viewing audience this morning by talking about personal things, but you know what? It's a personal channel. People share all kinds of personal things on this channel, so including ways to personally make each other better with great health ideas and ways to remedy disease and illness. And the things that are happening on this channel are just miraculous. And I'm sure that many, many people have benefited not just from this channel financially, but from this channel physically and metaphysically as well. Because that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to energize. When you feel de-energized, I'm here to be the power. I'm here to recharge you, folks. Even you got to understand something here, and I'm going to show you guys here something in a minute. I'm waiting for 100 people to get in the tank. But before we do that, it's 9:20 right now. Can we hit the like button at 9? No, we'll do it at 9:22. We're going to wait, and we'll do it at 9:22 and 8 seconds. And up until then, let's get some power going in the tank. Let's pump some oxygen in here with a good heart on the screen. All right? Come on, let's pump some oxygen in here. Let's get some energy. Let's create a flow. And let's let everybody know that they need to come over and hear what we're going to say here today. And I've got a lot to talk about, as always. And I'm going to share something very interesting with you as soon as we can get 100 here. So let's do that by hitting the like button in about 30 seconds, 22:08. And let's just get a lot of energy. There's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on. Here we go, folks. Let's count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And hit that like button. Yes. And let's get up to 100 individuals here in the tank to learn what I'm going to show you. And you're going to say, heck yeah, I'm ready to sign up to that. All right? So I'm ready. I'm ready to start showing you what you need to see. And I think you're going to like it a lot. I think you're going to like this a lot, folks, what I'm going to show you here. I'm pretty certain. So we've got 84 here in the tank right now. And thank you for hitting the likes. That helps a lot. And all that emotion. That definitely gets the algorithm feeding the channel out to more, because we've got interaction going on. We got a lot of chat going on. And we're going to get in on this real soon. We got 17 more to come in here. And then we're going to get into the depth of this, what I'm going to show you. And you're going to go, holy cow, crap. Let's do it, Cat. So right now, let me explain. I have an intention to start streaming earlier in the morning at 7:48. I'm going to jump forward a whole hour because I think that we're missing a very large opportunity here, and it's going to start happening because SoFi is getting more and more volatile right now. So what what we're going to focus in on is going to be, yep, yes, Woken Astro. I'm still rambling. Stick around, Woken, because I'm going to show you something blow your freaking mind, I guarantee you, then you could take advantage of if you were smart. So let's let you decide whether you want to take advantage of this or not, and I'm going to show it to you in a minute. Kim Guyver, some people are so rude. Hey, listen, we're going to get more and more. Speaking about volatility, look, now we got 99 folks in the tank. So let me go ahead and show you right now what I want you to see, all right? All right, focus in here. Let me turn this light off. Here's what we need to take advantage of. All right, here is what we need to take advantage of, folks. Now, I'm showing you the market on July the 31st. Okay? July the 31st. I want you to look at the price here. Watch the pre-market price at 5:22 in the morning and 38 seconds. Watch what happens. Just follow along here, and I think you'll all figure this out real fast. Okay? Just watch this. And let me just back this out here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to see this. Watch the price moving here at 8 o'clock, and this is what we're going to start taking advantage of. But we're going to start at 5:22 in the morning, and watch what happens with this price. And pay attention to the time exactly, 5:22 and 38 seconds. Now, let me make sure you can all see this first before I go any further. And yes, you can see it very well, so that's good. I'm glad to see that you can all see this very well. Now, here's what I want you to look at. Watch the time as this moves. We're at 21:43. We're down 5%. This is because the news broke the night in the after hours. The news broke out in the after hours, and I actually have a picture of the after hours to show the effect. There it was. It was down in the overnight. You can see it was up nicely, but after that overnight, then you can see right here that in the morning, it dropped quickly, okay? Now, once it dropped on the news of the $1.5 billion funding deal that they wanted to get capital and raise capital, then once that news broke out and the price fell, I want you to watch this price changing. And here's what we need to take advantage of, folks. Watch. All right, so do you see what's going on here? This is in the time frame 8:22 and 38 seconds, 21:43. 8:32 and 17 seconds later, 21:40. Now we're 5:23, 39 seconds, 21:45. Now, folks, I haven't gotten anywhere yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Hold on. 21:47 at 5:30 in the morning. Okay, get ready for this, folks. It's going to be very enlightening for you, and we're going to take advantage of this. Look at that. 7:44 in the morning, 21:84. Now, hold on. 7:46, 21:73. 21:69. Look at the time that's passing between these bid numbers that I'm about to show you, because I think you're going to go, wow, Catfish, you're right. We need to take advantage of this. 7:46, 21:51. Now we're at 7:47, 21:54. Whoa, there's a nice little pop. And look at the amount that they moved it to. See that? 88, folks. That's where we were this morning, or might be right now, is 88 down. Yes, it is. That's exactly what they're doing. As I look at the screen right now, I see it at that same number, And well, now it's not anymore. It's not down. It's only 0.32 down, not 0.88. So it's already recovered a half from about an hour of about 30 minutes ago. And it's recovering right now. SoFi's coming up, folks, right now. It's going up. It's going up. It's only down 8 cents. It's only down 8 cents now. Now, folks, I want you to see something. This price on SoFi at 8 o'clock, at 4 o'clock in the morning was 21.70. At 4 o'clock after that, 21.52. At 21.56. 21.61. We're at 7.57 in the morning, 21.70, 7.59. Here we go. We're going to go real quick here. The time is 8 o'clock. The price is 21.61. Look at this, 8 o'clock, 21.64. It's still 8 o'clock in 2 seconds, 21.76, 21.73, 21.34. It's still 8 o'clock in 5 seconds, 21.46. Now it's 8 o'clock in 10 seconds, 21.80, 8 o'clock in 13 seconds, 21.33. That's a 50-cent move in 1 second. 50-cent move in 1 second, folks. And then we're at 21.33. The time is now 8 o'clock and 31 seconds. We're back at 21.80, folks. That's a 50-cent move back up from 21.30 in just seconds, in 2 seconds, folks. And then it comes up here, 21.77. The time is 8:01, 21.61. It's 8:01, 21.58, 21.60, 22.45 in 1 second, folks. 21.60 to 22.45 in 1 second. We got to take advantage of this. And then it went back down right after that to the 21.70 and 21.79, folks. It's a huge jump. 22.47 again. Folks, if we keep putting in buys and sells at these two numbers we catch, we can make a fortune here. Then 22.13, then 21.79. Folks, I'm telling you, 22.21. That's a 50-cent swing in 2 seconds, folks. Folks, we got to start getting up at 8 o'clock and taking advantage of this. 21.17, then 22.17. Oh, my God, 21.76. Folks, we got to take advantage of this. We got to start hitting on that. I'm telling you, we got to be up at 8 o'clock and we got to be doing that game. Because things are getting volatile with this baby now. Things are getting very volatile now. And that's the kind of action we can take advantage of if we're smart, folks. And I'm here to tell you, I'm smart enough to figure that out. And I like what I see here. I love what I see. 21.39 will not be the low today, folks. Don't buy yet. That's not going to be the low today. They're coming for 21.33. They should. Or 21.38. Now, if you want, you can nibble a little bit because I could be wrong, but that's a sign of weakness if that's the low today. Because yesterday's low was a lot lower than that. In case you're not keeping track of it, I do keep track of it. I keep track of it, folks. And yesterday's low on this stock was 21.32. They just missed it by 7 cents, folks. They just missed yesterday's low by 7 cents. And this is going to be, I don't know how many days in a row now with the higher low, and I love that. We need a higher low again today, folks. We need this low to hold right now. And so I'm going to pick up some. When it comes back up over this 44, then I'm going to buy. There it is. It's over 44 now. Oh, there they go. There's the number I called, 21.38. And here comes 21.33, folks. Here it comes. Here comes the number I called. There it is. And you might even see 31. Oh, they're going to go for 21.20, folks. They're going for 21.20. They're going for 21.20 here for sure. That won't be the low there, 21.27, folks. No. I don't believe it. No, there she goes. Come on down. Come on down. That should not be the low either. No way. That number means nothing. 21.26, that means weak, 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 if that's all the number they got for the bottom. I'm telling you, I know for a fact that that would be a sign of weakness right there, 21.26. They need to get 21.20. And if they really want to show some authority, get down here to 21.13. Now, I want you to see something, folks. Right now, the high is 21.56, low 21.26. It's a 30-cent swing. Folks, this stock isn't going to just swing 30 cents today. It's not going to just swing 30 cents today. That's impossible. This thing has been swinging over $1 a day almost every day this last week. This is not going to swing 30 cents. So just hold on here because we may see a much lower bottom yet. I'm telling you to hold off. Don't get in here yet. Now, folks, that being said, it does look like they're trying to accumulate at the 33. 21.33, which is one of their favorite numbers, and 31, 30 as well. They like all those numbers. All right, we're doing good. Well, everything's good here. Let them accumulate here, right on this 30, 31, 32, 33. Let them accumulate there for a little bit. Oh, well, that nutsack's gone, folks. I would be a buyer now. Austin, if you're listening to me, I want you to buy right now. Market shares. Please come in and get 5 or 10. Right now, Austin, come on in and get 5 or 10, please. And I'm telling you, folks, don't go in too heavy. We're nibbling here. We're nibbling. But I want you to start right now. Write it down. The number that I'm suggesting, you should buy the stock now at 21.33. You should get it right now, folks, 21.33 if you can. I'm calling that out as the number to buy right now. If you can get 21.33 and then start working your orders up from there. Just start working them up. Austin, come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Nibble, 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 nibble. What changed is they did not get to 21.20 just then. They did not even get close to it. And you're starting to see another thing that's changed is right there. You see this buy number? That's because they were afraid it's getting away from them. They started getting afraid that it was going to get away from them. And so they threw that in. Also, look, there's no volume. There's no candlesticks. There's no volume, folks. There is no volume here. There's no volume. I don't see any. And I'm going to come over here on the chart and let's go see where's the volume. What's the candlesticks? There's nothing, folks. That candlestick's 190,000. This candlestick is 259,000. That candle's 185,000. That candle's 163,000. That one's 191,000. And that dinky one to get to the 200-day was only 108,000. Folks, there's no volume there. This stock's going to have millions of shares traded on it today, not just 1 million to get it to the 200-day moving average. But I guarantee you, they're not going to settle with 21.28 for the low. Nope. They're taking it down to this number right here, 21.20, folks. 21.20 is where they're coming to, or 21.13. And I don't know, maybe they've sold 10 million shares of the one they borrowed. They're trying to get to here, folks, right here. There they are, right there. See? Folks, I told you there was no way they were going to end that thing at that number up there. This is what they wanted. And folks, I hope you just bought there and come here 21.13 now and 21.11 and 21.08. 21.13, 21.11, and 21.08. And remember, folks, this is why I tell you, we're nibbling. We're nibbling. We nibble. We nibble. We buy 5 shares there. Look, they trying to get to 21.13. Come on, shorty. Come on, we're pulling for you. Get it here. Get it there. Oh, no. They already blew their load, and they couldn't get it there, folks. Austin, go ahead and get 10 shares here now. Go ahead and get 10 shares. That's not going to be a triple ta-ta day. It's only a double ta, I feel. Only a double ta-ta coming today. Only the double dagger. I don't think we're going to see the triple. We'll see, though. We'll see if they can get it to. Oh, here they come. Come on, one more penny shorty. One more. And, folks, if they can't get that, I'll be shocked. There it is. There she is. All right. And that's where I would definitely be coming in for 10 shares. And here's the 08 I just called. 08. Buy there. 08. And folks, look at this. What is the reason for the market? Is there panic in the market anywhere? No. And remember, I already warned you guys earlier this morning, they were not going to just swing this thing 30 cents. It's going to swing much bigger. It's going to swing $1. All right, so now they've already run it down. Alexa, they've run it down 56 cents right here, folks.
I'm not sure how to help you with that.
Nope, you don't need to. It's 57, 58 cents down. And I told you I expected to see at least a 60-cent swing. So this looks good to me. 60-cent swing, folks. And ladies and gentlemen, could easily go up over $1 from here because I can show you why I believe this. If you look right here, these are going to be the last few days of trading. And on this right here, it shows you not only the pre-market sometimes, if I catch it, but it shows you the opening price. It shows you the high of the day. It shows you the low of the day. It shows you the price where it closed. It shows over here after hours, if I catch it. It shows over here the swing from high to low each day. It's showing you the swing amount from high to low each day. That's what this thing shows you. And if you'll give me a second here, I want to refresh the screen. And make sure you guys can see everything. Yes, you can. So what I want you to see here is on these days recently, this is recent trading. Look at the swing from the high to the low, $1.55, and it came back $1.44. Here it was a swing of $1.12 and came back half from off that low. Here it was $1.14 and got back $1.11. Here that yesterday the swing was only 80 cents and it got back 22 cents. What's the swing going to be today? Well, let's go find out where SoFi opened today. And the high right now. So it opened at 21.47. And it hit a high of 21.56. And it so far has hit a low of 21.02. All right. And then here, we're going to say that it closes right now at 21.25, where it is. Let's just say it closes where it is now, 21.25. All right. So what that tells us now is that we've swung today 54 cents from the high to the low. Okay, it's telling us 54 cents from the high to the low. Folks, we've swung $1.55, $1.32, $1.12, $1.14, 80 cents yesterday on low volume. And then today, we've already swung 54 cents. You think that's all we're going to swing today from the high to the low? Is that much? And we've recovered 23 cents of it already off the low if we closed where we are now. Yeah, SoFi, go, baby. I like what I'm seeing. And if you like what you just saw there, I hope you'll consider hitting the like button. All right. And then we're going to do it all at the same time to help out. And we'll also get some energy in 9:42 and 48 seconds. So in 15 seconds, come on, guys and gals, let's hit this like button and get some emotion going. Here we go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. I would appreciate that, and hit the emotions, get some lotion going. Let's get some hearts and get a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There we go. All right. Now, I'm telling you, folks, this stock is not going to just swing today. I don't believe 54 cents from high to low, with a track record of what I just showed you swinging lately. It's been swinging $1.55, $1.32, $1.12, $1.14. It swung 80 cents and got 22 back. It's won 54 cents. That ain't going to get it, baby. That's not going to be it. It's not going to happen, folks. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. And I know that they just got the bottom, so my presumption is it's going to go up $1 today from 21.02 to 22.02, or end up somewhere around 21.99, because that's exactly how the manipulators are doing it every day. And I just proved it to you. I just showed you. I just showed you, folks. I just proved it to you. And if you want to know, should you buy the stock or not, I don't mind showing you right now. I'm down $360 right now on it. But you watch. Now I just made $12. And I just made $3 more. And you decide whether you should buy it now. I just made $3 more. You just watch what I'm doing and you decide whether you should buy it. I just made $20. I just made $10 more. You see what I'm saying? And then you can decide by looking at my balance whether or not you should get in or not. Just watch and you'll see whether it is rising or not. Yep, I just made $5. I just made another $6. I just made another $10. I just made $30. I just made another $15. Are you getting the picture? That should be pretty easy to figure out. You should decide to buy this, folks. I just made another 10. I just made another $5. Are you getting it? Are you understanding? I just made another $8. Okay? So you can just make your own decision on whether you should buy this stock or not based on what I'm showing you right here. I just made another 10. I just made another $5. Okay? Compare, I'm not taking. Good morning. Yes. Did you watch the short? Matt has said hi. Good morning. And Thumbnail said it's a $14 stock cap. What? KBW. Yeah, $14. Well, I have a different thought. I think this thing's headed for frickin' 25 in no time. I think it could start today. I think today could have been, hey, ding dong time. The shorts went long. You can already see where the stock price is now. You're just looking at my account value and you can see it's rising and rising. And pretty soon it's going to go green. Folks, and I'm going to say in 15 minutes I'll be green or less. Write it down. In 15 minutes or less, I'll be green. I think they sold out, folks. I think they sold every cheap share they had. And there weren't very many of them either. I've already proven that, folks. What's the volume at now? Folks, we're only at 5 million shares traded. We're only at 5 million shares traded. We're only at 5 million. Folks, listen. They're borrowing, the shorts are borrowing as much as 35 million shares a day right now. 35 million in short activity. Half of the day's volume sometimes is shorts. That's right. And a lot of them are naked shorting, as I've proven to you, and that's become very, very costly for them. Yesterday, just in case you didn't know this, a whole shitload of shares were returned yesterday too, 400-something thousand, I think. Let me get my notes out here. $426,000 shares returned by shorts yesterday. And now they're down to the lowest amount I've ever seen in shorted shares shorted. I've never seen the percentage this low before. But as many in the market believe, it's going to be a lot more of them leaving out and getting out. Now, just watch here, folks. And watch my account balance. I'm down 252. I'm down 265. I'm down 272. Down 267. And I'm only supposed to ring when I make money. So I made money there. I made money there. I lost money there. I'm all right here. This thing's coming up, folks. The trend is up. The trend is up. You guys were just looking at 5 minutes ago. I was down $370. So I made 120 in 5 minutes. Here we go, folks. I told you I was going to be green in 15 minutes or less, and I'm going to be. You can all just watch if you want, or you can start buying in while it's running up. You can tell what it's doing, obviously. It should be very clear to see what's happening with SoFi's price right now. Perito, I think, wised up. Hey, look, folks, look at this thing. By the way, a balance on trade yesterday numbers came out, and they were better than were anticipated. I want to shout out to David Westbrook. Thank you, David Westbrook, for making my wife's day yesterday. You really helped her more than you would realize, than you know. David Westbrook with 2 donations back to back, folks. Wham, bam, $50 just like that. And he's got his name on the drawing list. Folks, I told you I was going to be green in less than 15 minutes. You can either just watch this go up or you can buy into it now. It's your choice. You can either just watch it go up or you can buy into it. I'm not telling you what to do, but it should be pretty obvious what's going on with SoFi right now by looking at my balance here, which has gone from 350 down to 150 down in less than 10 minutes. So this thing's taking off, folks. Well, I packed my bags and I'm ready to go. I got to attend one more show. I got to go to places never been. Yeah, I like the known in a way. I figure this I'm gonna leave someday. I'm getting on a plane called SoFi now. I'm leaving on a SoFi plane. All the shorts are all gonna go insane. I think they'll see it rain. Well, I bought the SoFi when they hit the low. I didn't know where it would go, but then we bought and we all saw it fly. So you get in here in the Catfish tank. I hope that you're all having lots of fun. You see the KY flag just got thrown out. Yeah, we're flying on SoFi high. No telling how high the stock will fly, but we will buy with Catfish time. Yeah, we're leaving on a SoFi jet plane. We're gonna drive the shorts insane. I hope you'll come with me as we leave on the SoFi plane. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're leaving on a SoFi plane. That's right. I packed my bags last night, pre-flight. 0 hour, woke up today at 4 a.m. And we're all gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the earth so much. I miss my wife, but I love to buy SoFi on such a beautiful morning with the Catfish time. gonna be a long, long time. I'm losing money as I sing this song. I'm not sure why they decided to ding the dong right now, but that's what they're doing. Shorties attack, and time to buy this thing on the nutsack now. Yeah, it's time to buy here on the nutsack now. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a long, long time. All right, everybody, we got a little bit of music for you here. Yes, it's the Long Dong song. Everybody, look at this stock going up. Ching, ching, gonna fill my cup. Everybody's gotta get in right now. Holy cow, she's flying, oh, like the cow over the moon. Yes, look at this thing rising, folks. There ain't no disguising. She's rising, and they're all just bising. They're bising and bising at 21.32. They want to get all they can at 21.33 as well. They want to build this sack. Build up the sack, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at it on the chart and see what they're doing. Oh, ho, ho, that looks good. And you know what time it is? We are not going to stop yet. Man, I'm going to put some lyrics to this. Well, I saw me some SoFi this morning, ran it down, and they got around where I saw a nutsack. I saw this attack on the morning attack, and I saw they got themselves on the nutsack. Yeah, the nutsack is a little lovely place where we all buy together. Nutsack, baby. Oh, we buy the nutsack, baby. I got me some SoFi and told my son this morning he ought to buy right there on the nutsack. Yeah, I told my son and I told everyone this is the place when all the shorts attack. Yeah, the nutsack is the little lovely place where we all buy SoFi. Yeah, on the nutsack, baby. On the nutsack, baby. Nutsack. Oh, yeah, by the nutsack when they all attack. Nutsack when the shorts attack. We call it nutsack. The shorts attack. They'll say, what? Shorts getting busted. Everybody's buying on the nutsack. That's when we attack. Everybody's buying with the catfish frying on the nutsack. Yeah, the nutsack, the nutsack is a little lovely place where short all getting screwed. Oh, what an attitude. Oh, they're black and blue. Yeah, the nutsack is a lovely little place where we all buy SoFi. Yeah. Nutsack, baby. Nutsack, nutsack, the nutsack, 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 buying on nutsack. Wow! Yeah, baby. That's what we're doing. Buying on the nutsack. When the shorts attack, we buy on the nutsack. Yes. Look at that sack this morning. And look at him trying to stop it from breaking over. But folks, she's going to be resilient and break away. Breaking away. Hey, folks, just got the nutsack, and up here's just the hook and jerk and hook and jerk and hook and jerk it right off the screen. That's right. We all know it's coming. We all know what's coming in SoFi's future. In case you guys have just tuned in here, anybody here dropped in and have no idea what you're listening to and who it is, I'll show you now. My name is Catfish. I go by Catfish. Anyway, my name actually is Tyler, and my last name is Self, S-E-L-P-H. And I play the guitar. I write music. I have over 125 original songs out there in the universe. And you can go to my playlist on YouTube, and you don't have anything else to do with your time, and go through song after song with videos, and just, golly, you're having a musical adventure. And not only that, at the same time, we teach people how to trade with Thinkorswim platform. And right now, folks, I always like to illustrate things for you, and I'm going to illustrate this for you right now. You see this screen right here? Ladies and gentlemen, that right there, that you're looking at right there, folks, that's the heartbeat of SoFi right there. This is the heartbeat of SoFi. And folks, you've seen this before. You've seen this before. Boop, boop, chicka, 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 boom. Boop, boop, chicka, 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 boom. Okay? You've seen it before. Boop, boop, chicka, 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 boom. All right? And look here. You see how this thing chicka, chicka, and then did it spike, and then it came down, and then chicka, chicka? Look here. Chicka, chicka, spike, down, and then chicka, chicka. Folks, after this chicka, chicka, what did it do? It went to there. It's chicka chigging right here, and it's going to here next, folks. Watch. Just watch it. And you might want to pay attention to something because you could take advantage of this as a day trader in a big way. I'm going to show it to you right now. If you're a day trader, take advantage of this. I'm going to show it to you right now. All right. So right here, when you saw this little that I just mentioned, the drop, the chigga chigga, the up here, and then the down, I want you to see what was the price movement from this right here, okay, to this right here. What was the price movement? Okay, that's what you want to know. And I want you to measure that also against this price movement earlier today. So what was this one? I'll tell you what that was. That price right there was $21.30. That price right there was $21.30 right there. What was this price that they dropped it to from $21.30? $21.17. 13-cent drop, which I tell you they love to do. 13-cent drop, right? 13-cent drop, I just showed you. Now, how much was this drop right here from this price? That price was $21.41. Does anybody want to guess what it went down to? Because $21.28 would then be 13 cents down, wouldn't it? $21.28 would be 13 cents down. What did it drop to? $21.28 would be 13 cents. $21.26. And I'm not even sure. I might be a little bit low there, but there you go there again, folks. You've got a 13-cent drop. You've got a 15-cent drop. And then how much did this drop from right there on that candlestick? What was the price? $21.37. And it was probably $21.38. And I bet you they dropped it to $21.25 right there. $21.25. Let me see. $21.23, a 15-cent drop. Folks, you can take advantage of this. You can take advantage of this. A 20-cent drop, a 13-cent drop, a 15-cent drop. Take advantage of it, folks. I'm trying to teach you something here. Lost and Low says, yeah, I'd be pretty unhappy not learning all this. It's bouncing off resistance. It's not anyone dropping it, you mad conspiracist. Hey, Andy, This is one thing we don't allow on this channel. You never call anyone a name on this channel, and you will never be heard from again because it says don't call names. So goodbye. Go find somewhere else to hang out and harass people. Go somewhere else. You're not welcome here in the tank. And I tell you what, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put you on a timeout. And if you want to behave right and you want to be civilized and not call me a name, then I'll get you out of the timeout and you can chat again. But I'm going to give you a break right now. But if you say something like that again, you will quickly exit the tank and my cat will eat you. That's right. My pussy will eat you. There you go. You got one minute to think about it. Amarit Organic. Morning, Grandpa. How are you? I'm feeling great. I'm actually being good. I turned my other cheek just then. Money buys time. Time to not given about stress. That's right, Dan. I would call myself a conspiracy theorist, though. You fine. Yep, thanks. Yep, Dan Paul. Only Catfish can call people names. The manipulation has me drained. Don't worry, man. They've always manipulated this stuff. They always will. They'll always manipulate it. We take advantage of the manipulation. That's what we do. We buy the lows. We sell the highs. And folks, look here. Johnny done gone off. Oh, herky jerk time. Oh, spewing. She's get out the hand towels. Get out the wet naps, shorty, and get out the frickin' KY, baby. Oh my gosh, you know what happened? The Nutsack song just hit Manhattan. Were you playing that out over your Blaupunk stereo again there? We've got a viewer who's in Manhattan. He cranks out my music all over Manhattan. He said people are dancing in the streets to the Nutsack song. That nutsack just hit him, folks, like a man. I told you, we all knew what was coming. I told you we all knew what was coming soon. And there's no KY, baby. They sold out. It's completely tapped out. They've tapped out of KY. Oh my gosh, everybody. I love all of you people. I really do love you people. Look at that thing go, just like I said it would. Herky jerky. Did I call that? Listen, go back 10 minutes ago and let me hear. You'll hear the Nutsack song, and then you'll say me, here's where they herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, and it's going to jerk right off the screen. And I literally said that not 10 minutes ago. Dan, oh gosh, did he get on the KY and baby oil? Oh. Hey, listen, everybody. I'm glad you're here having a good time with me today and learning something. I told you when I showed you, I said to you guys, folks, that's the heartbeat. I said, that's the heartbeat, folks. That's the heartbeat of the stock. Oh, my songs just hit over Manhattan. You know, they just heard Rocket Man. And they just heard that other one I did. Which one did I do? Oh, Jetliner, leaving on a SoFi liner. My bags were packed, ready to go. You can see that this stock is cocked and she was ready to blow, right? Well, my bags were packed. Let's do it again, folks, just to make sure we don't forget that one. Well, my bags were packed and I bought on the low. I had to get it before she blows. You can see, oh, there she goes everywhere. Oh, I think that I saw Giverini and his little teeny weeny and baloney. All of them should know. SoFi's leaving on a jet plane. You can see this cock has gone insane. Oh yeah, I'm glad that I can see. Well, she got run down like yesterday. That's the way the shorties play. They try to fake you out and you won't stay. But they run it down, yeah, that's a fact. And every morning we buy on the sack. And then we watch this thing just run away. Yeah, oh, yeah, they hurt and jerked it all down and didn't know what they was doing. Now the shorts are all getting screwed, you see. Yeah, they hurt and they jerked it all around. Hurt it, yes, and hurt it, jerked it up and down. Oh, now she's going everywhere. Oh no, and all shorts got it in their hair. Got it in their hair. Oh, but we all don't care if they got some in their hair. Sorry, folks, I know it is a bit, but we're having fun, right? Look at that thing. I told you, well, now you see everyone who was shorting this stock, they've lost a ton. They had no idea where she'd go. Oh yeah, now they're wishing they'd have fled. And when Catfish had said, and now they're crying in their tears. And we're leaving on the SoFi, no telling how high she might fly. I think it's time to buy. Yeah, they ran it down really low. Didn't know how she might blow. And now she's going 'cause I sang this song. And now I'm back, one more attack. I sing this song and it's a fact. The price will rise and never come back down. As long as I'm singing by the nutsack, oh yeah, then she blows and it's a fact. You can see that's just what this thing did. Well, this stock should all get out of here. The shorts are taking it right up the rear, and you can see it's also very true. I told you they were just playing a game. Told you all the shorts were really lame. And now you see that everything is true. Yeah, we're all flying after we buyin'. We all know and you can't denying. All the shorts are friggin' frying here. Watch them disappear. And go and have yourselves a beer. Yeah, it's time for you to cheer. We got a short eating porpoise right here. Short eating porpoise swarming right now, ladies and gentlemen. Short eating porpoise, there it is. All right. Let's let that song hit them. I do all of this, folks, for pure entertainment purposes. And if you're feeling like you're getting some value out of this channel, then I hope you'll consider making a contribution to the channel in one way, shape, or form. And many of you do by sharing this channel with others. And folks, can anybody explain to me why this stock has suddenly taken off? Is 22 possible today? Yes, it sure is. I wouldn't wager on that, though. I would not wager on that happening. Duck Kings 2250 by end of week, possibly. Yep. Yep, they jerked and jerked it around, jerked it all around, jerked it up and down. All the time. Just got it in their hair. Thanks, Nicole. Thanks for translating. By the way, so yesterday, I was telling all of you folks yesterday that my channel was getting viewerships all over the country and not only all over the country, but this channel has expanded into other international territories, and I was showing you this. But one thing I did not show you is that maybe part of the reason of this recent expansion into places like Singapore and other places is because I opted into YouTube's plan to auto translate all of my videos. So these people that are listening in Turkey and Pakistan and Uzbekistan and wherever they may be, YouTube is presenting this information to them, and it's in their own language. It's being translated for them, okay? So this is very important. So the word about SoFi is getting spread more rapidly from this channel. And yesterday, again, I had over almost 9,000 views on the channel yesterday. And I showed you the massive increase in viewership yesterday from the day before. It was almost like 2/3 more volume and more surge from the day before. And ladies and gentlemen, the popularity of this channel will only continue to grow when we show these kind of gains, like the gains I showed people this morning that we've made on this channel. And they've been impressive. And not that we've done these recently, but this was last year in July. And I'll show you the gains that we made 1 year ago, almost to the day in July. 1 year ago, these were the stocks that we were invested in. And these are the gains that we were making, invested in these stocks 1 year ago. And we did not hold one of these stocks for over 24 hours. We bought them in the morning. Each one of these stocks had an exuberant overbuying effect the day before. We were alerted by other members in the tank that told us, watch this one, watch this one, watch this one. And the next morning, they got hammered down to fleece out the weak hands, and we bought them. And then by the afternoon, they had all gone back up. And we made some incredible, incredible gains last year through July. And I mean, folks, on this channel, this is part of the reason I went from just 300 subscribers to over 20,000 was because we were starting to see some substantial profits just in one day. Each day was 1 day of profits. And then I started keeping track of the dates of these transactions that they were happening so that you could go back and bear witness. You could say, well, let me go see if that's right. Did this thing really go up? Did this thing really go up 100%? Yes, on August the 1st, 3 stocks we bought did. Went up 100, VSEE went up 172, and LUMN went up 100% on August the 1st. And see, the cool thing about writing the dates on these is you can go back and verify every single one of these popped on that day. You can go back and look. This was on August the 6th. Lumen made 150% gain after we'd already made on this day, on August the 1st, we made a 100% gain on Lumen, sold it, every share, and then just days later, we made a 150% gain on it. Wow. Now, one reason I want you to look at this stock over this sheet is take a picture of these stocks because, folks, these can be very, very big movers in one day, as you can see. And the reason why is because about 99% of these stocks have very low shares outstanding. Very, very small free floats. The float is very low on these, okay? Or it was a year ago, okay? I don't know if they still all are, but the reason that they move so fast in one day is because they have so few shares outstanding. That's one thing you want to look for runner stocks and trading, day trading stocks, is ones that have low numbers of shares outstanding. They're much more volatile and more potential for bigger, large swings on breaking news because so few shares are outstanding with those stocks. So if you want, take a picture of this with your camera and then go look and see where these stocks are now and what they've done over the last year or the last 3 months. See, are they moving? You know, see, check them out. And I'm offering this to you, all of this absolutely free, folks. I'm not charging anyone to view this. This is all great information that you could really make some money on these stocks if you catch them on a day they pop. Just put them on a watch list, and then all of a sudden they'll go off an alarm, and man, you can jump on these things, and man, can they run. But be careful because they can drop just as fast. A lot of them do get manipulated. That's why we don't hold them. That's why we don't hold them. Um, yesterday, some of you were watching me. Yesterday, some of you were watching me try to repair this this chime I got, this Chinese rain chime, and I was trying to make the little steel balls in here stick up here, and I lost my magnet. Do you remember? I almost went. I was just like, where did that magnet just disappear to? Well, for all of you that are here now that wondered what happened to the mysterious magnet, I found it on the back of my phone. It was stuck on the back of my phone in my phone stand, folks. So that the mysterious missing magnet, we did find it. Yay, we got it back. And now I actually have 3 magnets, 1, 2, and the other one that I put over there, 3. So, by the way, in case you're not aware of the terminology, this chart formation you're looking at right there, folks, this right here is called a triple upside crossover. All right? This is a point where the yellow 50-day moving average, the blue 45, the turquoise 5-day, the orange 10-day moving averages all came up and they consolidated. It converged. It consolidated. It contracted. It converged. All those C words, folks, they favor longs. Every one of those words I just used, when it compresses, when it capitulates, when it consolidates, when it converges, all C words favor longs. And now it's going to drop to here and it's going to come together and consolidate and converge and capitulate and go right on off of that number next. That's what I think we're about to witness. And I could be wrong, but folks, I don't think so. I sure don't think so. And now I want to show you why you should be very excited about owning SoFi shares. And it should be very obvious why you should be excited about it. Let me turn this light off. What I'm showing you now is a 5-year chart on SoFi. Now, as you can see, there used to be, back in 2021, there was no volume on the stock whatsoever. And for those of you that have seen this before, you're just going to have to bear with me because we're getting thousands of new viewers every day now. We're getting thousands of new viewers every day. And to show you what I mean by that, I'm going to show you right here. Just hold on. And doggone it, those pictures I took last night are not showing up here yet. Let me refresh this page. Aha, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this, folks. And then we'll get back to this. I'll get back to this in just a second, but I want you to see something. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the viewership of this channel in May, June, and July. Look at that, folks. And then I want you to see this. Most viewers were new to your channel, 76% new. 24% of the viewers on this channel were repeat viewers. 76% new over the last 28 days. Wow. People want to know about SoFi, people. It's SoFi that's bringing them here, I think, and me a little bit, but SoFi is the reason so many people are trying to come to this channel right now. They're flooding in from all over the world, and they can hear it in their own language. Anyway, in case you didn't notice, this morning, ladies and gentlemen, this morning at this time that you can see down there, right around 3:40 right here, yesterday, 3:40 p.m., around 3:30, 3:40. Hey, Savannah, take a look at that high yesterday at 3:40 p.m. yesterday. What's that number say? What does that number say right there? Oops, excuse me. What is that number, Savannah? Huh? Okay. And she told me I was crazy for telling people that those numbers had anything to do with the market. But I want you also to see the number that they dropped it to after they stopped it at the 66, where I tell you to sell it. Look where they took it to, 2133, folks. And that's another number, folks, that they're accumulating. And this is funny because she said that I was wrong, and yet these are two numbers where I actually tell you on my buy sell sheet to sell at the 66 and buy back as low as 31 or 33. And ladies and gentlemen, you could have even got the 2120, which is another, or 2130, which is another number that they like. And so I'm just showing you that this is, ladies and gentlemen, proof beyond any doubt that the number 66 is something that you want to pay attention to and usually sell, okay? And I'm not kidding. One of you guys were watching one day, a lot of you were here when Wendy came on and said, hey, what about this certain stock? Go take a look at it, Catfish. Do me a favor. I said, okay, Wendy, I'll go look at it. When I looked at it, the price at the moment was $18.88. And I saw that and I said, get out of it right this minute. Get out now. I want you to sell all of it right now. And fortunately, the listening did that. And the price in 1 hour, less than an hour, the price was down a whole dollar a share.
I'm getting ready to go.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Thank you for breakfast.
Welcome.
I love you.
I love you.
I told David Westbrook how much you appreciated his helping you out yesterday.
Yes, I did.
And we're going to see Mrs. Cat right here now. She's ready for work. Yeah. She only has to work for, what, 3 more months?
This is what I got at the garage sale.
Oh, look at that. Ooh, nice.
Like 50 cents.
I think that's sterling silver, honey.
Oh, and you know what I think?
I think that is sterling silver. If you bought that for 50 cents, you did really well.
I think it's pretty.
If you look on the
Anyway,
back, it should say 925 on it. You want to use my loop?
No, I gotta go.
Okay.
I don't see a 925 anywhere though. I don't think it is.
Okay. Well, anyway,
But you know
nice.
what? I think I'm missing a diamond out of my wedding ring too, right there.
Oh, no. Well, I have plenty of those.
Yeah, I think you got some little ones.
I got a bunch. I got tons of them.
So anyway, I'll see you around 5, and that's your breakfast. That's all I have time for.
Thank you very much. Today we're going to be having, and we're not sponsored of this, but we're going to be trying a new peanut sweet and salty. It is going to be delicious. It's going to be just great value, it says. It says a great value, and it's crammed with peanuts. Just like the shorts are getting right now, crammed with show nuts. Yes, my darling. All right. 10-4, will do. Roger that. So a huge spike in viewership has come down the pike. And now I'm back on this subject that I wanted to share with you guys. So I'm going to turn this light off now. And the most important thing for this information that I'm sharing with you now, this is SoFi's 5-year chart. And please take note, number one, back in 2021, January, February, there was no volume on it. All here in the first 8 months, there was really not much volume on this stock. And while that was happening, and let me just make sure you can see where the current price is now. The current price of this stock is where you see the red hyphenated line. That is where the price is now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that price where the price is now is at a critical point, because you can see at one time this turquoise, that's turquoise, 10-day moving average came up and it stopped right there. And here it stopped there, the 10-day turquoise line. But look where we are now. We're over a place that used to be resistance to the 10-day moving average. And this is critical for you to understand, folks. That 10-day moving average would be a strong, solid line that we should not have gotten above, but we're over it now. Now, why does this matter? Well, because you can see the next line of resistance is up here. There never was any from here to there, or there to here, or here to there, or there to here, or here to there, or there to here. So my question is, why should there be any resistance where this hyphenated line now is? Why should there be any resistance from here when there was no volume on it, when there was no volume and it shot through this area so fast? And by the way, in case you're wondering what this number is up here where the red line is, that number is 21.29 a share. That's 21.29 a share is where we're going next, folks. All right, well, that's where we should be. And look where it is. 21.31, folks. I mean, is that coincidental, you think? No, it's not. All right, so let me show you something else. Now we're going back to this 5-year chart. So what you need to understand is we've never had any resistance here from here up to here on this stock. And again, I point out the most important part of this is there was no volume on the stock when there was no resistance from here up to this price. And ladies and gentlemen, that price right there that you're looking at right there is $23.29. This price right here is what is that? $23.29. Okay? This price right here is $23.29. Folks, we've never had any resistance from where this is here to this price. We've never really had any resistance at all, none. And we should go right up through here, all the way up to this price right here at least. And again, that price is going to be $23.29. Now, again, the reason I think it will go so quickly through this is because here it went from there, and that date, it went from there in 3 days to that price. And it went from there to there in about a week. And then it went from here to here in 3 days, and from there to there in 2 days, and from here to here in 3 days, and there to there in 2. So, folks, it never has stayed in this price range with no volume on it, and hardly any at all. Look at the volume now. Look at the volume. You see that? Look at that spike in volume, folks. Now, let me show you something else. This is an unsustainable spike. It looked promising, but they squashed it. This is an unsustainable spike. This was an unsustainable spike. This move, unsustainable. This drop to the 200-day, totally unsustainable, and would have never happened without the tariff news. And then this is an unsustainable spike. But folks, you better look at this, because right here, it dropped to there, it plateaued and spiked, then a pullback, then off to the moon. Why am I showing you this formation right here? Well, you better look up here, because folks, this right here is the same dang thing as this right here, but this was more acute. This was more acute right here, and then this happened and off. This is not acute, folks. See how this drop right here, how it stopped right there on a needle point and then went back up? Folks, this one dropped here, and that's not a needle point. That's freaking called accumulation right there, baby. That right there is called accumulation right there. That's a shoulder. Now, let me show you something else. This right here, when it came up here and it formed this shoulder here, you saw what happened after this shoulder, right? I'm telling you, folks, you're looking at an exaggerated saxophone shape there, and this is a saxophone shape forming here. But the problem they have is when this saxophone was forming, the 5-day turquoise line was there, and the 10-day turquoise line was there, and that price was $15 a share. And now, and you can see they were very tight together. They were very tight on top of each other, very close together. Look at the separation here with this same chart formation. Look at the difference between the 5 and 10 now. See, if I keep showing this to people every day on this channel, more and more people will keep coming in, institutions, because this makes perfect sense that there's no way the price can stay in here very long when it never, ever, ever has before. It never has before. It's never stayed in this price very long, ever at all. And look at the volume that was on it. There was no volume then. How can it stay now in this price range that it's never been capable of staying in before more than a couple of days? How can it now, with all of this volume, folks, how can it stay here now? And the more people that come to this channel each day and look at this, the more will buy it, I believe, because this is the most important thing about the stock right now that everyone needs to take into consideration. And also, when it was down here and made this move here, look how close the 45 and 50-day moving averages were together. When this last formation was doing this right here, look how close the 45 and 50 were together. Look at them now. Look where they are now as this same formation occurs. That's called freaking momentum, baby. Down here, this formation occurred, and you only had this right here, almost a flat line going on. When this happened right here, this thing had no inclination, no acute angle up like that. When this happened in the past, folks, right here happened before, look at where the 45, the white 45 day and the yellow 50 day were, and look at the angle of ascent that they were on when this happened right here. Folks, we could easily see the same thing occur now. This could easily be cup, handle, drop, and frickin' pop, baby. That's what I see. Cup, handle, drop, and pop. Right now. And ladies and gentlemen, again, as I said to you a little bit ago, this is the heartbeat. And this price drop here was 30 cents. This price drop here was 20 cents. Oh, this was earlier this morning. I'm on the wrong day. This is early. Let me zoom in here. Hold on, I'm on the wrong one. Let me go to the 1 day chart here so you can see what they did. Here we go. So I've already factored this out, folks, to figure out what it was. This price right here from here, that price was $21.45, and they took it down. That was this morning. By the way, I'm going to see where the low was today on SoFi. What's the low been today on SoFi? Let's refresh this and make sure we got the low. Today's low, 2102, high 2156. No way, baby. No way, baby. Everybody who's here with me now, I have this diagram here. It shows the last few days trading. I try to get pre-market price. Sometimes I put in the opening price. I put in the high of the day, the low of the day, the closing price. And over here, I track how much the price is swinging from high to low each day. And over here, I track how much it recovers off of the low each day. So that's what I'm doing here. And then, of course, I've got the volume over here. But I want you to see something, folks. Over the last week, the price has been swinging $1.55, $1.32, $1.12, $1.14. Yesterday, only 80 cents. And today, you're going to tell me this stock is only going to swing 54 cents today? I do not believe that. And I said this to you yesterday morning, too, at this time. I said the same thing to you yesterday morning at this time. I don't believe so. I just don't feel like that's going to happen, folks, based on the history of the last week. Now, the past performance does not always guarantee future performance, but it sure shows a pattern to me. And that's what I look for when I'm trading. I'm looking for an advantage and I'm looking for a pattern. And to see what I mean by that, let me go back here and show you just a few months of a pattern that I've been noticing. And I want you to see this pattern now. See these days when the swing was 62 cents and it recovered 46? Here it was a 46 swings, recovered 39. Here it was a 49, recovered 25. Well, look right here on this day, a 71-cent swing, and it only recovered 10 cents. Follow along with me, folks. On 56 million, the day before, 52 million, 56 million. Why did it only recover 10 cents that day? Why did they work so hard to hold it back? Well, because the next day, look at the price. 11.74, it closed. And the next day, it was at 11.76, 12.36, 13.05, 13.38, 14.51. So over here, as we look at these days, take a look right here. Then it swung 61 cents, recovered 43. Here, look at this. It swung $1.28 and only got back 4 cents on 171 million shares. Why did they fight so hard to hold it down with all that volume? Well, from the next day, it went from 13.23 to a price in just days of 13. This would be the only 14s right here. Now we look at the swings. The swings from high to low. We see 60-cent swings, recovered 31. 52 swings, recovered 36. 41, recovered 24. 84-cent and only recovered 9 on 6 million shares more than the day before. Why did they try to suppress it here? This is the only time of all of this suppression they were successful. The one time out of 20 that I tracked that they were successful. They made it go down the next day and the next day and the next day, but it didn't stay down for long. But this is the one time. Let's find some other ones. Here it was a 47 swing. You can see 50-cent swing, recovered 41. Look here, 58-cent swing, and they only let it come back 6 cents. 2 days in a row, they only let it come back 4 and 6 cents. And big volume that day to keep it from coming back. But look at the next day after 12.80. Look at the price, 13.28, 13.48, 13.43, 13.60, 13.69, 13.82, $14. Come on down here. Swing was 39 cents, recovered 30. 30-cent swing, recovered 19. 53 cents, only recovered 10. Why did it only recover 10? Well, look at the price after 13.17. It went up to 13.32, then 13.69, then 14.32, 14.49, $15. See that? Look over here now. Here it was a 46-cent swing, recovered 23. 86, it recovered 21. 68, recovered 57. 54, recovered 24. And look here, 74, and it only recovered 11 cents on 78 million shares. Well, what happened after they repressed it there, held it down? What did it do? 14.08 was the closing. The low was 13.97 that day. And the next day, bam, 14.93, 14.94, 15.19, 15.64. And then right on up to 16s, folks, and 17s and 18s. Folks, any time that they try to suppress SoFi at the closing at the end of the day, be happy. See here where they swung at 64 and it only came back 20. Look at the price, 15.20, 15.45, 15.95, 16.29, 17s and 18s. These are patterns I look for, folks. Here you can see all these swings of of 63 cents, got back 60, $1.08 got back 73, $1.11 got 45, 102 got back 91. Look at this day, 74-cent swing, got back only 10. What happened the next day to the price? Oh my gosh, it went from 2040s to 2080s to 21. Are you with me? 2135, 2181. This is important to understand, folks. On days when it makes these nice swings, great, we expect them. But on days when they try to suppress it, folks, when they try to suppress it, it never works. Look at these swings recently. 79-cent swing, got back 58. Look here, 64-cent swing, they let it come back 10, only that. And the next day, it only came back 10. This is 2 days in a row trying to suppress it. What does it do after that price? 21.27. 25.11, folks. Oh, no wonder they tried to hold it back. So you see this pattern, folks? Over here recently, they're not even trying to suppress it right now. They might. Today, we're 54 cents off the bottom. I don't even know where the price is now. I haven't been watching it. It's the heartbeat, baby. And the price now is 21.30. So I get to raise this closing price now to 21.30 and see how much we've come off the bottom. By the way, just so you can see, when I had that number in about an hour ago where the price was 21.25, the price swing had been 54 cents and we've already recovered 23 of it. But now I get to change the number to 21. Is it now? Hold on. Let me refresh. We get to move it to 21.28. And now we've had a 54-cent swing, but we've had a 26-cent recovery. See, they like to do this a lot too. See this $1.12 swing, and then it recovered 63 at the end of the day, half of it. They like to do that too. Now, here's what I want to know. This was yesterday's low. Yesterday's low. Today, 30-cent lower low finally. Take a look at this, folks. You'll enjoy this. This was on March the 10th. March the 10th. On March the 11th, look at the low. This is 5 months ago, folks. 5 months, and you guys have doubled your money on this stock. More than doubled in 5 months, folks. Congratulations. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because, watch this. It's 1085 on March the 11th. Watch this. Higher low. That's March the 12th. So you got 1 day up, 1 out of 2 days up, 2 out of 3 days, 3 out of 4 days, 3 out of 5 days, because it went down 17 cents, 3 out of 5 days, 4 out of 6 days, 5 out of 7 higher, 5 out of 8 because it went down how much? 12 cents. 5 out of 8 now. 6 out of 9, 7 out of 10, 7 out of 11 because it fell how much? 50 cents, 51 cents, 7 out of 11. And then the next day, it fell another 90 cents. So 7 out of 12. Then 7 out of 13, 7 out of 14. 8 out of 15, 9 out of 16, 9 out of 17. Oh man, 9 out of 18. My birthday, folks. My birthday, I got to buy SoFi at $8.88 a share on my birthday. How do you like that? Thank you. The reason I'm showing you this, folks, is because this price of this stock was at $8.60 a share, April the 7th. Alexa, how many days is there between April the 7th, 2025 and today's date?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right. Well, Alexa, how many days are between April 11th, 2025 and June the 6th, geez, June.
This might answer your
No,
question.
Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. We are in August the 6th, folks. Alexa, what is the number of days between April 11th, 2025 and August the 6th, 2025?
From convertunits.com. The total number of days between Saturday, April 12, 2025 and Wednesday, August 6, 2025 is 116 days.
Alexa, what is 116 divided by 30?
116 divided by 30 is approximately 3.8667.
Oh, wow. So 3.8 months ago, the price of this stock was at that price. Pretty enlightening, huh? And so let me ask you, with that information that you just received, and by the way, now we're going to get to change this SoFi price, closing price. It's got to be raised from 21.28 now to 21.31. I just saw. Now they got 21.27. They're trying, folks, at 10.50 to hold it back. The volume is now 12,561, 12,562, 564, 12,565, 569, 572, 573, 574, 576. Folks, people aren't going to stop buying this damn thing. And but now, folks, I don't know why, but lately this number 2127, we've been seeing this new accumulation number of the 27. I might have to change this on my sheet to 27. I've never ever seen them so adamant about it collecting on 2127 before, but they sure have made that a new favorite number of theirs. Folks, I think they're trying to mix things up so I don't keep nailing them all the time. They're trying to mix it up a little. But I'm too observant, folks, and I'm going to tell you now, 2127 is going to be added to the buy-sell sheet. It sure as heck is. I'm going to go over here to the buy-sell sheet right now, and I'm going to put in 2127 or 127, folks. All right. That number's now been added. And I actually have over here on my buyback 127 right there. I do have that here on that one, 127. So I do have that on. So, and that definitely is a number that they like. And you just saw that. You just saw it. Because now the price has gone from 2127 to 2131. So I'm going to save that now and put that back down here. Yeah, it's at 2131. So those 2127 shares just disappeared very rapidly. Those are gone quickly. And now that means, like I said, I get to go over here to my high-low. and change that number from 21.28 that I just changed 21.28 to 21.32 now. And now you can see we've had a 54-cent swing and a 30-cent recovery. Oh, shorty, look out. That's not good. And folks, listen, I'm serious. I think we're going to go from here to about 21.88 close. 21.88 to 21.99 close. We're going to break 21.33 right now, folks. This is all over, folks. All over but the crying for shorty now. And if you don't believe me, you watch and see. Watch and see, folks. I'm going to count out this volume. We're at 12,766,000, 12,767,000, 778. There's 11,000 shares just bought. 12,780,000, 12,748,000. And I actually don't want to use this to do it. I'm going to jump over here and I'm going to do it on this because I like doing it this way better if we can see it this way. Sometimes they don't show us, but we're going to look now. And folks, that is a big old JH right there. The nut sack, oh my gosh. And then they come in with the herky jerky down below. And every single one of these after that nut sack has never gotten lower. And this is just simply and pure and simple accumulation. Folks, that right there is trouble for the shorts. I'm telling you. Oh, man, look at that 5-day coming over the 10 right now. Right here we go, folks. I'm telling you, it's getting ready to start right now. I think it's gonna blow up right here now, folks. And therefore, I think it's time for a little bit of entertainment value instead of just me talking. I like talking a lot, but I'm also going to do a little bit of music for you because this is a channel where I like to promote my music online. And I have tons and tons of songs that are available online, everyone. And I hope you'll consider going and giving them a listen. And one of these songs that I'm going to do for you is right now is a song that I hope you'll enjoy. I'm sure you probably all heard this song when it was on the radio, but I'm going to modify it right now. And we're going to do, as this price crosses over the 200, and you watch it go over, and let me back this out so you can all watch it nicely. And then we're going to move this like this so you can watch this run up over as I sing this song right now. SoFi, rock and rolls, rock on. Oh, my soul, SoFi, boogies too. Didn't ya jump, shout? There's no doubt. SoFi stock, it's about to break out. SoFi time to buy. Don't gone. How high could she fly from here? Oh my, how high isn't clear, but SoFi sure got shorts shitting in their jeans, stained so bad, worse than their worst dream. Tried everything, but they won't come clean. Shitty jeans, rock on. How high will SoFi go from here? Oh my, how high isn't clear, but SoFi sure got shorts shaking in their shoes. Haven't got a clue what they're supposed to do. No way to say how much they'll lose, but they're bruised, black and blue. And SoFi, oh yeah. Buy it on the dip, then we smell it rip. Buy it on the dip with me. Buy it on the low, then we watch it blow. Buy it on the low with me. SoFi, how high? No Nobody knows how high she'll fly. So fly, time to buy. Rock on. How high could she fly from here? Oh my, how high isn't clear. But SoFi sure got shorts shitting in their jeans. Stains so bad, worse than worst dream. Tried everything, but they won't come clean. Shitty jeans. Rock on. All right. A song originally recorded by David Essex. And if you'd like to go hear a lot more of my original music, I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. And I play under the name Tyler Self. I'm a international artist. And my songs are listened to thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And they're originals, folks, and they're very adventurous. And you'll find yourselves engulfed and immersed in a musical adventure that I think you'll really enjoy. So go on over, make sure you subscribe to the channel, make sure you stream when you're on a vacation trip riding down the highway. Listen to Catfish and all his crazy songs. And if you want to hear, we'll do one quick original here just to give you an idea of the kind of songs I do. And then you'll hopefully come on over and we're going to do a song right now that does not advocate the use of marijuana by any means, okay? But what it really wants to teach you is that you can become addicted to a drug and not even know that you are. And so that's what this song is going to be about right now. I'm going to teach you a song and a lesson through music that I hope you can appreciate. And that is that don't get addicted to anything. Get addicted to life, okay? Get addicted to life, okay? That's what I'd like you to do. This song here is called One Hit of Weed. One hit of weed is all I need to help me out of bed. One hit of weed is all I need, I said. One hit of weed is all I need when I'm clocking in. One hit of weed is all I need to help my day begin. Yeah, one hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed is all I need. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit is all I need. One hit of weed is all I need when I'm on my lunch break. One hit of weed is all I need, and then I'm feeling great. One hit of weed is all I need when I'm in a traffic jam. One hit of weed, all I need, and I don't give a damn. Oh yeah, one hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed is all I need. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit is all I need. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed to make my day. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit is all I need. One hit of weed is all I need before it's dinner time. One hit of weed, all I need, and then I'm dining fine. One hit of weed, all I need before I go out for the night. One hit of weed is all I need, and then I feel alright. Yeah, one hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed is all I need. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit is all I need. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, one hit of weed would make my day. One hit of weed, one hit of weed, but I'm out of weed today. All right. That song is dedicated to some folks here on the channel who I believe might be partakers. And all of weed, have mercy. Yeah, Nicole said me and JB. Yeah. Oh, we got here, Stockpot comes in. He's got a smile. Stockpot. That's fitting. All out of weed. Day 3 of smoking fish we'll be hearing in. Oh, day 3 of smoking fish we'll be hearing in, but I'll be busy this morning prepping for the smoker. Day 3 of smoking fish. Oh man, smoked salmon and smoked salmon is just so delicious. It's one of my favorite things to indulge in, smoked salmon. Yep, weed is bad. It's of the devil. Hey, in your soul, you didn't hear me introduce the song. I told everybody this song does not advocate the smoking of marijuana. It's try to teach people that you can get addicted to something like this without even admitting it. You don't. You just. It's self-inflicted. And I said, don't rely on marijuana. Get your high out of life is what I said at the beginning of the song. In your soul, we have member in the tank in need of prayer. Yes. What is going on with SoFi? Who? Yes, Victor Marmaleo. Only for medicinal purposes. That's right, Victor Marmaleo. And let me also add that for those of you that are proponents of the belief that marijuana is the devil weed, who made it? Who created? I think God did that. And whether or not you might not believe or understand and know this, but back in the history of our nation, George Washington, the president of the United States, was writing to his constituents and fellow leaders of our country about his marijuana crop that year and how great it was and how you ought to come on out and we'll roll up a fatty. Did you know that? George Washington, folks. Go look it up, Google search it. You'll find his letters to his other people that were leading the country on how great his crop was that year. Duchess was named after weed. Salim Akhtar has a son in ICU. Oh, no. Lord, right now for Salim Akhtar, I am asking that his son, first of all, that the people that are working with him and bringing him back to where he should be, guide them with the proper decisions and what steps to take and guide their, if they're doing surgery or something like that, guide their hands and bless them and bless the family because it can be so trying. Send your spirit of healing and send your spirit of peacefulness. And folks, I'm going to send up a song for you now. I have to, and I'm going to send it now. All right, so I want you to know Salim Akhtar. I thank you, Lord, for all you've done. Thanks for your only son. I know without him in my life, I'd never make it through the strife. I love you, Lord, for loving me, taking care of Akhtar's son. And as for all you've yet to do, I hope you'll help him pull through. And I thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. 'Cause I've taken all my burden. Yes, you've taken all my pain and hurt, and all my sins have been forgiven through Christ's blood. Yes, you gave your only son, so my soul it could be won. What a wonderfully precious act of love. So thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Your my Lord, I'll spread worldwide your truth. It cannot be denied, and Satan could never conquer thee. And should we perish in your name, then we're still in heaven just the same. And in the end, we all will sing to you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Till we meet, I'll sing your praise. Lord, guide me through these hectic days. My prayer, please hear it. Grant me peace. Your guiding spirit stay with me. And be with Akhtar and his son. I thank you, Lord, for all you've done, and thanks for all you've yet to do. Thank you, Lord. 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 All right, well, there's a song for you and your son, Akhtar. Kapara, I'm talking soothing praises, yes? Bless the world, bless the mental health and clarity, yes. Yes. Bless this world and let us unite all together. Camaraderie, unification. We need to unify, not separate, not be divisive, but unite. And the things that we can accomplish with all of us working to a common goal with the faith of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this song's effect on SoFi stock price. It's a crossover of the frickin' 50 and 45 day right there. And thank you, Lord. I'm going to say right now, look at the buyers coming in on that candlestick, folks. 113,803. All buyers, 90,000 of that 113,000. You can tell by that candlestick. All of that was buyers, folks. Almost all of it. And this one too. This is an 80% buyers on this candlestick. Here's the dump effort, and they're trying to dump just a teensy-weensy bit of shares to hold it down. Victor Marmaleo, thank you very much. Beautiful song. Would you say you are naturally gifted with this musical talent? Barry, yes, I would, but also it was inherited from my parents. My father was a fantastic vocalist. My mother was as well. They even put an album out called The Way of Gladness, which I posted on YouTube for everyone to listen to. And my father raised me in gospel music, and I went all over the country, and I played and sang in churches, and I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere. Yeah, I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere. Yes, I've been everywhere. But yeah, the Lord has been my inspiration with much of my songs. I'm always trying to write songs for the most part that help people out in this world. I have a song that I wrote for women who get abused. It's called You Gotta Have a Dream. Go listen to that song. You Gotta Have a Dream. Watch the video on YouTube. And man, it's very inspirational. You got to have a dream. For women that got guys that are trying to control them and treat them with disdain and don't have respect, I want you to listen to that song. You got to have a dream. And if you have struggles with a song, if you have struggles with being overweight and you think you weigh too much, and you have even a situation can be very harmful for you. We all know because of Karen Carpenter, who died of this disease of overthinking that she was overweight. And I have a song called The Skinny Pill. You should listen to that one if you have that fight going on and that struggle in your life. Go listen to the song called The Skinny Pill. And another one, yes, Nicole Barbie, yes, supportive of people because you don't, just because you're overweight, folks, you could have a thyroid problem and you can't control your weight because of your thyroid issue, folks. And It's a natural thing for you to gain weight because of a thyroid, the overactive thyroid. And so why would we condemn anybody for that scenario? Instead, love them as they are and treat them as a human. Be kind to everyone, all shapes and sizes. As I've always told people on this channel, even me as a kid, I never put down people that were in any way deformed or had problems with or were not like me. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to know that at one time when I was younger, I actually fell head over heels in love with a midget. And I am not kidding you one bit. I was nuts over her. Folks, you're on this channel. Nicole said, I knew you were going to. Damn, Paul. I said midget at the same time as you said that. You know, back in the day, back in the 90s, they used to have midget tossing. Did you ever guys watch that? You could never get away with that now, I don't think. Any midget tossing would probably not be permissible. No midget tossing anymore. Well, let me... Just give me a second here. Let me share with you something else that would not be permissible as I look at this short eating porpoise forming on SoFi right now. And guys, you better look at this right here. Look at it. That looks good, folks. That looks extremely good right there. SoFi is looking fantastic. SoFi's look... Dwarf tossing is the omega of sacking. But listen, I want to show you guys something. First, I'm going to tell you a story. When I owned the pawn shop, I had a gentleman walk in one day with a little piggy bank. And if you'll give me a second, I'll show you the piggy bank right now. And I want you to see this. It's called a budding buffalo piggy bank. Okay, now I want to show it to you right here. Okay, this is what came into my pawn shop. And what happens is you put your coin in the back of it, and when you twist the tail, it pushes this black child up here, and a raccoon pops up out of the top of this. All right? So this is how it works. You put the coin in, you twist the tail, it raises him up, and the coon pops out. This right here was a derivative of a book that was written. A book was written about this, and this is considered very, very racially insensitive, okay? Because this is what the thing was called. This bank was known for. The nickname was called a coon meeting a coon, okay? That's what this piggy bank was. Now, it's very racially insensitive, and therefore, believe it or not, it is highly, highly valuable. It came into my pawn shop, and I told the guy, I'm going to give you $250 for this piggy bank, but I have a feeling it could be worth much, much more money than that. And I said, give me your contact information, your license, and all that. And so he did. And then I got to doing my research, and I contacted a place that I know of in New Jersey that has this kind of merchandise. They're an auction house in New Jersey. I think they're called RSL or RNL, something like that, or LNS. So I contacted them, and they wanted pictures of it. I sent him the pictures, and as soon as I sent him the pictures, he called me back about 15 minutes later, and then he said, please send me some photographs of the eyes on this child. I want to see the eyes up close. So I said, okay. So I sent him the pictures of the eyes on this thing. And then he called me back and he said, we're prepared to offer you $22,000 for this piggy bank. Now, you can imagine I was pretty friggin' stunned to hear that. And he said, yeah, we're ready to go on it. Now, that's sight unseen, of course, but we're prepared to offer you $22,000. So I said to him, all right. And he says, can you ship it out to us? We'll get it into the next auction where we're using this kind. And I said, no, I'm not shipping to that thing. I'm not going to put that in the mail. I called Cheryl and said, we're on a road trip. And we immediately booked ourselves. We went to called Enterprise because we don't like to build up our miles on our Lexus and or my vehicle. So we decided to just rent a car, and they gave us, ladies and gentlemen, they gave us one of those Dodge Chargers. And this was in like November or December, and it was snowing. It started snowing as we got in that car. Fortunately, I stopped at a Meijer and filled it up with 12 bags of salt in the rear end, and we were able to stay on the road with the car. But we drove all the way to New Jersey, and we got to the auction house, and we met the two individuals, and they took a good look at it and looked it over, and he came back out, and he said, I'm sorry that we're going to have to come down a little bit. It's not quite in the condition we were hoping, so we'll give you $18,000. And I said, all right. So I got $18,000 for this piggy bank right here, folks. And I went back, a Dodge Charger in December. So we had $18,000. Listen to this, folks. This story gets better. We left New Jersey for a Fifth Third Bank because they paid us in cash. They paid us in cash. We walked out of there with $18,000 cash. And Cheryl had never been to Washington, D.C. So on a whim, I told her we're only about 3 or 4 hours away. Let's go. So we took off, and we were going to go to a Fifth Third Bank. We did a Google search on that. Using Google Maps, and we could not find a Fifth Third Bank at all. We went and we ended up in the worst ghetto of New Jersey. We were in the ghettos of New Jersey, in this industrial ghetto, terrible. So we left there, and we could not get to a bank. So we went to Washington, D.C. anyway. And we got there and we parked, and I didn't want to leave. We're in this Dodge Charger, badass looking car with cool ass rims and stuff. And I said, shit, they're going to steal this car and all the money in it, because there's a lot of theft going in Washington, D.C. And it also happens to be the mugging capital of the United States. And here my wife and I walked all over. We went to the White House, the Empire State. We went over to the Lincoln Memorial, and we walked up and saw Alana Stave sitting in the chair. We got pictures. And then we were walking all over the place with $18,000 cash stuffed all over ourselves. I want you to know, folks, that we luckily got... And the funny thing was, about a year and a half later, we traveled out to Seattle. We went out to dinner one night, and we came back in from dinner, and Cheryl said, like, hey, my boots are really hurting my feet. Can you pull my boots off, please? She yanks one of my boots off, and out popped a $100 bill. So then my wife says, oh my gosh, $100 bill in your boot. And she turns my boot over and dumps on it, and $500 fell out of that boot that I didn't even know was still in there. Isn't that funny? Cat, it sounds like a drug dealer movie, LOL. So listen, I'm not even done yet. This gets even more insane. So after we trooped all around Washington, we went to a restaurant right down on the Potomac River that had a seafood buffet. And we also went to a seafood market that was right on the road. And we bought all this lobster and crab legs. We bought a cooler and we stuffed it all in there. Then we went all over to the seafood all-you-can-eat restaurant on the Potomac River. Then we left there and we headed for, guess where we went? First we went over to Arlington too. We visited Arlington Cemetery and paid our respect and went over and saw John F. Kennedy, the tomb of John F. Kennedy and so forth, and the tomb of the unknown soldier. And we did all of that. And then we went over and had dinner and all that. Then we decided to go to Gettysburg. So we drove that evening over to Gettysburg, and we got into downtown Gettysburg, the very area, and saw the hotel where Abraham Lincoln stayed the night before he did the speech there at Gettysburg, the famous Gettysburg Address. And we were there in Gettysburg, folks, with 18,000 cashola on us and a cooler full of crab and lobster tail. And we went into the hotel to check in, and the lady said, all right, we'll save you room. And I said, we want to go have some dinner and have a drink across at the pub. So we went across the street to the pub there, right on the town square, right there with the statue of Abraham Lincoln downtown. And we got done, and the Detroit Lions were playing that night. The Detroit Lions were playing on the game. We were watching them in the bar there. Cheryl and I had a couple of drinks, and we went back over to the hotel. Listen to this, folks. So then we get there, and then the lady says, all right, let me see your driver's license. And she does, and she looked at it, and she said, oh, you guys are from Michigan? I said, yeah. She goes, well, how long are you here for? And I said, we're leaving in the morning. We're gonna drive out of here in the morning to go to Michigan. And she goes, oh, no, you're not. And we were like, what do you mean? She goes, we got a snowstorm coming in here. She said, you're not going to get out of here in the morning. You got to leave now. Folks, my wife and I then proceeded to get in that Charger with rear-wheel drives, and we started up the mountain, folks. And you're talking about, I think it's the Poconos or the Adirondacks. I don't remember which. We're driving, and we got our sights on Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We got to get over the mountain into Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We start driving up that thing, and I'm not kidding. As soon as we went past where the gates were that they can close it off for when they get major snow, right after we got past those two gates where they close it off, it started snowing. And it snowed, and it snowed, and it snowed, and it snowed, and we were driving, and we couldn't even see the sides of the road, folks. We couldn't even, there was no more stripes on the road. And we were driving through this nightmarish, and Cheryl was very worried because we got to places where the incline was so steep. I just had to keep in the pedal, because if I didn't keep in the pedal, folks, we would have come to a stop and we'd have started sliding down that mountain. And it was the worst thing that lady could have ever seen. That was a young girl, actually, that told us to get out of there. And we we could have, oh my gosh. And folks, it went on with my hands clenching that steering wheel as hard as I could. And it was just, nerve-wracking. Snow, 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 then 3 inches, 4 inches. We get to this one point, and I see a sign that said Summit. I'm like, oh yeah, we reached the summit. Now we're going to start down. So we start our way down, 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 and then we start going up again. And we're going up again. I'm like, oh shit. And we get about another hour, and then bam, sign, Summit. We're like, Summit. So we go over that summit, then we wind our way down, and then, ladies and gentlemen, from 9:30, or it was probably about 10:30 that night until 7 in the morning, I was driving through hell, okay? And my wife, poor thing, we were just completely exhausted when we got down. Fortunately, at one point, I saw, as we were coming down this windy road, I saw this truck coming down from another side road, and it was the timing, and I said, gosh, I hope he's going to stop. And I was trying to, in the snow, it was deep, and he comes down and turns out in front of me, and it was a snowplow. It was a snowplow. And we had already driven through 5 hours or 6 hours, so he pulled out in front of us, and then we made our way on down, and we got into Pittsburgh. Yeah, oh my gosh. And then we got a hotel room, and we just went to sleep, and I duct taped all the windows closed, because I always do. I make it pitch dark. In our room right now upstairs, you can walk in there at 12 in the afternoon, and you can close that door behind you, and you cannot see your hand in front of your face. It is pitch black, folks. I want my room dark when I have to sleep through, if I want to take a nap or sleep in late in the mornings, because sometimes here the friggin' sun starts coming up and the solstice going on. It's coming up at 4:30 in the morning. The sun's coming up and light coming in your room. Musi de Jaman, I disagree with you entirely. SoFi is not going to go down. It's going to continue to rise. The volume, I'm not concerned about that, because what they like to do the market manipulators often like to run it slowly down, and then they like to pull away from it like there's nothing going on. Don't look here. There's no volume. It's all dried up. All the volume's dried up, and that's just a ploy. They do that during lunchtime lows a lot of times, and there's no volume lighting up. You're going to see the volume will come in. The volume will come in this afternoon. This price is probably going to run up now for several days is what it's going to do. I'm guessing about four or 5 days of higher lows from what they tried today anyway. Yeah, let me show you what I mean so you understand. Just so you can understand what I'm saying here, and make sure that you can see this screen. Let me make sure you can see it. Yep, you can see it. Okay, let me go back over here now to my pictures I want to show you right now. Here we go. Okay, see this? I want you to notice that low was early this morning. That's the next low. That's the next low. That's the next low. That's the next low. And that is the next low. And ladies and gentlemen, when you see a chart like that, the bulls are in complete control. I also want you to know that this drop from right here to right there was 30 cents. This drop from right here to right there was 20 cents. And this drop from right here to right there is again 20 cents. So they're manipulating it 30 cents, then 35 cents up, then 20 cents, then 15 cents up, then 20 cents again down. And now you're going to see it run right back up here to this high about right here now is where we're going now. It's what they like to do, yo-yo the stock. And let me tell you another definition for what's going on here, okay? It's called herk and jerk and 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 herk. You got it? And look right here. It's the same low once. It's the same low twice. It's the same 3. It's the same 4. It's the same the 5th time now. It's the same low that they can't get this price below no matter how much they herk and jerk it around. They can't get it under this price, folks, no matter how much they herk and jerk it all day. And one of these times here, it's going to get herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and then jerk right off the screen. It's going to jerk right off here. You're going to see it this afternoon. You'll see it. You'll witness it. Hey, Kat, can you take a quick look at AIMD? Yeah, I sure can. Anos Incorporated. Hey, I like that. That's a dog head. Dog head pattern. Be careful, though, because you've seen sometimes they really like to try to push this down to that 200 before they do let it bounce off. But I do like the nut sack there and then the nut sack here. That really kind of looks identical to SoFi right now. Double nut sacks and at higher places and a larger term of accumulation here. See, what I like to look at when I look at a nut sack is I like to go down here and look at the time. What was the time? It was 9:05 right there when that nut sack started. 9:05. And then when did it end? When did the nut sack end up here? It ended right there. And the nut sack ended at 9:05 and it ended right there. And that time was 30 minutes, folks. There was a 30-minute accumulation of a nut sack there. But look here, I guarantee you this was also 30 minutes. The nut sack lower, I bet you, was 30 minutes. What was the time right there? 7:25. What do you guess? This time here is going to be 7 7:55, folks, right here. 7:55. Look at the time. 8 o'clock. Close enough. Close enough, folks. So here you got a 30-minute nut sack that formed here. Then you got a 30-minute nut sack that formed right there. See that? And I'm going to get it up here so you can see it. So right here, you had a 30-minute nut sack there. Here, you had a 30-minute nut sack here. So you've got 30 minutes of a nut sack there, 30 minutes of a nut sack there. And then how long did they have the nut sack right there? How long did that little teeny nut sack last? Started right there at what time? 9:56. And baby, that nut sack ended quick. 9:56 to 10:15. 20-minute nut sack. 30-minute nut sack. 30-minute nut sack. And this was really about 35 minutes. Then 30 minutes, and now 20-minute. And each nut sack higher than the sack before. These are some high-hanging sacks right now, folks. These are higher hanging sacks. Oh, we got a story by Gary Inwards coming in now about snow. Gary Inwards, I think it's JP who is also in snow hell, and I think it also happens to Pale Peak is humanoid too, if I'm remembering correctly. Hey, listen, JP's not really in snow hell. This past year, it didn't snow there very much at all, he told me. He said they were getting no snow there last year. Practically snowless, he said. We got tons more snow here than they got there last year in Alaska. Gary says, car got trapped. Car got trapped and I damaged both arms digging and blowing for 2 weeks straight. God. Oh my gosh, Gary, jeez. Shattered the 1959 snowfall record by 11 feet. Gary, 28 feet of snow this winter, Nicole. Frozen hell indeed. 18 blizzards. Jeez. Yeah, snow hell like where some of our tank friends lived. At the end of it, I would have been like, at least I got 18,000. You're right, Barry. You're right, Barry. And by the way, let me tell you at the very end of that story what happened with that money that I got. I got back into the pawn shop the first day of business, and I called the guy who sold me the piggy bank. I said, hey, what are you doing? He says, oh, not too much. I'm over here, nearby. I said, why don't you come by the pawn shop? He goes, okay. He goes, what's going on? I said, nothing really. Just come on by. And so he drops by the pawn shop about half an hour later. He comes waltzing in, and I said, hey, how's it going? He goes, good. I said, hey, I told you that I thought that piggy bank you sold me was worth more than I was paying you for it. And I told you once I sold it that I'd square up with you. And he goes, yeah. I said, okay, well, we sold it for a lot more than I thought. And I said, here's some money for you. And I put out $500. And the guy looked at me and goes, you're shitting me. And I said, yeah, I'm shitting you. And I put out another 500. And then he said, no way. And I said, Yahweh. And he goes, well, how much did that thing sell for? And I said, well, sir, I'm not going to be able to divulge that amount, but it was enough for me to give you another 1,000. And I gave him another grand. So I ended up paying him $2,250 for it. Now, that's pretty good. I got 18,000, so he got a little over 10%, and he was stunned. And let me just explain something, folks. If you make a move like that to show your appreciation for one of your customers, he won't go out and tell one or two friends. He'll tell 10, 20 friends, and he'll tell all of his enemies too. And I had the exact same thing happen with one day when a boy brought in a sword from the Confederate War. It was in the scabbard, and he also had a small dagger from the Confederate War. And I knew right away that this was the real deal. This is a very, very rare sword. And I asked him where he got it, and he said, well, it was at our home, and it's been in our families for years. And I said, years. And I said, well, I can't buy this from you. And I'd have to find out who gave you permission to sell this. And she goes, my mom said I could do it. I said, okay, well, let me call your mom. So I called his mom, and sure enough, she said, yep, we've had this in our family. It's been in our family for decades. And I said, okay, well, let me do some research on it but I'm going to make you an offer on this. I'm going to give him $500 for this sword right now and the dagger. And she says, oh, well, that's great. And I said, well, I think I can sell it for more. I think it's worth quite a bit more. So I gave him 500 and I had him sign everything. He was over 18, so he was legally able to do it. And then I took all these professional pictures of the sword and I put it on eBay. And I was contacted within about 15 minutes of it listing. And then I was contacted by the arms militaria specialist from the Antique Roadshow. And he's since passed away, but he called me, he contacted me, and he said, can I have your phone number, please? I'd like to talk to you about this sword. So I got a hold of him, and we talked, and he gave me a list of things to look for on the sword, which I did. And once I did, then he said, I'll give you $25,000 for that sword. So, of course, I was pretty happy about that because I just gave the guy $500 for it. But again, after I sold the sword, and again, since my wife and I travel down to Florida almost every year, I said, we'll just hand deliver it to you. He said, okay. So we drove on down there in a couple of weeks, and we went on down and we gave him the sword. He let us take a picture with him and all. And then we took on off down onto Florida. And then when I got back to the pawn shop, I called the kid that had brought it in, and I said, hey, you want to come on down to the pawn shop? And he was in Perry, about 15 minutes away. He come rolling in there, and he brought in the two same friends that he came in with when he gave me the sword and the dagger. And he brought them back again with him. And they were there when I had told the kid, hey, if this sells for more, I'll call you and take care of you. Well, they all three came walking in, and he goes, hey, what's going on? I said, well, I sold the sword. He's like, all right. And I said, yeah, I think you'll be happy. I said, and I did the same thing. I gave him 500, and he was like, what? And I was like, yeah. And then I threw out another 5. That's not all. I threw out another 5. And he's like, oh my gosh, what did you sell that? Everybody wants to know what you sold it for then. And then I said, nah, I sold it for enough to give you another 1,000. So I gave him 2,000, and then I gave him another 500 for the dagger, which had sold for about 1,700. So I really took care of him. And then before he left, and again, he couldn't believe it. He was in shock. And I said to him, listen, I can't give you this money unless I call your mom. He said, what? And I said, your mom needs to know, and you know she needs to know this. And he goes, yeah. So I called his mom, and I said, Mrs. So-and-so? She goes, yep. I said, this is Tyler from the pawn shop. She goes, yeah. I said, I just wanted to know that I just took care of your son on that sword. He came in, and I sold it for a lot more than I gave him. So I gave him, he just walked out of the door with $2,500 cash. And she was like, you could hear crickets chirping. And she said, are you serious? I said, yeah. I said, he's got $2,500 cash on him. The kid's like 19 years old. And I told him that. I told her that because I wanted her to know before he went out and just started buying things and might have got in trouble. She might not have believed him. She might have thought he stole the money or something, but it's the true story. Everything I just told you is 100% true. All right, Gary. Oh, wow. I would think that the Alaskans would get so much more than the Canadians. LOL. Shorts don't want to be in the splash zone when the hurricane jerk starts. That's right, Barry. I clocked 50 hours of snow work in 2 weeks' time. Wow. Yeah, no one here has ever will see a worse winter than what I went through. It has a 50-cent swing, been playing all morning. AIMD. Thank you for letting me know that in at Wood Knuckles Cove. 28 feet is monstrous and unveiled by all but the Siberian East. Unrivaled, not unveiled, unrivaled. Gary, we had 5 feet fall in 48 hours and 10 feet in under 2 weeks. Gary, crazy, crazy. Yep, it holds 348, 350. 2 hours south in Toronto, they had nothing at all. Jeez. I was waking up, digging till I was ready to drop, sleeping, getting up, and repeating for 2 solid weeks, trying to free my car that was 1,200 feet from the road. Jeez. We went from a warm Indian fall to the worst blizzard in Ontario history within 48 hours. Cat, LOL. I bought at 2102 today, LOL. I can send you a screenshot if you don't believe me. Oh, I believe you, Sugar Snake. Gary inwards. Then they hit us with that toxic fog, and my nose started bleeding and bled till 2 months ago. Ugh. Gary inwards. Oh, I didn't see the message about you hurting both arms. That sucks. At the very end, we got the worst ice storm on record. Trees shattered everywhere. People in the neighborhood had trees in their living rooms. I had one wrapped around my car and by a miracle. All it got was a dented window pillar and no broken windows. Wow, that's amazing. My solar panels took direct hit from his big branches but didn't break. Good. And wires pulled apart and nothing broke. Good. My friend's roof was collapsed in on his house and his truck was crushed. Jeez. Hey, Jensen, I love fishing. I do too. Let's see how far away. Hey, I'm almost caught up with everybody. Hey, Jensen. I love fishing. Where did my dang picture of my fish go again? Why does this thing keep wanting? There it is. I love to fish. Look at the size of that lunker bass I caught by hand. With the line broke, I had to swim out in the canal and tied that string around my wrist and drug him back to shore because he had my favorite lure. Well, she did. She had my favorite lure in her mouth. And she broke the line, and I ran down that bank, and I dove in, and I swam out there, and I grabbed that friggin' line, and I wrapped it around my wrist, and I swam that fish back to shore. You're not taking my favorite Rapala. I was, in this picture right here, I was soaking wet. And then the next picture we took with the fish, I had changed, and I had put on dry clothes. That's my cousin John that watched the whole thing as I caught this fish. And I had tried the story's even more complex because I had a worm that I tried first. When I first saw the fish in the canal, I said, I'm going to go get the pole and with a worm on it. And I ran and it was about 300 yards to my grandma's trailer. And I ran back down there and threw that thing out there. The worm sank. He couldn't get it. She was just too tired from being on the bed. And she couldn't get that worm off the bottom. And I said, oh, shit. I ran all the way back to my grandmother's, pulled out the tackle box. I thought about tying my best Rapala on. I said, nah, I'm going to use a cheaper one. Tied on the cheap one, ran back down there, threw it out, and it didn't float. It sunk. It was a semi-submersible. It sank to the bottom. She couldn't get that off the bottom. I was going, so I run all the way back down. By then, we got several old men that are watching that lived in the trailer park. And so I get back down to the end of the canal where it goes out into the lake. And there she was still. So I tied on my favorite Rapala and I tossed it out there, gave it a little pop, and man, she nailed it. And then she took off for the deep. And that's when I set the hook. And when I did, that stupid line, it just snapped and it went right out. I watched it go out the eyelets and down the shoreline and into the water. And the lucky thing for me was when she swam out there to the deep, she didn't go too far away. She only went out about maybe 50, 60 feet. So I could see the line because there was a little film of algae on the surface of this canal there at the opening. So I could see the line. So I threw my pole down and ran down that shore and dove in and swam out and grabbed that line. And I just wrapped it around my wrist and swam back to shore. There was one of the old men that was there, probably 80 years old. He crept his way down the shore because there was a steep bank from where we were standing down to where the water was. And he made his way down there, that old man, and he helped me when I got to the shore with the fish. And he helped me get it over there, and then we snatched it out by hand. And the word of that news spread through the trailer park like wildfire. And in 30 minutes, there was 25 men down there because I had caught the fish that broke so many people's lines and so many people's poles over the years out of that lake. I mean, it was definitely the record. So I love fishing too. I love fishing too. All right. Ooh, a lot of people here love to fish too. Cat does as well. Donald Hill, I found a very rare chair in an old government storage sale, an actual electric chair. Oh, nice pit, nice. And now they have the wildfires going in the prairie provinces, and every day the smoke is in the air. Throat's pretty sore. I keep drinking ACV for it. I understand that entirely. I've been looking because I follow Mr. MB333, and he's really been watching these fires and where all that smoke is. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, up in the northern part of Canada, it's very sparse for population. Not many people live up there, but that whole area up there is on fire. I mean, there's just hundreds of fires up there, and they're having real trouble. Because these fires in areas that there are no roads to, they don't have a way to get out there. They got to fly in and drop, and who wants to get stuck getting dropped in there? And then this area of this fire is just immense. And just so you know this, over 90% of the population of Canada, the entire country of Canada, over 90% of the population of Canada lives within 100 miles of the U.S.-Canadian border. I never knew that. I found that out last night. Over 90% of all Canadians live within 100 miles of the U.S.-Canadian border. There's hardly anybody living up in the northern Manitoba area and Alberta. There's hardly anyone living up there. It's very, very, for one thing, the ground doesn't allow for crops and stuff to be grown because the granite is just below the surface. It's hard, rocky, and impenetrable. Kat, you'd made a lot of money if you wrote a book about your life and all the crazy, amazing stories you've lived through, in addition to plethora of knowledge you have about the world. Thank you, Nicole. I think sometimes I should do that. And listen, folks, SoFi is now on its way. She's breaking away. She's done. Game over, shorty. It is game over time. Right now, we're going to ring the ding-dong bell, and I'm going to sing it right now. I'm going to sing this song now, ladies and gentlemen, because it is absolutely true. This thing is over, and it's right now, folks. Yes, it is. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Ding dong, the shorts went long. That's right, that's our SoFi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Look at that price rising. SoFi, it grows and grows and grows. And next thing you know, she blows. And that's why we all sing and we ring that bell, yeah. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not kidding you. It's time for the ding dong song. I'm calling it out. I say they're done here. Can't hold 2133. And it broke over like that, just like buyers coming in. And I'm telling you, man, this thing just went from the price of $21.25 to $21.30 in 1 minute's time. 21.25 to 21.30 in 1 freaking minute. And that would be at 11:50. 11:50, folks. And I'm calling it out. I say ding dong time, baby. I say ding dong. And look at this dog head. Look at that dog head chart. And listen to whoever was here asking me about that other stock a minute ago, AIMD. No, this is AIMD right here. This is the dog head I told you to be careful about, but there it is. This dog head, they have run it down right to the 200 like I told you they would. Right there to the 200, they're on it now. Just like I said they would do. I said, watch this dog head. They'll take it down to right here. They've been doing that. And they just did it on this stock. AIMD, they just did it on that dog head. Now let's go look at SoFi. Oh man, that is the heartbeat, baby. The heartbeat of accumulation. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. You got it? Okay. Accumulate there, accumulate there, accumulate there, accumulate there, accumulate here. Accumulation, folks. All just a nice solid wall building at this price right there that we're never going to drop below. Never going to drop below 21.26 again, folks. It's over. It's all over, folks. They solidified that wall and they just went long right there. Ding dong, the shorts went long. They tried to accumulate 1 time there, twice there, 3 times there, 4 times there, 5 times right there. And there's your 6th and final time, the number 6. 6th and final time of accumulating this stock today on that price. And you can now see what's happening right now. Folks, it is gone. This thing is out of here. And I was right. I was absolutely right. Look at those candlesticks down there. All buyers on that candlestick. No one selling. All buyers on that candlestick. And this thing is out of here, folks. I'm telling you, you need to get it right now, folks. This is a short eating porpoise, and it's breaking over the 50-day right now. And this whole thing's going to break over the 200 right now. No, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Let's zoom this out and look at it right here while I'm going to break out a song for you that we're going to do again right now. We played it earlier, but we're going to play it again now. We did it earlier, but we're going to play this song again right now because I think it's very appropriate. Haha. All right, let's play this thing. Well, it jumped on this morning and they ran the stock down. You can see right there, my friends, it's a nut sack. They took it on down there right early in the morning. It was a big warning, it was a snack. And the love snack is the little love place where we all bought SoFi, yeah. On that nut sack, baby. On the nut sack, baby. And then a little later they tried to get another teeny weeny nut sack right there. Yeah, a little bit later, you can see they had another teeny weeny nutsack in their underwear. Yeah, the nutsack is a lovely little place where we all buy together. On the nutsack, baby. Yeah, the nutsack, baby. Nutsack, 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 nutsack. Yeah, the nutsack, yeah, the nutsack, on the nutsack, on the nutsack. Oh, yeah. Shorty got busted. A nutsack, a nutsack, nutsack, on the nutsack. Yeah, we got a SoFi. We bought it this morning. Everybody knew it was a nutsack. We bought it this morning on Catfish Tyler's warning. He told you it was time to attack the sack. Yeah, the nutsack was a little lovely place where we all bought together on the 2102. That's when the shorts got screwed. Love sack, love sack, love sack, love sack, oh, short sack. And that's when we attack. When the shorts attack, we buy on the sack, buying on the nut sack. Yeah. Folks, I know I'm a little bit out there, but folks, I like to make it fun here to trade. And when you buy the nut sack on the morning when Tyler says get in, and you see him running up here, and then you see them try another nut sack, and then you try and see them do another nut sack, and then they bring it over here and they try one more nut sack before this thing breaks away. Good for them. They got a freaking triple nut sack buy today. Every single nut sack they bought. Folks, I can assure you, a ton of them bought right here on this nut sack. Look at the friggin' volume that bought right there on that nut sack. Look at all the buyers there. Folks, that candlestick there is 342,000. That one's 165. That one's 183. That one is 189. That one is 180. Folks, they were buying the crap out of the sack right there. They filled their sack on the sack. Then they come over here with this attack on this non-existent volume. They made this thing fall on no volume, folks. And then the nut sack buyers came in again. Look at them all down here. Look at them all down here pouring in on that sack again on the nut sack. Folks, they know to buy there on the sack. And when they got it down here, they knew to buy again. Look at them all buying in right there. Look at all those green candlesticks right there. See that? Every single nut sack is just a place for them to accumulate shares. And then they run it over here, this dinky little nut sack barely below the 200, and look at the buy come in. Boom! Bought that right there. Someone picked up 113,000 shares on that nut sack, barely below the 45. And then over here, look at the green coming in now. Buying on the nut sack. Buying on the nut sack. Look at them all. Look at the volume. Look at the size of these candlesticks. That's right. These are candlesticks. Candlesticks on the nut sack. All right, let me scroll on down here. I'm trying to catch up. Gary and Edwards, dude, I'm so glad a tree didn't fly through your house. Yes, me too, Nicole. There was one leaning way over my cabin. Whew. Cat, the fish was like almost as tall as you were. Oh my gosh. And one into the yard went straight through horizontal over my barbecue and 100-pound propane tanks. I thought for sure it was going to crush them and maybe cause an explosion. Jeez. So much ice hanging on the trees. Oh, yeah, up in northern Michigan, we had a big ice storm, too, and it wiped out communities. They were out of power for 4 months. AIMD now in a 20-cent range trading. Got it. Okay, thank you. The inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. I went walking down my lane during it, and every 2 seconds, a branch would come down and explode like a grenade going off. Gary Edwards, oh, shit, man, you are so lucky that it didn't hit the propane tanks. Oh, my God, does insurance pay for any of these damages? I thought I'll never had another opportunity to experience it. I thought I'd never have another opportunity. It was like being in the Dresden bombing. Oh, my gosh. No, Edwards, nope. I don't even have car insurance anymore. Oh, geez, they stole $3,000 from me, and when I caught it, they lied about it, and so I canceled, and the new company that gave me a quote never got back to me, so I haven't taken the time to get back on the car, and it's been 2 years. Geez, how long will SoFi go? How low will SoFi go? Well, it won't go to $6 and a penny where it was 11 months ago. I can promise you that. And it won't go to $8.88 where it was 4 months ago. I can promise you that. Okay? But thank you for being there for me, mad for me, Nicole. Yep. Gary Inwards, there's this video shows a guy got medical bill for like $650 and didn't have insurance. He applied and they raised the bill to like $1,400 because he signed up for insurance. God, that doesn't surprise me. The smoke was so thick in the yard today, I thought there was a fog. Yep. Same thing this morning. There was big, thick smoke out here in Michigan, too. We've got smoke rolling in on us, too, from those fires. 2 votes for the Catfish Tyler movie. Thank you. 3 years ago, you couldn't go outside. It was so toxic. I passed out twice from it. You get a rocking headache, and it's hard to see when driving. Smells like a garbage fire. Yeah, I've been having headaches here lately. Folks, please take a look at SoFi stock right now, please. Take a look at SoFi right now, folks. It's breaking away. It is breaking away here. And the shorts have gone long, folks. This thing is breaking away right now. SoFi is breaking away. She is out of here, folks. I told you she was when they couldn't hold 2133. I told you it was gone. I told you the moment it broke away from 2130, 31, 32, 33, it was gone. And look at it now. And folks, look up here. I am now about to go green today. I'm about to go green right now and within 1 minute. And if you're wondering if you should be buying SoFi right now, look at my balance. All right? If you're wondering, should you be buying right now, just look at my balance. And folks, this thing, listen to me. Normally I would tell you to sell at 2144, people, because it will stop there and come back down to 2133 or 2131. So I usually tell you to get out here at 2144, just so you know. That's on my sell sheet. Sell there and then buy back at 2131, 32, 33, or 2138. You can, most of the time from the 2144, you can get 2138. Now, folks, if that doesn't happen right now, then shorts, you need to run. You need to run away very fast. If you do not see this price right now, run down from 2144 down here to 2138 right now, or somewhere around this, you better get out of this son of a gun. All right? You better get out now. If it doesn't come down right now to right here, you need to get it down here from 2144. That is nothing there. That won't work. You got to get it here. And folks, I'm telling you, if this thing doesn't drop down here to 2139 or 38, and it's doing exactly what I said it would. So now you know why I tell you folks to sell at the 44, see? I know what I'm talking about, people. And now she's going to rise. Okay, now put in your sell orders here. 47, 48, 49. And by the way, listen, I don't want you to do that. We're not going to start creating walls together on this channel. So take those away, but just sell when it gets there. Okay, just do a market sell buy when it hits this number here, here, and here. Sells, market sells. I don't want you to put in any orders here for sale because I don't want to build a wall here of resistance with all of us here. So let's not put in sell orders, but when it gets up here, let's dump a few, okay? And there she goes now. She's back over 44. And folks, look at the desperation there. There's the KY flag right there. 2143.65 is the KY flag, baby. That's the KY flag. And this thing's going to now rise all the way up here. There's no way. It should have fallen all the way to 2138 just then. Here it goes now. And here she goes. It should now come all the way up here to 47, 48, 49, and 50. That's where we're going right now, folks. And you better look at this chart. There's a slew of buying going on here, folks. There is a slew of buying. And I want to go look at the entire market right now to see what it is doing. And by the way, right now, what is the price, just so I can have this for my knowledge, what is the price of the stock right now? And SoFi is at 21.43. So let's put this number in now for the recovery. And let's find out how much we've recovered off the low now. And right now, we've had a 54-cent swing and we've recovered 41 of it. Nice. Folks, listen, I don't believe, I'm just going to tell you all right now, with SoFi's activity swinging $1.55 4 days ago, $1.32 from high to low, $1.12 from high to low, $1.14 from high to low, I do not believe it's only going to swing 54 cents today from high to low, folks. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I don't think after $1.55, $1.32, $1.12, $1.14, and 80 cents yesterday that we're going to see just a 54-cent swing today. I don't freaking believe it. Not a bit, I don't. I don't believe it. And therefore, I don't think we're going to stop at this number at all. I don't think so, baby. I don't think so. Nope, I don't think so, shorty. No way. Not going to happen. Look, folks, there's no volume up here. There isn't any buying up here. There hasn't been any all morning. There's been none. No volume up here. No share owners here. They're not going to stop it here. Oh, by the way, you see that number? Do you see that number? That's not going to be the high of the day today, shorts. I'm sorry. No. We're going up here. We're going to pass that. And where you see that number, that's not going to be where we stop either today. Now, when we get to that number, I'm going to sell here, 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 and here. And then I'm going to buy back down here at 21.55 afterwards. Or maybe even 21.50. But I'm going to tell you right now, this damn thing is not going to stop here. They can't even hold it at 21.44 right now, people. They can't hold it. And that's one of their favorite numbers to accumulate. And they can't even hold it at that number right now. They're here, folks. They're here now. They can't even buy anymore here. You listen to what I'm saying, folks. This thing is going higher, much higher, still. I already told you earlier, there's no way this damn thing is going to stop there and only have a 54-cent swing today from high to low or whatever. That's not going to happen, folks. You know, my wife, some of you guys were here yesterday, and I was showing you. Some of you guys were here yesterday, and I was showing you this Chinese rain box. And it has a bunch of beads in it up there. And those beads are supposed to stick to the top. And when you turn it over, they're supposed to drop off slowly. But I've got nothing to make them stick up there. They're not sticking up there. So we've got to put some stickiness up here that'll let them drop off slowly. And while I was doing this yesterday, I was using a magnet. And during the middle of trying to make this work, I lost the magnet. It just seemed to disappear completely, just disappeared. Well, I want you to know that those of you that were watching me yesterday afternoon late, I found the magnet on the back of my phone. It was on the back of my phone somehow. I have no idea how that happened. But it was there. All right, it's time for some breakfast now. I'm having a peanut, sweet and salty, chewy granola bar, and it's crammed with peanuts. And I like to use the word crammed and nuts in the same sentence. folks, I don't want you to have to listen to me smacking my lips and stuff, so I'm going to play you a few songs on my playlist. And I'm going to show you how to get to my playlist. If you click on my icon and then over here and it says view my channel. So just go to my channel, folks. And right down here, you see this thing that has a Cash App link. Click 11 more links. And right here, you're going to see a link to my channel on YouTube with over 120 songs right here. You just copy that link, and then open that, copy and open it in another window. And ladies and gentlemen, you can then hear all my songs. So I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to click go right now, enter. And there we are. Now we're going to be on my channel with all my songs. And I'm going to play a song right now that I hope you like. And the song is called, hold on a second. Let me find a good one. Let's do one called They Call Me Pendejo. This is a fan favorite, folks, and I hope you like it very much. Pendejo. So I boarded a ship for a cruise down to lovely Cancun. I'd heard of this beach where the women were sweet and was hoping to get there real soon. When I arrived on the shore, there was much to explore. Pretty soon on my way to the bar, didn't speak any Spanish, but still I could manage with women not getting too far. As I drank at the bar, of hot rum, I kinda got loud and everyone in the crowd started thinking they all must be dumb. I had told them my name, and I know this sounds strange, but not one of these guys seemed to know. And I still don't know why they forgot my name's Ty, and they called me instead Pendejo. Yeah, they called me Pendejo. Yeah, they call me Pendejo, that's the name I would hear. Say Pendejo, how long are you here? Hey, Pendejo. Why are you in Cancun? They said Pendejo. Hope you're leaving soon. Now I've tried, but I still don't know why all the guys were all acting so ticked. They were waving their hands at me while I was dancing with all the fine Mexican chicks. So I asked this young lady and she told me maybe, so both of us walked out the door. We went to her place and we had quite a night. In the morning woke up on the floor. Oh yeah! And I'll never forget that wild night in Cancun. The memories will remain of a bar on the beach where it seemed out of reach for the folks to remember my name. And they called me Pendejo, that's the name I would hear. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. They say, how long are you here? And they call me Pendejo. Why are you in Cancun? And they all say Pendejo. Hope you're leaving soon. Pendejo. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. Why it isn't clear, but they call me Pendejo every time I appear. They say, hey Pendejo, why are you in Cancun? Say, hey Pendejo, are you leaving soon? On my trip to Cancun. All right, you're listening to the music of Tyler Self, TYLERSELPH. I have a copyright to that song. If you want to buy it and perform it, you can. And along with all the songs I have, including this song now that was recorded by me, that I hope you like, and it's called In My Dream, ladies and gentlemen, a song about my experience when I was on the Wheel of Fortune, and I wrote a little bit about it. No video for this one, really. I was lip syncing this, so I did a pretty crappy job of lip syncing this, but you'll get to hear the song anyway.
Another night, it's getting late, and I'm headed off to bed. I close my eyes and concentrate. About a girl inside my head. What kind of woman do I like to join me in my sleep?
I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
The famous type. I know I could only be in my dream. In my dream. In my dream. In my dream. I'm sure you heard of Vanna White. Might have seen her on TV. I never will forget that night. Vanna came to visit me. I dreamed that I was on the show. Saw that look in Vanna's eyes. I dreamed I spun the wheel and won. And that Vanna was the prize. In my dream. In my dream. In my dream. In my dream. I'm sure you heard of Demi Moore. She's a famous movie star. Oh yeah, I think of her before. In the backseat of my car. It always makes me want to laugh as I'm headed off to bed. Why should I want their autograph when I can have them here instead? My dream. 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 My dream.
All right. Hit some by Catfish Tyler. I hope you enjoyed it. Now we're going to get over here and see. I'm about to go green. About to go green right now. Nice. Well, we were $370 down earlier today, and now we're $36 in the red. Nice. And we're improving quickly. Just like I said we would, folks. Just like I said we would. Richie B, good morning to you. SOUN, very confident on their earnings report. I just picked up that from Trending Stocks. Cal. As I go over to my, briefly here, as we're about to go green, I got a strike for community guideline warning. Your content was removed due to a violation of our community guidelines. You've received a warning. If you select action, take an appeal. Warning on April the 30th. Expires September the 15th. All right, well, I already know about those a long time ago. Why are you posting that now? You guys, get out of stop wasting my time. Just give me a second here, folks. I'm doing something here. And I'm about to go green, folks. I'm only down $25 now. And I also want you to know, yesterday I had almost twice as many views as the day before's video. I'm not kidding, folks. I want you to see something. Look at this. Views the last 48 hours. Views the last 48 hours. Views the last 60 minutes. Views the last 60 minutes, folks. Holy smokes. Now, some of you who are tuned in here with me right now, you're regulars, but you can see right now, folks, we're getting in 1 minute, 10 viewers, the next 8 minutes, the next 12 minutes. I want you to see this, folks. Look at what's going on here. 8 minutes. This is in 11:36 to 11:37, 11:37 to 11:38 to 38 to 39. This is minute by minute, folks. Minute by minute by minute by minute. Folks are tuning in. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, you see. Minute by minute by minute by minute. They're tuning in. Minute by minute by minute by minute. Folks are tuning in. Folks are tuning in. Yeah. Minute by minute by minute. Folks are tuning in. And I just lost my pick inside my guitar. It may never return. A song by the Kingston Trio. Oh, come on, pick. Folks, I've had that. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it out. We got her out. Where in the heck she fell to, I don't know. There she is. Oh, no. This is an eventful day, folks. She couldn't take any more. She just couldn't take any more, folks. She snapped. We lost the jumbo medium pick that I love the most. It is a sad moment. Yeah. It's sad, folks. May she not be picked out of the ground. And she's made her last pick sound. Old Orangey bit the bullet today. You guys got so much chat going on here today, what you're talking about all the time, so much cool stuff. And so interesting to see how many people are flowing in and out of this channel every day to find out about SoFi. And a lot of them get to hear me talk about the charts that are going on with it. And I'm glad that they're able to be here and stay tuned for these charts, because every day more people that look at these charts are going to buy SoFi, folks. And they're going to propel it higher and higher and higher. And I do not believe that this thing is going to stop today at 2156. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Shorts all been trying to push this. I'm trying to push SoFi around. This morning they put up a nutsack, and that's when all the fish came round. Well, tonight I think we're gonna see some changes. It's dangerous if you ask me. I think we're gonna see some rearranging, and the shorts will all be history. Gonna be a heartache this afternoon, a heartache this afternoon, don't you know? There's gonna be a heartache this afternoon. You're gonna see the stock go to the moon. Oh, watch it go. Shorts, you'd think now they'd learn their lesson, and they'd stop guessing and messing around. And they should know that when Catfish starts singing, the stock just can't be held down. Yeah, we're gonna keep on buying it and buying it, and everyone is buying it too. I'm sorry, all you shorters, Catfish, Tyler, and the rest, watching you get screwed. And it's time to be a butt ache today, a butt ache today, I say. Gonna be a butt ache today. Oh my goodness gracious sakes, it's gonna ache. They can beat around the, and they can beat it all after. They can hurt it, they can jerk it, and they can work it too. But it's gonna be a butt ache today, a butt ache today, I say. Oh, hey, there's gonna be a butt ache today, a butt ache today, a butt ache that won't go away today. Ah. You know, one day when you guys are all seeing SoFi at $210 a share, you're going to have your little grandchildren sitting on your lap, and they're going to look up at you and go, "Grandpa, how'd you get so rich?" And then you're going to say, "Let me show you." And you're going to get over there on your laptop or your big TV. You're going to have a 72-inch television, or maybe a 20-foot by 30-foot screen with a projection type. And you're out there sitting in your oasis-like swimming pool with your slides, water slides and fountains, and everybody's partying. All you cat people will be all associating. You'll just be a whole cat community. Just a whole huge freaking cat community, all just partying it up, and all of you'll be bloody wealthy. Half of you'll have your own private planes. You'll be flying all over the world to meet here and there. We're gonna have a cat meeting in Zurich this weekend. Come on over. And this time, and then 6 months from now, we'll have a big old cat party in freaking Paris, France. And I'll be translating for everybody, and we'll all be singing French songs with all the French people in the French bars drinking French wine. And we'll be breaking the bread with them, and we'll be celebrating together. And if I'm not there, y'all can all be doing that in the future. And you can look up and go, here's to Catfish. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! We're going to make it become reality. Come on, Tyler. SoFi will hit 200 in just 5 years. Look at PLTR. Yep, though not some, this is business. Both stocks exhibit lots of similarities. Yeah, they sure do. In particular, right now, we're seeing a catapultic look to it. Catapult. Could SoFi catapult from here? Could I be one of the catalysts? Catfish, catapult. And for the shorts, it could all be cataclysmic. And who could categorically deny that I don't get lucky a lot on these lows I pick? I think that a lot of you have captured some nice gains. I bet if you were to look over in the category of profits, take out your trusty, well, I have to find it first. Get out your calculator and let's do some adding up of your gains. Now listen, folks. You know I have numbers. I have buy-sell sheet numbers that we live by, and these are some of them right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, adios from amigos. All right, I'm out right there. Boom, 10. I'm not putting in sell orders, limit orders here. I'm telling you right now, this number is on my buy-sell sheet, and so is 50, 51, 55, 54s. I just sold at 21.48. And see, they're already pulling it back. It's a 21.46 sell there. But listen, folks, I cannot stress to you, if you look at here on my buy-sell sheet, folks, I want you to look at these numbers here on this buy-sell numbers. Right in the middle of your screen, folks, 47, 48, 49. 47, 48, 49 is where you're usually buying back, but if they're going the other way, this is where right here, see, sells. Sell 47, 48, 49, up to 50. And then it says to buy back from that price, from those prices, to buy back at 34, 38. Load in your buy orders now at 34, 38 if you sell 47, 48, 49, and 50. Watch. Okay? So right now you should have, I'm talking 21, so we're using, don't worry about the numbers. It's all the pennies you're worried about. It's just the pennies, folks. Now, another number that you're going to see here on this buy-sell sheet that I'm going to show you right now is these numbers here. 54, 55, 56, 61. And buyback at 44 through 47, okay? Follow along here, folks. Just follow along. So right now, you should be buying back at 47 to 44. So put in your buy order here at 44, okay? Put your buy order in 44. and put in 47, 48, and put a buy at 49 now. We should easily see at least from the 56 down to that 56-cent drop, okay? We're going to see, in my opinion, we're going to see a 6-cent drop from here. And folks, if you're trading with me, how to look up who's causing the volume buying long and while devaluing the same stock to the public. We love the information all about all the lies. Yeah, I'm here to expose them. On that one song, it says, it clearly says, I told you all the lies they told about SoFi. I tell all the lies they've told about this fantastic company. I expose them. I expose them when they downgrade it to a ridiculously low price, and then they're buying up stock $5 higher than the price that they've downgraded it to. And I'm taking advantage of this right here, folks. I'm buying right where I told you I would. They just took it down. What did I call? 6 cents. Wham. And I just bought there 6 cents down. Folks, I know what I'm talking about here, okay? Now, since they artificially just sold it down to here, it's now going to pop and go right back up to this real quick. And these numbers are going to start selling up here because they artificially drove it down to here, selling shares they borrowed and they've got to buy back. See, some of them sell the shares down and the other ones buy, taking up long positions right here like I'm doing. When they run it up here, then they pull it down 6 cents. And listen, folks, I've been trading SoFi a long time. I can tell you right now, they're going to pull this thing down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cents. And that's exactly what they took it down. So that's where my orders are filling, because I know when SoFi gets on a roll that they like to pull it back 6 cents down. Then they'll run it up here and it'll go up here and then they'll pull it down 6 cents. Folks, when this thing gets to 21.61 in about 10 minutes from now, then they're going to pull it back 20 minutes from now to that number. Watch and see. Watch and see if I'm right or wrong. 10 minutes from now, the price will be up here. And then after that, it'll be a few minutes later back down to the 55. I promise you. And I could be wrong, but I sure don't think so. And now, listen, folks, there's 3 digits they'll try for on these pullbacks. One is 6 cents. One number they like is 8 cents as well. And one they like is 10 cents when they have the strength to get it down. And if they really are powerful, they'll go for 13 down or even 20 when they have a lot of strength. They'll take it from here all the way down 20 cents when they got a lot of power on it. They'll take it down from 21.55 to 21.33 or 21.38 for sure. I'm telling you, man, when they've got a lot of power, they can do that. But right now they don't. They can only pull it back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cents. They just pulled it back 10 cents. And now, folks, watch how quickly it goes back up to this number, because they just fleeced it out right there artificially. Watch how fast it goes right now back up to this number. Watch. Folks, I'm telling you, in 10 minutes from now, this price is going to be at 22.61. Write it down on a piece of paper that Catfish said 10 minutes from now, the price is going to be at 21.61. And then it's going to pull back within 5 minutes to 21.55. You just watch. And folks, it might even in 10 minutes go all the way up to 21.64, 63, 64 before it pulls back to 21.55. But watch what I'm saying. You'll see if I'm right or wrong. You'll know by watching. And either I'm just pure lucky or I know what they're doing. So you just watch. Watch and see. Here's why I'm so confident that it's going to go on up. Because just then, they just didn't take it all the way down to 21.44. They would have absolutely just pulled it down to 21.44 right then if they could have. And why didn't they? Why didn't they? Well, there's just too many buyers. Look at here. There's 116 that want to buy and there's 50 that want to sell. There's 114 that want to buy and 54 want to sell. There's 104 that want to buy here. Nobody wants to sell. And anything that gets down to this number today, folks, is just going to be manipulation. Look where it was earlier. Look where the price was earlier, folks, 2102. And then it went up to 2120, and then they brought it down to 2113. And then it went from 2113 up to 2120, and they bought it down to 2113 again. Then it went to 2127 and down to 2119. Then it went to 2133 and down to 2125. And then it went to 2144 and down to 2138. And then now where is it? Just going right on up, and I just filled at 2146, and here they are trying to show their might and power, trying to get a 2144 buy-in. Just one more shot at 2144, a number they love. They love this number, folks. And I keep telling you this on this channel, they love this number to buy. But now that they just dumped it, they made it go down how much from 58 to 44? 14 cents. And the 45 was 13 cents, folks. So they did run it down 13 cents, like I said they do. They even got it down 14 cents by pushing it hard. But watch it go back up now. I'm not kidding, folks. Just watch it go back up here. You'll see it. And I called that 13 cents down, and they nailed it. Now we go. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. No, folks, with a chart like that, that is shorts in trouble, folks. That's his shorts in trouble. and they pull it right down there. Folks, please watch this. Watch what I'm going to show you here very closely, everyone, so you can understand what's going on here. Watch this. I want you to see this. What was this price right there? That price right there was $21.45, $21.44. How much did they pull it down right there? How much? $21.44 to $21.39. 15-cent drop. So from right there to right there was a 15-cent drop. When it ran up here, what was the price right there? The price was $21.50, folks. You want to guess that they ran it down to $21.35, a 15-cent drop again? Let's see if that's $21.35 right there. No, it's not. It's only a 10-cent drop. This is showing their weakness, folks. I'm pointing out their weakness to you. Right here, from here to here was 15 cents. Then this drop was 10 cents. So how much is this drop right now? How much is this drop right now? $21.52. What's it dropped right now to? What's it dropped down? $21.52 to right here? Is that where we are now? $21.47. Folks, that's 15 cents. Hello. It's the same as the first one. A 15-cent drop there, a 10-cent drop there, and now an identical 15-cent drop, folks. This is why I'm pointing it out to you. This is called day trading. 15-cent drop, 10-cent drop, now another hard 15-cent drop. And that's why you should be buying it there, I think. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I sure don't think so, everybody. All right? Understand how the market makers work. And by the way, you notice on that price, they're just, now they've got it down. They've made it fall 19 cents. It's down. And I love it. SoFi's down 13 cents today now. They're holding it, folks, trying to hold this stock down 13 cents. Oh my gosh, it's collapsing. They're just falling apart at the seams. Folks, this is horrible. Shorts, I'd be moving out of here now. Look at that. All you're trying to do is hold 13 cent down now. This thing was down $1.13 earlier, wasn't it? Or something. I don't know how much it was down. Golly, let's change the number now on the buy low sheet. Buy high low sheet. Hold on. Let's get over here to change the number on the buy high low sheet. So today's price, we've seen open 21.47, go up to 21.56, down to 21.02. The swing is 54 cents, and now we're sitting at 21.43. And folks, this thing has now had a swing of 54 cents today, and it's recovered 41 of it off the low. Very strong. Extremely strong. They don't like you seeing that, folks. They don't want you to notice these things, but I'm here to show you. Folks, that is extremely strong for SoFi to do that. And I want you to see, ladies and gentlemen, that recently the swings from high to low have been, over the last week, $1.55, and we recovered by the end of the day $1.44. Then we saw $1.32 and a 9-cent recovery. Then we saw $1.12 swing from high to low and a 63-cent, got half of it back. Here we saw $1.14 2 trading days ago swing, and it got back $1.11 by the end of the day, folks. Here we had an 80-cent swing yesterday on very low volume, just an 80-cent swing. And look at it, 22 cents off the bottom. Man, folks, this is fabulous. And then today, we've had a 54-cent swing from high to low, and we're back up 41 cents off the bottom. Nice. I'll take that for sure. Folks, this is getting to be a good stock to buy on the low. If you don't know what I mean, look back here. I'm going to show you some crazy, great buys on the low. Look at this one. Look at these days here. Opened at 9.98, went to 10.22, dropped from 9.98, and they attacked it right out of the gate, selling 10 million shares probably right out of the gate, and made it fall to 8.88. It fell $1.10, and then turned around and came up to 10.22 for the high that day. So they worked it down from 9.98 to 8.88, and it went to 10.22, and look where it closed. 9.57, folks. This thing swung $1.34 that day and recovered 69. Look at this day here. The swing was $2.05. It recovered $1.26. And look at this one. It had a swing of 208 from high to low, and it closed at the high of the day. Oh my gosh, folks. On April the 9th, opened at 9.39. They took it down 8 cents, and then it rocketed to 11.39 and closed at the high of the day. A 208 swing, and it got all of it back. See, folks, I want to show you something over the history of this stock. On the days that they try to swing it the most, like way back last year in July and August, when the volume was almost non-existent of only 20 million a day, and the price was only down here at $6 a share. I want you to know something, folks, that on these days that they tried to swing the high and the low the most aggressively, look there, 30 cents they tried to swing it, and it recovered, folks, 23 by the end of the day. Here they tried to swing it 35, very aggressive. It recovered 23. Then the volume started to pick up on it, and then suddenly the swings got bigger, and it got better for day trading. 33 cents, 35 cents. But here, folks, I want you to see, once this volume kept picking up from into August and into early September, and the volume got more and more, the swings got bigger and bigger, 44, 45, 41, 49. Then the volume got up into 50,000 and the swings were here this much per day. And then we got up here into the 60,000s and then it started to keep climbing and the swings were bigger. Look at that swing of $1.03 that day from high to low and it recovered 95 cents. Nice. That's nice, folks. This swing of $1.18 from high to low and it recovered 97 cents on 63 million shares. See how hard they tried to attack it out of the gate? Probably half that volume that day was short sellers to make the price fall. When it opened at the very open, the price opened at $15.41 and they took it down 20 cents or so, 23 cents down. And then it went up to $16.42 after that, up $1.20. And it closed just off the high. It got all of it back, almost all of it back. Anyway, I'm just showing you this, folks, because now the volume is starting to pick up big on SoFi, and these swings are getting big, and the recoveries are getting nice. And one other thing that I want to show you here that you might want to be aware of is that every single time that really there is no recovery off the low, like you only see this much, see that one? Right here, first of all, see how it only recovered 10 cents off the low that day? And they used 4 million shares more. It only recovered 10 cents off the low that day. But the price the next day went from 11.74 to 11 to 12.36 to 13 to 13.38 to 14.51. And I've shown people this before. On days when they don't let it recover, like this one, the price goes up usually. Now, this is one exception right here that it didn't do that. But all these other days, when they try to suppress SoFi from going up off the low, like that one, the price went from 14.08 to 14.93 to 15 to 15.64 to 15.95 to 16.45. And all these days, swinging. But look at this day when they tried to keep it from going off the low there. 37-cent swing that day. They tried to, well, it came back halfway. But it just went right on up after that. On these days here, like this one, they tried to suppress it from coming off the low. They tried to suppress it. The price was $20.96. The next day, $21.59, 22. You see that? I keep showing people this all the time because it's important to see it. On these days when they try to suppress the comeback, here they tried to suppress it. There was a $1.32 swing, and they tried to suppress the comeback. Why? Because the price then went from $22.58 to a price of $25. This one right here, see that $25 price? Look back here where they tried to suppress it right there. 10 cents, they tried to suppress it from coming back. They tried to keep it from a 41-cent swing. And the day before, they tried to suppress it. Actually, 2 days in a row, they tried to suppress it. 64-cent swing, they tried to suppress the comeback. 41 cent, they tried to suppress it. But the next day, it went from 21.27. In just days, it was at 25.11, folks. So let's look for these days when they try to suppress the comeback. That's not going to happen today. They're not going to suppress the comeback today, folks. Nope. That's not going to happen. I don't believe so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Also, folks, I also still do not believe, I'm having a hard time with this. I do not believe that a stock that the last 5 days has swung from $1.55 high to low to $1.32 high to low, $1.12 high to low, $1.14 high to low is going to just swing 54 cents today from high to low. I don't believe that, folks. I just don't. Yesterday, now granted, the volume yesterday was extremely low, and that's why we only saw an 80-cent swing. But folks, Would be very surprised to see that be the swing today by the end of the day. With this kind of track record lately. And here's the song that I was singing earlier for you. And that song said, accumulate, 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 accumulate. All right? Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Oh, oh, blow the lid. Oh, that's exactly what it did. Yeah. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. We way. This is where we're going, folks. Way. It's obvious, folks. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Isn't it a wonderful song? And now it's the WEO time. And shorts, that's going to be you singing now because you should be using these words. We shares that must be returned. We own shares that must be returned. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. There was no more accumulate. The sucker took off, couldn't wait. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. We sing it, Shorty. Oh, we owe shares that must be returned. Yeah, we own shares that gots to be returned. Right? This song makes perfect sense. Accumulate, 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 and we, oh yeah, baby, we own shares that must be returned. Boom, boom, boom. I will email David. Let's see here. Let's get over here to what's going on in the real world. I want to thank you all for being here with me as I sing the Accumulate song. It's obvious what's happening. And the weirdest thing is, unlike the data I showed you yesterday that showed on June the 15th of last year, June the 14th, shorts had only 600,000 number of shares available to borrow. And that's all they had left, folks, on June the 14th. That was all that was left. They had none available to borrow. Well, let me show you how many shorts are interested in borrowing now for the last year almost. Look at that. None. They haven't been borrowing any, folks. They're not interested in borrowing anymore. There's been 10 million shares all through here. They've never borrowed to short it down. They're scared. They're scared, and they should be, folks. They're not even getting incentivized to short the shares, even though those that are offering shares to short will pay them to do it. Negative interest, folks, on SoFi. Boy, that should get your attention. When the stock you own is being so attacked that they'll offer entities negative interest to borrow shares, that means they're paying them to borrow the shares to short the stock, and they won't take them. In fact, yesterday they returned 427,000 shares. They returned 427,000 yesterday. Oh, good. David Kennedy, here you go. Let me do that for you. For some reason, I don't have them opened up here, documents. And we're going to put up here members. Members list. Okay, here's my email. Right there. Please send it to the top email. And you send your PayPal to that one there. But if you're going to send an email to me, send it to this one here that's highlighted. To a post office box. I'm sorry. Right there. There it is. Let me know if you send me something, though, because I don't check that very often. Let me see something. Breaker channel 08 for Mrs. Cat. Are you reading me? Over. Nope. Hope she turned the radio off. There you go. That's my address. And if you want to send me PayPal or Venmo payments for helping you on this endeavor to get financially independent, then send them to Cash App and put for money owed, or to Venmo. And there's my Venmo. And you can put for money owed in the comment, please. All right, let me put this down here. And it's just launch time now, folks. It's just waiting on the launch. Those that come on in, the time is going to be most likely 3:06 p.m. before they start coming in. And if you're new to this channel, come on back here at 3:06 p.m. and see what happens with SoFi. Now, some of you are here now because you saw the thumbnail that I put up today about SoFi green and after hours. After earnings, no way. Now, here's the reason that I'm putting up that thumbnail so you'll all understand. And that is after an earnings call, October 31st, 2023 to November 1st, 2023, we went up 20% on earnings day, but in just 8 days, SoFi was down 31%. Ouch. On this next earnings call in 2023, April, and May the 1st, the earnings call came out. We went up 15.7%. And in 5 days, the price had fallen 42.5%. Can you imagine if SoFi, after this last earnings call and that news came out, can you imagine on the news of them offering a $1.5 billion shelf offering, what the price of SoFi should have dropped, knowing that it has before dropped after a triple beat earnings It's dropped for no reason other than manipulation to that price. 42% down in 5 days on manipulation and a ton of volume that worked it down to buy those shares at in the 450s where I bought. On May the 4th, I bought $4.59 a share. Well, I want you to know, folks, that on the next earnings call, SoFi went up 30% on earnings day, and in 26 days, it was down 48%. On the next earnings call, December 2027, it went up 13% on earnings day, and in 22 days, it was down 45%. So now you know why I'm putting out a headline, oh my gosh, SoFi is green after earnings? How could they not be down 33 or 36 or 42 or 45% like always? The stock after 5 days after earnings is down, are you kidding me? 2%? A stock that I just showed you has been down as much as 43 and 45% in 5 days, and in 8 days is only down 2% after earnings. Now, listen, folks, what I really want to get at here, earnings is getting further and further behind us now. It's August 6th. It's been a full week. It's been a full week, and we're steadfastly holding very firmly here. And I think that we are going to have some news coming out soon. I think we're going to hear some crypto news coming, and it's going to spike us 20 to 30%. Any, right now, big news, in my opinion, is going to spike SoFi to $28 a share. There's no reason for it to sit where it is now, folks. And you might want to take a look up here, folks, because as I show you this screen, SoFi cannot even now be held down 13 cents anymore. That is a disconnected number. And also, you're going to soon see it won't even be down a penny anymore. Because, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I'm looking right now at the S&P 500, and I see an upturn coming into the bell right here now. Look at these. Look at this here. Look at all the markets. Look at all of the markets now. That's the S&P 500, and that's the lunchtime low on the S&P 500. You can see the lunchtime low on the Dow was achieved and now recovering. And the NASDAQ lunchtime low and now climbing up 211 points. Now, let me refresh this screen to make sure this is still right because I could be wrong. I haven't refreshed it in a while. Oh, my gosh. What a difference an hour makes. Whoa. Whoa! Nice. The Russell, the only one red right now. Small caps. And look at SoFi defying the 2143 now and the 2144, which will soon pass. Because, folks, they are right here. You know what they're doing. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. That's all they're doing, folks. First, they accumulated down here. Accumulate, 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 but that was gone. They cleaned the plate, and that was where they accumulated. Then it was here. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Then we We shorts owe and we gotta pay all we sold back. Oh, we sold a bunch of shares here on the nutsack. Now we gotta buy them back. And then we let it go up here on the attack. And then we gotta buy them back. See? Here's where they gotta sell with the attack, and here's where they buy them back and sell on the attack. Borrowed shares, gotta buy them back. Sell on the attack. Borrowed shares, gotta buy them back. Sell some more. Buy them back. Sell them. Buy them back. Sell them. Buy them back. Keep it here. Keep it here as long as you can. Sell them and buy them back. And then sooner or later, there's no more there to sell or buy back, and they just go wee, because the song again is, I'll sing it for you. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. We owe, and we must buy them back. We owe shares that we gotta buy back. So then they come over here and they do it. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Folks, here they sang the accumulate song here, and then they ran it up to this level, and now they're singing the accumulate here. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. It's the same, folks. It's the same. It's the same song at a higher pitch. This is it here earlier. Accumulate, 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 and clean the plate, and no more accumulate. And then it was here. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. And now they sing, raise the pitch. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. And I bet you pretty soon we're going to be up here going, accumulate, 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 accumulate. Right? Am I right? I'm sure I'm right. I'm sure of it. I'm pretty sure of it, folks. Get ready for seeing the next number right here is where you need to sell. And that number would be 2150, folks. Before the close, we could probably sell some more there. After they get done accumulate, after the accumulate song ends here now. And I hope you like how I show you the similarities between the past and the present. Here's the past, and here is the present. And folks, up here is our future. All right? That's the past. This is ancient history. This is Adam and Eve right there, baby. Adam and Eve right there. This is getting to be very common to see the sell of 10 million or 15 million shares right at the open for no justifiable reason, just to obtain the day's low and make it look like they're gaining on the low of the day when they're just spiking it down for a fraction of a second. Folks, I got news for you. The freaking low today really is here, right here at this price, whatever that is. And that low is at 2116. That's your new rock bottom low for SoFi tomorrow, 2116, okay? Write that in as your buy order there, 2116 tomorrow. And then, folks, the next low that was achieved was here. And this is a wall here, and that price was 2125. And that's only because lately they've tried to accumulate at 21.27 for some reason. I pointed that out earlier, that now for some unknown reason, they're trying to accumulate at 21.27. They've made it a new number to get up shares. And now this number that they're at now is also another number that they love to run down to and accumulate, 21.38. And this is on my plate. Look here, folks. Buy sell numbers. What does this say right here? It says in the middle of the screen, sell up here at the 44, 43, and 44. And where does it say to buy back? If you sell at the 43 and 44, it says to buy back if you sell 43 and 44 at 137 and 138. Let's close this stupid thing over here. I don't need you up here. Close you. You're messing up my chart. I'm telling you, folks, it says right here, sell the 143 and 44 where the price just was, and buy back the 137, 38, 39, or even lower, the 31 and 33. So that those numbers are there, folks. And there it is. You just got the 38. If you sold the 2144, you just got the 2138 that's on my sheet. And the interesting thing is, I told you that it would do that. And you guys even saw me sell some shares there. You guys saw me sell shares when it got up there. I was being very quiet about it. And I said, folks, you can see what I'm doing here. I know when to get out. The 55 number's a stop number, folks. It always is. That number's on my sell sheet, and I tell you about that number for a long time. I've told you about this number a long time. You guys have known about the number 55 for a decade, it seems like. This is definitely a sell number right here in the middle of the screen. 54, 55, 56, and 61. And after you sell at that, it says buy back at the 44. And you just got back a buyback at the 38 instead, which is even better, which is the number above that. Look right above it. You see the 38 right there. Right there's the buyback. So good job, folks, if you just did that. And now you got the 38, and watch it rise. And folks, watch how fast this goes back beyond this now and up here. Just watch how fast this moves up through here. Watch how fast it goes right up through here. 1:21 p.m., folks. Watch how fast it goes up. Write down the price right now. 210385. There's a KY flag, folks. And let me get over here where I can look at this and see the volume on this now. Give me a second here, folks. Hopefully you guys can see everything. Yep. So I'm going to get up here and click on the hand, and then over here. Look at that capitulation and consolidation. Then they got it down to the 200-day, folks. Oh, my goodness. And look at the buyers coming in on the 200-day. Folks, look at all these indicators. Right here, you can see this blue exponential is crossing the simple average. Here you can see the buyers outnumbered the sellers by 3-1. Here you can see the buyers were 90%. Equal buyers and sellers. Buyers, 90% of that candlestick. Equal buyers and sellers. But look at this blue exponential crossing over the simple moving average. And look up here. Look what's going on up here. The 5-day turquoise Just bounced right off the 200-day like a good little stock should. That 5-day accumulate right there and look at it bounce off of that and go right back up. Watch it go up. And folks, I'm here to warn you. I hear these sounds in the water now. I hear these sounds in the water right now, and you better watch out because it's not good. It's not good. What I'm hearing, that is a short-eating porpoise, everyone. That is a short-eating porpoise. I'm telling you, you need to watch out. That is a short-eating porpoise for sure. You can see it as clear as day. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it come over that. Watch that turquoise come up over that orange line now, right off that 200-day. Thing of beauty, folks. And you know what? Adios, amigos. Arrivederci. Au revoir. Hasta luego. Auf Wiedersehen. And get your ass out the pool because the porpoises are coming. Get out of the surf. Get out of the surf, shorts. Listen, I'm telling you, get out of the surf. Let me make sure I can make my point very clear. Okay, let me make sure I'm going to make my point very clear, shorts. You need to get out of the surf. You got to get out of the surf right now. Please get out. Save yourselves. And I'm going to show you why here in just a second. And I believe it's going to be short board. Short board, is that what it is? Short surf? Short wave. That was it. Dadgummit, I got my fingers on the wrong keys. Short wave. Come on, wave. Oh, man. Well, you can ride this wave right now if you're along. You better get on. But dadgummit, I don't even know where the picture is that I want here. But you can ride that wave. Get on the SoFi wave. But if you're a shorter, you don't want to be doing that. You see, this is the difference between a long. Do you see that nice long board there? He's riding a mega monster wave and he's got a nice long board. But instead, you're riding on a board like this that I'm going to show you now. And this is where you are. And it's not good. And I hope I have this picture. Oh, yeah. Well, there's one of them I want right there. One of my pictures I want. Leaves, moon, launch, toots, buying gold, Kathy, Rex, buying toots, fortune, short, no, short breaks, tug, follow, tennis, bounce, volume, apple, last, ablaze, climb, virus. Come on, baby. SoFi, nope, we don't want that one yet. Noah, short, blow, lid, apple. Where is this stock? Where's this picture I want? Toots, breaks, gold, lows, pigs. Come on, baby. Cross, golden, short, naked, leaping. I don't see the picture. I think I might have lost some of my good ones, folks, at one time, moving things around. And unfortunately, I don't see the picture now. Doggone it, man. There used to be one I had, and it said, danger, danger, danger. And I don't know where it is now. Oh, well. Shucks. Huh. Darn. All right, well, I can't bring it up for you. Whatever. We'll move along. 2138's the buy, folks. That's the accumulation point now, the new level to accumulate. 2138. Accumulate, 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 accumulate at 21 and 38. It's the new number to accumulate right now. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. 2138, folks. Fill your friggin' plate, folks. 2138, fill your plate. Sell it at 22.20 in 2 days. Or tomorrow, or even tonight in the after hours. There's no telling how high this thing's about to go this afternoon, folks. But right now, you can see when I refresh this screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can clearly see this point, and the price of this stock has made a very low swing from low to high, 2102 to 2156, 2102 to 2156, 2102, 2156. And now the number is 2138. And what will it mean if the shorts can make it close at 2138? Well, that'll mean that the price swung today from the high to the low 54 cents and then recovered 36 by the end of the day. That sucks, shorts. You ought to be keeping this thing squashed so it only recovers like it did up here 4 days ago, where it only comes back 9 cents off the low. That's what you should be doing. You should be using massive amounts of volume to keep the price from coming off the low, only 9 cents. That's what you should be doing now. Why is this thing recovering from 54-cent swing, 36 cents off the low? If anything, if it swung 54 cents, you should have it at 22 right now, or 27. This needs to be at 27 or lower, or you look bad. Halfway between the high coming back, it needs to be 27, or you're going to look very bad here, shorty. You're going to look weak. You're going to look weak compared to the past. Because I'm showing everybody that you used to be able to use massive amounts of volume to keep the price from recovering from a 132 swing, only 9 cents. That's showing some power. That's showing power. This is wimpy, 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 wimpy. And that's why you can't, and today's volume, what is today's volume now? Let's go see. Folks, this thing's going to springboard this afternoon. 22,397,493. 22,397,493. Huh. Well, no wonder they could only make it swing 54 cents today. No wonder after the price opened at 21.47, they could only run it down 45 cents. That's a strong attack, folks. How much did it go down this day from the open to the low? Alexa, what is 21.99 minus 21.32?
21.99 minus 21.32 is 0.67.
So yesterday, from the opening price They ran it down basically 66 cents. And again, Savannah doesn't believe that these numbers mean anything at all, but it actually fell 67 cents on momentum. But they were trying to make it fall 66 cents. So they opened the gate. They attacked it right out of the gate and sold 10 million shares and got it to fall 67 cents. And then the price recovered and closed at 21.54. And it got back of the 80-cent swing. It got back 22 cents yesterday on 47 million shares. I want to see something else here. Let's see if we can pick up some patterns here, folks. All right, so this is SoFi in the end of July. Let's see if we can find some patterns here. Hold on. Alexa, what is 21.24 minus 20.86?
21.24 minus 20.86 is 0.38.
Okay. 0.38. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now let's move forward. I see SoFi springboarding. It just broke 21.40, folks. This is looking very good right now. SoFi is starting to look very good, so just hang on while I show you this data. But that looks good, folks. That's a dog head, and we're rising. That is dog head rising. All right, now let's get over here. I want to find some other things out. We're looking at this number here, 21.75. Make sure you guys can see this. And yes, you can. All right. On this day here, the 23rd, I want to know, Alexa, what is 21.75 minus 21.37? Stop, Alexa. Alexa, what is 21.75 minus 21.37?
21.75 minus 21.37 is 0.38.
Well, that's the exact same amount they drove it down before. Alexa, here it is again, the day before. What is 21.24 minus 20.86?
This might answer your question. 21.24 minus 20.86 is 0.38.
Huh. And then here, Alexa, what is 21.75 minus 21.37?
21.75 minus 21.37 is 0.38.
Huh. Alexa, what is 21.52 minus 21.17?
21.52 minus 21.17 is 0.35.
Oh, 35-cent drop. We got 2 38s and a 35. Alexa, what is 21.22?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat your calculation?
21.22 minus 20.77.
21.22 minus 20.77 is 0.45.
0.45. Okay. Alexa, what is 23.11 minus 20.60?
23.11 minus 20.6 is 2.51.
Gosh, that's a big drop. Alexa, what is 21.52? Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
I know. Just a minute. Alexa, what is 20.83 minus 20.43?
20.83 minus 20.43 is 0.4.
Of course. So we've
I'm
got
not quite sure how to help you with that.
So we've got 0.38, 0.38, 0.35, 0.45, 0.40. Alexa, what is 20.6? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me start over. Alexa, what is 22.67 minus 22.49?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
What is Alexa, what is 22.67 minus 22.49?
22.67 minus 22.49 is 0.18.
Ooh. Alexa, oh, that's 10 cents there. 10
I'm not
cents.
quite sure how to help you with that.
$1.10. $1.10 that day. 21.70 to 20.60. $1.10. Alexa, what is 21.51 minus 20.70?
21.51 minus 20.7 is 0.81.
That's a big attack there, folks. This is the day they dumped 10 million shares at the open. Alexa, what is 21.99 minus 21.32?
21.99 minus 21.32 is 0.67.
Oh, 66 cents there they went for. They got 67. Alexa, what is 21.47 minus 21.02?
21.47 minus 21.02 is 0.45.
All right, Alexa, terminate. All right, folks, so that data that I just gathered right there shows that every morning on the open, they've been running it down 38 cents, 38 cents, 35 cents, 45 cents. Now these are earnings days, so they get skewed out. 40 cents, down 18 cents, down 1.10, which this would have been the $1.5 billion share offering. All right. Then 81 cents down, 67 cents down, and now only 45 cents down on the open. All right. But I think this is good to know that I think we're going to see averages of 45 cents down at each day's open. From the previous day's close, put your buy orders in around 40 cents down. Okay? Start out at 38 cents down from the days previous, and then put in 40 cents down, 45 cents down. Put your buy orders in there, folks. Take advantage of this information. Right? The hyperlink isn't working to watch video. If SoFi were to meet Michael, what do you mean? I'm watching the video right now. Right now, I refresh the page and I'm going to skip the ad. Oh, you're talking about the hyperlink isn't working to watch the video that I put up last night? No, I see the stream is working right now. I see the screen and the stream is right where I am, so I'm streaming. I'm not sure what you're meaning. The hyperlink to what exactly? I'm going to lower this right now. I'm going to come over here now. And I'm going to watch this over here and see did it just change. And yes, it did change. Yeah, it's working. I see the stream is flowing. The stream is on. Well, folks, it looks as though it's about time for the Accumulate song to come to a conclusion. Right? Am I right? This song is going to come to a fat lady going to step in, and she's going to take us to the finish line, baby. We got a fat lady getting ready to break out the vocals here, and she's going to run this thing to the finish line right up here, baby. Because that right there is nothing more than a cup, a handle, and a drop before the pop. And that fat lady's going to come out here, and she is going to put on a song. And you should look right here at this drop and then this big nut sack. You see that drop and that big nut sack? Look here. There's your drop. There's your drop, and then there's your nut sack. And this is the same thing. Your drop, accumulate, nut sack, fly. Drop, accumulate, nut sack, fly. And even on this here, when it went drop, nut sack, then up here and the hitch, here it is, drop, nut sack, up here, hitch, and gone. It's going to hitch and go. I'm telling you, this is called the hitch and go pattern here. And I've fooled many, many defenders with this when I was a quarterback. I'd have my receiver out here on the flat, and he'd run down here and then come back here and throw his hands up, and I'd fake that pump, and that defender cuts across for the interception. It's the hitch and go. And, baby, he just catches that 360 and runs while that guy cuts in front of him, and he's off to the end zone. And that's what's going to happen right here and now. This is going to be the hitch and go. Watch it, folks. The same thing is here. The rundown, up here, the nut sack, up here, the hitch and the go. Here's the accumulation, the rundown, the nut sack, the hitch and the go. Watch it, folks. Just watch and see if I'm right or wrong. Oh, yeah, baby. I can hear the sounds. I can hear the sounds reverberating. I hear the sounds reverberating. They're in the water, folks. And I'm telling you right now, this sucker, if it comes down, it's just swallowing them right now. It's putting them in its mouth. This porpoise is throwing them in his mouth, and soon it's going to throw its head back and swallow them all. Watch it, folks. It's got its mouth closing on them right now. It's just getting a whole mouthful of them. This porpoise is going to get a whole mouthful of these, and then it's going to throw back its head, and it's going to jump with elation out of the surf. There's no way this son of a is going to go back to this 200-day moving average. No freaking way. It's going to bounce right here, right now. You will see. You will see, folks. Look at the size of these buys coming in. Look at all of the buyers. Look at the size of the candlesticks compared to what they're trying to sell over here. You see how puny that candlestick is? They're not trying to sell any shares there to get to the 200-day. There's no candlestick. There's no volume there. There's no volume. There's no heavy dumping. None at all. There's no volume on that candlestick, folks. None. As a matter of fact, it happens to be 7,700 shares. 7,700 shares. At 21.38, folks. At 21.38 a share. Why are they so in love with that number today? Hannah Hall says, I can't predict the market. Nope, but these charts can. These charts can. These charts can. And let me just tell you right now, my friend, that when you get a hold of a stock and you try to get yesterday's low to be lower than the days before by selling 10 million shares when the market opens, and you're trying this every single day, you're trying this every day, and you get this kind of reaction, that's not good. You're trying only the purpose of this right here, 2102, was to say the low was 20 cents lower than yesterday. That's the pure purpose of selling 10, 20 million shares right at the open to claim that the low was lower than yesterday. But folks, when you see a reaction like this to that, and then you see a bunch of herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking, and this afternoon, just so you realize this afternoon, I told all of my viewers that wait till you see what happens after all this herking and jerking. That's what I said this afternoon. I said, what do you see? Wait till you see what happens to this stock after they herk and jerk it all afternoon. And I mean that. I told them that. You can go back and watch the video from earlier. And what I told them was that this is the nut sack where they accumulated. This is herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. And then I said to them, you can only do this for so long until it explodes. Well, then after this early morning nut sack, they decided to try and get another one. And ladies and gentlemen, this duration on this nutsack was 30 minutes. And the duration of that nutsack was 30 minutes. And I pointed that out to everyone. And then I said, after you herk and jerk it so long, and then you get another equal 30-minute nutsack, this thing's going to blow its lid. And I was right. I told everyone that about an hour and a half ago. If you want to back this video up and see it, I told them it was going to happen. Because I told him when you get a big woody and then you keep on herking and jerking on it too long, it spews all over you and you get it in your hair. And now you see him again trying to herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk it. And they got another 30-minute duration of nut sack. Then they bring it over here and they herk and jerk it some more. Folks, it's the same thing as here. It's the same thing as they did here. 30 minutes of nut sacking, herk and jerk it a while, and boom, 30 minutes of nut sack, herk and jerk it, boom. 30 minutes of a nut sack this afternoon, herk it and jerk it, and what do you think's going to happen? Now, also, for you who are such a naysayer, let me show you why you should, obviously, it seems like you're shorting the stock. So I'm going to show you why you should get out right now. And if you don't understand this, there's nothing else I can do for you if you don't understand this. I'm going to take you to a 5-year chart. And if you don't understand this, it's just too bad for you. Because right now, SoFi is at this point in its journey. And right here, you saw this little move right here. And when you saw this drop right there, that was a pinpoint drop. And I want you to see the 5 and 10-day moving averages, the turquoise 5-day and the orange 10-day line. When this happened right here, they were very close together, the 5-day turquoise and the orange day 10. When this happened, they were tightly packed. And then it came up here and it got the little catch and then off it went. But now you've got here the same thing happening. You've got the drop and you got the buildup. And right here, though, look where the 5-day is above the 10-day. Look how far the 5 days over the 10-day. They're not stacked on top of each other like they were right there. They're not right next to each other, my friend. These things have separated, my friend, and you're screwed. This is momentum, baby. You're screwed. All shorts are screwed. There's no way this stock is not going to go from here to here and higher. Because, folks, there's never, ever been in this stock price range a stay in this price range. Never. And if you look down there, you can see back here for you, unfortunately, Shorty, there was no volume on SoFi in 2021 when it was in this range. There was no volume in it. None at all, folks. No volume in it. You can't even see these candlesticks when it was blowing through these prices up here. And this is where we are now. This is where we are, accumulating a shoulder. And it's never accumulated at that price in its life. Never. In fact, this line here was where the 10-day moving average line, the turquoise, was once and it was twice. The 10-day moving average. And we're over that now. You're screwed, dude. This thing's going to go all the way up here because on this volume, if it did it, what do you think it's going to do on this volume? What do you think it's going to do on this volume? You think it's going to sit right here now from there or here? You think it's going to sit there with this kind of volume behind it? You're out of your mind to think that. You're delusional if you think this stock is going to stay in this price range when it could never stay in this price range with no volume on it. And sorry, I'm going to keep showing people this every day, and they're all going to buy the shit out of this stock because of it. Don't mean to hurt your feelings, but you better watch out because I'm telling you, I've been trading for 25 years, my friend. I'm 65 years old. I think I'm smarter than you. I just have a hunch here that I'm smarter than you are. And I just proved it to you right there in front of everyone in this tank. And I will welcome you with open arms if you want to be friendly and nice. But we want to come in here and say, I can't predict anything. You better watch it because there's an old saying, Confucius say, better off keep one mouth closed, make people think you stupid, rather than open mouth and remove all doubt. I can corroborate this herkin jerkin business. Well, I'm here to tell you, people don't know what they're up against and what is about to happen. And I got news for you. All we need is for another 10,000 viewers today to come over here and see what I just showed everybody. Yesterday, I had 8,900 viewers on this channel watching that I just showed you guys again. And they're watching it every day, and they're seeing what I'm saying, and it makes sense to them. It makes sense to them. It makes logical sense. And I'm telling you, folks, it's going to happen so fast, and people just won't understand how it went from 21 to 25 and then how it leapt from there to 28. They just won't understand how it happened. But if they're on this channel and a member of this channel, they'll understand how. I can guarantee you that. Now it's time to do some auctioneering. I'm looking for a 2142 right here, but I'm at 2142, but I'm at 42, but I'm at 2142, but I'm at 2142, and I got a bid of a 2141. We got a 2142, I'm at 2142, and I'm at 2142. We're going to do it over here, though, folks. We're going to do it here. We're going to do it here, right here, folks. I'm looking for a 2188. Just sold 2188.69. Sold 2188.69. No, that can't be. That's SoFi. Oh, my average. Okay, good. I was getting a little worried. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we got a bid ask here, 2141. Sold 2141. Looking for 2142. 2142. Sold 2141. Sold 2141 and a half. Looking for 2142. Looking for 2142. Sold 2141 and a half. Sold 2141 and a half. Sold 2142. Sold 2143. Sold 2143. Sold 2143 and a half. And I told you it's auction time, baby. Sold 2143 and a half, 2144, looking for 2144, 4, get you on the door, get in the door before the door is closed. 2144, looking for 2144, sold 2143, sold 2143 and a half. Looking for 2144. They're going to close the door. You got to get some more right here on the floor. 2144. Don't deny it. You know you're going to adore it if you buy it here, ladies and gentlemen. 2144. Looking for 2144. Sold 2143 and a half. Looking for 21. Sold 2143 and a half. Looking for 2144. 2142 and a half. Sold there. 20. Oh, throw that out. 2143. Looking for 2144. 2143. Hey, get rid of that sign. Listen, no. There's no more 2142s. Throw that sign out. Forget about it. Get yourself, step up and get you a new sign. That's not going to work. Not going to work. 2143, 2143, sold 2143. Hey, sold 2142 and a half, 2143. 2143, sold 2142 and a half, sold 2142, looking for 2143. 3, looking for 2143, holding the 2143, looking for 47, 2142 and a half, sold 4142 and a half, looking for 2143. Looking for 2143, sold 2142 and a half, looking for 2143, 3, 2143. Folks, there's no volume here. There's none. There's none here, folks. Yep. There's no volume here right now. Looking for 2143, sold 2143, full price 2143 on the ask, sold. Now 2142 and a half, looking for 2143. 2143, 2143, 2143, looking for 2143, sold 12s, 4142.88. Folks, that's desperation. When they're asking 2143 and you see a 2142.88, it's done. Now we're looking for 2144. Looking for 2144, and I told you it was done, and it is done. It's over. It's fun. 2144. Get it right now. They're going to close the door at 2144. Oh, look at that. 2143.99 sold. Folks, that's again desperation. I love seeing buys at that number. 2143.99. When the ask is 2144, folks, and you get a 2143.99, that is sheer desperation. That is just, oh, there it is again. There it is again. Beautiful, folks. And now we're going to see 2144 any second. But when you start seeing buys 21,399, you should be happy. I've been around a long time, folks. I know these things. For a fact. 2143.99 is a good number to see pop up on that screen buying, folks. And they're going to do it again right now. 2144. I told you. And now we're feeling 2144, looking for 2145. Come on up in here. Oh, 2145. And we're looking for 2145. We got 2145 and a half. Sold. 2145 and a half. 2146. 2146. 2146. 2146. 2146 and a half. 2147. Here we go. 2148. 2147. 2148. Sold. 2147.5. Looking for 2148. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, around the fly. 2148. Looking for 2149. 2149. Over 2149. 999. Come on with you. Everything's fine. Jump on in. The water's fine. Here we go. 2149. Buying. Oh, my goodness gracious, the thing is flying. And this guy said I didn't know and couldn't predict anything. Oh, you don't know what's going to happen. You have no idea what's going to happen. You can't predict anything, Catfish. You're just guessing. 2148 now, looking for 2148. Looking for 2148, ladies and gentlemen. 2148, 2148. Come on, fill your plate. You can't wait. Come on, it was just 2143. And what did you do? Piss away that. You missed get a chance at 2144. Now you're buying 2148. You think it's going to stop there? It's not going to stop there. I already said it wasn't going to stop there. I already told you the price of this stock was not just going to swing 56 cents today. Let me show you what I mean, folks, for you guys that are just joining me. Recently, I've been following what SoFi's price is at the beginning of the day, at the open, what the high is, what the low is, how much the price ended up at. And then over here is the price swing on that day from high to low and how much it recovered. All right. Recently, the price swing has been $1.32, $1.12, $1.14. Yesterday, on low volume of 47 million shares, we only saw a swing of 80, but it came back 22 off the bottom. And folks, when this thing swung $1.12, it recovered 63 off the bottom. When it swung $1.14, it recovered $1.11 off the bottom. Here yesterday, it swung 80 and recovered 22 off the bottom. And today, it swung 54 so far. And I told you, no way is this stock just going to swing 54 cents today. That's not going to happen. Not when it swings $1.55, $1.32, $1.12, and $1.14. I said there's no way this high is where it's going to stay right now, folks. And that's why I told you to buy it earlier. And I was right. It's not going to just have this high for the day. It's going to swing more, people. It could swing $1. Folks, this thing could go up up to here now. It could right now. It could easily do that right now. I'm telling you, folks, this thing is going to go up, I believe, not just 54-cent swing today, but a lot more than that. And I would encourage you to be buying because of that now, because of the pattern we've seen over the last 5 or 6 days. Now, I make no guarantees. I'm not guaranteeing you anything, folks. I don't make guarantees. But I see patterns, and I understand what patterns mean. AMD stock, I'm all in. Here's why. Financial education, 876,000 subscribers. There you go. By the way, yes, I know AMD is a stock I've been holding since the year 2000. It's the AMD stock behind SoFi. I own SoFi, PLTR, and AMD are my top 3 positions that I hold. And I'm here to tell you right now, you see a manipulation down here at 205. Where do you see what happens 1 hour from now at 306? You ain't seen nothing yet, folks. In shorts, I'm warning you. If you don't believe what I'm saying, come back to this channel. You don't have to stick around here, but you can come back at 306 and see what happens. And I'm going to tell you this as well. If it doesn't start at 306, it could even this time start earlier. The run-up could start at 245. They may have already seen what happened yesterday at 306, and they might say, shit, I'm not waiting this time. I'm getting out. Because I told people yesterday, you better get out at 245 because you're not going to believe what happens at 306. And at 306, the son of a gun took off. And I told everyone, I told you so. So to this guy that just got through saying, I don't know what I'm talking about, yesterday I told everyone SoFi was going to take off at 306 in the afternoon. Go look at the chart yesterday. Go look at the chart yesterday. I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you right now. You see this time right here? What time was that? Hold on. Right there, you can see at 305. Look where the price was at 305. 305. But my friend, at 306, that thing freaking took off. And it went up all afternoon yesterday, all freaking from 306 to the close at 4 o'clock. And I called that at 306. I said, wait till you see what happens at 306. And gosh dang, look at the difference. Look at what a difference a day makes, folks. Look at this chart yesterday. Look at the difference a day makes. Look at this chart yesterday. And now look at the chart today. Oh my God, it's a friggin' tsunami. And holy cow, she's going off, man. She's going off. She is totally going off. Nothing like yesterday. Nothing like yesterday. Nothing like yesterday. She's freaking going off, man. They herked and jerked it too long, boys and girls. They just herked and jerked it too long. Hey, whoa. Whoa. Oh, yeah, baby. And what did I sing to you guys earlier? Accumulate, 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 accumulate. And we, shorts, and we gotta return by the end of the day. we owe shorts, we gotta return today. Oh yeah, Shorty done ran it down here selling everything they had, but now it's we owe short, we owe shares, we gotta return today. That's right. And look at that, folks. It's a friggin' short-eating crocodile. Look at that head on that thing. And look at the snout on it. And look at it sticking its tongue up. And all the shorts looking for more shorts to consume. Oh, my gosh, folks. And I called it. That poor guy, he didn't know what he had going, did he, when he came over here? Look at the frickin' one-day chart right now, folks. And this guy says, I don't know what I'm talking about, and I can't predict anything. Folks, that is a daggum Scooby-Doo right there. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Oh, short, screw you. I'm sorry, but it's over. A Scooby-Dooby-Doo. You're all screwed. Go find some four-leaf clover, because you're going to need some luck here this afternoon to get out of here. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, you're all screwed. You hurt and jerked it for too long. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, you're all screwed. You're hearing the Scooby-Herky-Jerk song. Just look at that thing. Ding-dong, baby. Ding frickin' dong, shorty. Take the ding-dong now, as a matter of fact. Take that ding-dong all afternoon. All afternoon, ride that ding-dong wave. And ladies and gentlemen, now SoFi is going to go over the high that we saw earlier today, because that's not high enough. That's not high enough. It's not high enough. Folks, it isn't high enough where it was today. The spread isn't big enough yet. The spread isn't big enough yet. It's still not big enough. The high to low spread is still not big enough. And you're going to see that here this afternoon. No matter what they try, watch what happens at 3:06, people. You know why? Because everybody is just passing around the information I just shared. No, I don't want to log off there. Hold on. I have this feeling for some reason that I've actually got two of these running at the same time, but I don't see that. Folks, this is over, man. We gonna break this line right here, and they know that this is terrible. They know where they're going. Oh, shit, they know what's over them. Folks, I showed you this 5-year chart. They can all see it, and maybe some of them just got through watching it, and they go, gosh, dang it, Catfish is right. Holy shit, over here, there was nothing that held it at this price before, and there was no volume on it. How can it stop there now? Well, it can't stop there now. It's never stopped there when there was even no volume on it. How's it going to stop here now when there's all this frickin' volume, everyone? I'll say it again. How is it possibly going to drop? Look at the 45 and 50-day gaping away from each other. This is PLTR, baby. This is following the footsteps of PLTR 2 years ago. I saw it. That's what PLTR looked like 2 years ago right there. Look at that 5-day. Look at the 5-day off the 10-day. Down here, the 5 and 10 were together on this little niche and move and spike. And now you got the niche and move and spike, and you're way here. Look at the 5-day off the 10-day. Down here, they were so pinched together when this happened. They're leaving each other now. Folks, this is too much momentum. This is too much power. This is too big of a wave to stop at this price. There's too much volume on it, folks. Again, years ago, going all the way back in time to 2021, there was never any way to stop this price here. It never, ever stopped at this price. Never did it. And there was no volume on it back then. Folks, I would contend that virtually no one owns this stock from here to here because look how much volume there was on it there. I can contend that no one, not any retailers, still owned in this price when this thing went from $23 down to $4. None of these up here are friggin' retailers, I can tell you that own any shares of SoFi. Not people like you and me. They wouldn't have suffered that kind of loss going from $23 and $28. That's right, folks. The price was all the way up here in one day. It went up this day. In one day, this price went all the way up, and they're not showing it because Yahoo doesn't want you to know it. But some people say that this price here was the highest it ever was, but that's a lie. That number that they're saying they're saying 2576. That number, folks, was not the highest. That's where SoFi closed on this day. This was the highest SoFi was. Up here at $28.46. That's the highest it ever was on one day spike. One day, folks. This is where it closed that day. This is where it closed at $25.76. But it jumped from $25 to $28 in one day, people. But Yahoo doesn't want you to see that. They don't want you to know the price went here. And if you do a Google search for how high SoFi was, you'll see right here, all-time high. Look at this lie up here, folks. The all-time high, it says, for SoFi's was $25.78. Wrong. That is absolutely a lie that they want you all to swallow and believe. That's not true. And up here it says all-time high, $25.78. That's a lie, people. And here they're saying right here, 52-week, folks, that's all a lie. That's all a lie. None of that is true. That's none of it true. Down here, I'll find you the truth somewhere. There it is. Right there. There's the truth. SoFi reached its all-time high January 31st, and that's not right. It was February the 1st, and the price was $28.26. Folks, I know what I'm talking about. And down here, look at them try to lie to you down here, saying, look at this report here by Yahoo. It says on June the 20th, 2025, just recently they lied here. SoFi's all-time high was about $27 per share. How can you be so blatantly lying about this company, folks? That is just a flat-out lie. Just one more lie, folks, in the bed of lies that all of these manipulators lie in together. Lying it together in the lying bed. Lying about this stock. Over and over, folks, they've lied about this stock, and I've busted them every time. And then I showed you yesterday, guess who came in and bought shares when they downgraded it? Oh, yeah, I showed you who bought. Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer just bought and increased their portfolio by about 15%. That's right. Oh, by the way, you might want to see something else here recently. I want you to see something here. This is very important, folks, for you guys to know, and I'm going to share it with you now. But before I do that, I'd like you to hit, at the same time, we're all going to hit the like button together. All right, and then I'm going to show you this. And you're going to love what I'm about to show you. I promise you. So we're going to hit the like button all together at the same time, and we'll do it at 2:18 and 48 seconds. And then I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your mind. So for right now, let's see you hit the emotions button. Let's get some hearts going. Let's get some smiles going, and let's get some happiness and some smiles and emotion. And then we're going to hit this button here in 10 seconds from now. Here we go, folks. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button. And then you're going to really like what I'm going to show you now. I'm going to turn this off. Thank you for helping. Thank you for helping. We've got 95 likes. Thank you for helping get up to 100. Now, let me show you something here, folks. I want you to know that right here, ladies and gentlemen, on the first 5 days ago, this group, Motley Fool Asset Management, LLC, I want you to know something about this, all right? I want you to see over here that they increased their portfolio by 51%. This is up at the top in this column. In this column up here, it says percent value raised or lowered, okay? Now, why am I showing you this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that on the Motley Fool, this company here, Motley Fool, on their board of directors of the Motley Fool right here, on their board of directors, and you can check this, is an individual by the name of Randy Zuckerberg. Does anyone want to guess who Randy Zuckerberg is? I'm just going to throw that out there and see if anyone can guess who Randy Zuckerberg is. She is a member of the board of directors of the Motley Fool. And I'll just tell you who she is. That's right, I said it. She is. Her name is spelled R-A-N-D-I. And she is Mark Zuckerberg's sister. Now, the reason I'm sharing this with you is because I'm just going to throw this out for speculation. Does anyone here think that there's a possibility with Motley Fool's asset management company on the first increasing their portfolio in SoFi by 51%? Do you think there's any chance that Mark Zuckerberg's sister might be asking or suggesting to her brother, we like this stock, and we're increasing our portfolio by 51% in it, Marky? All right. Now, what if Mr. Zuckerberg decides to join in with Randy and all of the Motley Fool at the board of... I mean, folks, these people, they know what they're doing. They're not buying alone, as I said yesterday about Cathie Wood. She wasn't buying alone, folks. She's buying alongside Oppenheimer, who is part of the biggest lie that ever was committed against SoFi. And I showed you all that yesterday, Oppenheimer. And Oppenheimer recently just got through adding to their portfolio as well and increased by 48%, 15.48%. So, folks, I want you to know that this is a very good signal to see Motley Fool buying into SoFi, okay? And I also want you to know that it's also very good when we start to see insurance companies buying. Okay, we want to see insurance companies. And this one just took up a brand new position. It just took up a brand new position of 3,900 shares. But I want you to know, folks, that there's a lot of pension money coming into SoFi now. All right, pension money. And that one, their pension financial group increased their portfolio from 23,000 and they increased their portfolio value by 52%. And the one above them increased their portfolio by 170%. Integrity Alliance. And they've got integrity, folks, and to uphold too. They got 27,000 shares. Look up here. Look at these increasing their portfolios by 170%, increasing by 295%. 295% they increased. Oh yeah, baby. All of them buying SoFi on the dip. This one here increased 108% yesterday. Or I don't know what the date was here. On the 4th. 2 days ago. 2 days ago, folks. This one here, Freestone Capital buys 33. They're holding 33,000, and they increased their portfolio by 77%. The one above that doesn't have many shares, but they increased their portfolio 100%. Up here, increasing their portfolio, they own 1.5 million shares. State of Michigan retirement system. Whoa! I get to add them, folks. I have a list here. Look at this. I want to show you guys something. You've never even seen this list I have. That's right. You've never seen this list. It's state funds, SoFi state funds. And now we get to add state of Michigan. All right. On 8/6/2025, state of Michigan. They've already bought up here, folks. I believe they bought earlier. But no, I don't see them now. Let's put them in. State. Gosh, dog, I had the caps looking button on. State of Michigan. State of Michigan. Yay. And they increased their portfolio by how much? 56.58%. Nice. How sweet is that? Another state retirement system. We've got a lot of them, folks. Utah, California, New York, state of New Jersey, Wyoming, state of Michigan. They're throwing their retirement money in, folks, into SoFi. I know some of you have never seen that before. Should stay a while, Hannibal. Some great new waves here. I can collaborate. All right. I love it. Look at them trying to, once again, they're going to get devoured, folks. 21.27. They just, this porpoise is just eating more shorts right now, just eating them alive. It just swallowed a whole nother mouthful, and it's going to throw its head back and swallow them all. This thing's going to bounce, folks. It's going to run up off this line, I promise you. And I don't make many often promises, but I'm going to show you this thing on a freaking long-term chart. And you better look at this thing right now, folks, because this is a freaking heartbeat. You know what that looks to me like? I'll show you what that looks to me like. To me, this right here that we're looking at right there, to me, that looks a lot like this. All right? That looks a lot like that right there. I had to flick the picture so that it was going the same direction. But obviously this is SoFi breaking records. So, but to me, that looks like what we're seeing right there. Breaking the friggin' sound barrier right there, baby. That's what it looks like to me right there. Look at this. You know what time it is, folks? We've got 100 individuals here in the tank, over 100. And I'm going to sing a song. Well, this morning, without warning, they ran it down. And what they got, you see, you found the nutsack. Yeah, this morning, without warning, they ran it down this morning. When everybody saw it was a nutsack. And on the nutsack is a little lovely place where we all buy SoFi, yeah. Nutsack, baby. We bought the nutsack, baby. Well, then later, she ran about up and then she ran on up and you could see it rise. Oh, she went up high and everybody buyers, but they all got fooled by the short surprise. 'Cause a little bit later, they ran it down later. You can see it got right there. Another nutsack, baby. That's when the shorts attack. Nutsack, oh, nutsack. Oh, yeah, the shorts attack. We buy the nutsack. And everybody's buying it. There's no denying it. There you can see it was a nice nutsack. They got him some more while it was there on the floor. And they drug around the hairy frickin' nutsack. There, all the nutsack is a lovely little place where we all buy together on the nutsack, baby. The hairy nutsack, baby. Nutsack, oh, nutsack. Oh, yeah, the nutsack. The nutsack. Yeah, nutsack. It's a nutsack. Oh, yeah, the shorts attack on the nutsack. And he knows that she's going, he blowing, she's staying. Here you hear the sound and around it, and everybody's buying on the nutsack. Oh, there's no way denying, everybody's buying on the nutsack. Nutsack, yeah, the nutsack is a lovely little place where we all buy SoFi, yeah. Oh, the nutsack, baby. Oh, the nutsack, baby. Nutsack, 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 nutsack. shorts got busted. Yeah, everybody's buying. There's just no denying by the nutsack. Oh, yeah, everybody's buying shorts, so I'll be crying and frying, and no denying on the nutsack. It's a lovely little place where we all buy SoFi. Yeah, oh, the nutsack, baby. Yeah, the nutsack, baby. Oh, you gonna wait it, see at 3:06. The shorts are really gonna find themselves in a fix. I'm telling you now, better get out, my friend, before 3:06, cause your party will end on the nutsack and the little known place where we buy SoFi. Yeah, but that baby on the nutsack, but nutsack, oh nutsack, the nutsack, buying on the nutsack. Yeah. Now let's just let the energy of that song propel across the countryside and come in like a wave. And folks, I'm telling you, we all know what's coming this afternoon. We all know what's coming. Yes, sir. You get that big old nut sack there and you herk and jerk it long enough and boom. Then you get the big old nut sack there and you herk and jerk it and boom. And then you get the big old nut sack and you herk and jerk it and boom. Boom, baby, boom time. We're headed for boom time. We're headed for boom time now. And you can clearly see nutsack lower, nutsack lower, nutsack lower, nutsack higher, much higher than lower, lower, higher, higher, higher. And this thing's going to go, folks. She's going to fly. Shorty borrowed shorts all morning. Now I'm here to tell you, warning, they got to return those shares. They got to buy them. They got to buy them from the market, folks. They got to buy them back. This is a 5-day chart. Look at the 3 days ago, nutsack, run. 2 days ago, nutsack, down. Now, nutsack, run. Folks, just look at this today. You better look at this today. You better look at it right now. Look at it. 5-day moving average crossing the 10. And this 45 and 50, which were descending and descending and descending and descending and descending, stopped descending right there. And now it is ascending, along with the 5-day, which is ascending, and the 10-day, and all momentum is going up. The 200 is rising, the 45 and 50 are rising, the 5-day is rising, and the 10-day is rising on this chart. On the 20-day chart. This is the 1-day chart, folks. That's the 1-day chart. That's the 1-day chart, and it looks beautiful. Look at the 200-day moving average, folks. Look how they tried to plateau it out there as they got that nut sack, and look at it just jump off that nut sack. And it's going to jump off this nut sack too, folks. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You wait 30 minutes from now. Write down the price right now at $21.42. 30 minutes from nutsack time ending. Cat Dan Paul's Hurricane says it's Cat 5. Hurricane, it's at category 5. Oh, yeah. Casey says that's the best song ever. Hurricane Lopez presents Un Poco Mas. The songs are the best part. Hurricane. Oh, yeah. Hey, Hurricane, let me ask you a question. I hope you're still here. Hurricane, I got to ask you this question. I got to ask you this question right now, Hurricane. I'm going to ask you right now. I want you to answer me this question right here and now. Please answer this question for me. Okay, I want to show you, Hurricane. Right now, I'm showing you the 5-year chart. Please answer me this question. Hurricane, are you still there? Yep. Yeah, watch this, Hurricane. Now, answer me this question. As you can see, where the price is right now is that red hyphenated line. All right, Danny. Now, where the price is now on this hyphenated line, has the price ever sat here before at this price in its history over 5 years? Has it ever sat in this price range before? Now, Danny, why I say this is because, as you can see, the price leapt up to here, and it did it in 3 days. And look at the volume, Danny. Look at the volume. When it collapsed from here to here, it did it in a week. Look at the volume. When it ran up from here, where we are now, up to here, look at it do that in 3 days. And look where the volume was. Now, look over here, Danny, how fast it dropped. Look at the volume. Now, why I want you to know and ask you this is because I don't believe really anybody owns any shares anymore, retail buyers in this price range at all. I think every single person like you and me and every Tom and Dick and Harry would have got out of this thing very quickly when it went from 23 and 22 and fell to $4 back on David Chiaverini Day. 445 a share. But listen, Danny, I don't think anyone owns shares through this range at all, virtually none. And I see that while it was going up and down through this range in this territory, there was no volume on it. How in the hell is it going to stay at this price right now with this kind of volume, Hurricane? How's it going to stay in this price range now where it has never, ever before been? How can it do that? How can it stay there now with this much volume pouring in and escalating? How in the world can it stay there now when it could never stay at that price 4 years ago on no volume at all, Hurricane? Yep, that's my main thing I'm showing people every day. I tell people this every day. Yesterday I told 8,300 people on this channel, I showed them this. And I say there's no way on that chintzy little volume that it stayed there, it never stayed there before. How in the is it going to stay there now? Well, it's not going to. Now, another thing, technically, I showed everybody, Danny, if you're still here, was I showed everybody a period right here where SoFi came down here to the 45 and 50 day. That white line's the 45, the yellow is the 50 day. And I showed everybody the price dropped down to that. And look how close the 45 and 50 were together. Now, I want you to see that after it dropped here, it formed this little rise, and then it went up here for a niche, just a little shoulder. And look where the 45 was, the white line from the 50-day yellow. Look at the distance on that drop. Well, now move up here and take a look at this. You've got the same formation up here right now, Danny. You've got the same formation right here. It's doing the same thing right there. But look at the 5-day for the 10-day is. Look at the gap between the 5 and the 10. They're not stacked up on each other like they were down here where I just showed you. They're not stacked on each other and just right next to each other. There's a huge gap between the 5 and 10-day now. And this is the same formation as we saw back here. Folks, I'm telling you, it's the same dang formation. It's the same formation, just with a very different scenario. This run up, this pull down, this move, and up here to that little hitch. But look where the 5-day and the 10-day were apart from each other there. All right, you see the difference? We've got that same formation. This exact same look to it right here is happening right now, right here. It's doing it again right there. Man, it's an exciting time to own this stock, bro. And I think there's nothing going to stop it on any news from shooting right up to here. And also, Danny, I show people on here several other lines of resistance. And this line up here is $28, which you probably know. SoFi hit that price, $28.27. It hit that price in 1 day. $28.27. It hit that price in one day. It went from $25 to $28 in one day. It was February the 1st, 2123. But you know what? Yahoo won't show you that. That's right. Yahoo does not show you that when you look at the chart. They don't ever even show you that the price was higher than that price right there. They don't show you. This is the price right here where some people at what say the high was at $25.17, but that was a closing price on February the 2nd. This is another price some people say the SoFi high was at $25 and change, and that also is false. That is false. If you do a Google search for SoFi's all-time high, they're trying to tell you that this one says SoFi's all-time high was about $27. Lie. Up here, this one says SoFi's all-time high, closing price $25.78. But folks, that's just the closing price. The price hit $28 that day in one day, but they don't want you to know that. They don't want you to see that on the chart either. The reason they don't want you to see that is because they'd rather you be a victim to their little ploy, and they want you to sell there thinking that was the maximum high it ever was. That was the low closing price. That was the low of it that day. This was the closing price that day, and this was the high that day. Daisy, welcome. Paul No Name, look at the volume, Danny. Yeah, look at the friggin' volume. I don't know if he's still here or not. You still here, Danny, or did you get on out of here? Well, I'm glad you were here for the Nutsack song. I appreciate you being in and dropping in on the tank today. You really flavored it up nicely coming in here, Danny. We appreciate you dropping in on the tank today. And you're an icon, and I give credit to you. If you're still here, Hurricane, I give you credit for me starting this channel about SoFi 2.5 years ago. You're the man that inspired me because you exposed David Chiaverini on May the 15th for the sucker that he was. And I know that without you doing that, I would have never been so inspired. As soon as I heard you say that and you tell about David Chiaverini, I started this channel the next day to echo what you were saying. Wendy, hello, Wendy. Welcome to the tank. So, and everybody knows that, Hurricane, if you're still here, that I give you full credit for being behind me, discovering the BS about David Chiaverini and then starting this channel. And as you can see now, we're up to almost 21,000 subscribers here and growing fast. And just so thank you very, very much. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny. And folks, if you don't know about Danny Deals, go over to his channel, Hurricane Lopez. He's a SoFi icon. I'm not kidding, folks. He has been here forever supporting SoFi. And thank you very much. Hurricane Lopez presents Un Poco Mas. This Nutsack song is right in my wheelhouse. Share it with your people, folks. Share it, Danny. You can sing it on your channel. You're welcome to sing it on your channel, Danny. Do it with your own Danny flavor. Do it with your own Danny flavor, please. And again, thank you, Hurricane Lopez, for gracing us with your presence here in the tank. And guys, go over there and make sure you subscribe and support his channel too. Wendy says, yes, I just back from attendance mass. Ah, good. Good, good. Well, that offering was a killer 11 grand to 8 grand. Ouch. Dan Paul says the ascending nutsack was Kat's midget girlfriend's favorite. Oh, goodness. I did a poll this morning, Did you watch the video I put up last night about thumbnails on YouTube? And it says out of 286 votes, 22% said yes. Hey, Alexa, what is 286 times 22%?
286 times 22% is 62.92.
All right. Well, thank you for watching, everyone. And right now, we now have about 14 minutes or 16 minutes until this price takes off. 16 minutes until SoFi explodes. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to play you some of my music while I take a little 5-minute break. And I hope that you do indeed enjoy this music that you'll be listening to. And all of this music can be listened to also on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, and many, many, many other music sites. There are tons of them. And so I hope that you'll consider coming over to my channel and clicking on my playlist and listen to my music. All you have to do, folks, is come over to my channel when you get on it and then click on right here the word playlist. And there it is right there. So I'm going to play starting right now while I take a little break, and I'll be right back, folks. Hope you enjoy this music. I'll be back in 5 minutes. The word playlist. And there it is right there. So
got my old stack of Beatles, turn it up. Yes, you're gonna wanna fire up. Have to wait to see. Lots of times she won't, other times she will. But just in case you don't, I park her on the hill. She's a 63, used to be baby blue, but in lots of places you can see the rust coming through. Buckles hanging low, a man wall in the road. But me and my old Beetle, that lightens up our load. My Beetle's got a name, I call the ladybug. Jack carpet on the floorboard from my old lady's rug. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, yeah, this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my ladybug and I'm gonna take her for a ride. But there's more I gotta tell you about my Beetle freak ways. When I'm riding in my Beetle, I can hear my Beetles play. Like the steering on the cranky yellow submarine. Got my Beetles in my Beetle, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, it ain't no lie. Beetles in my 8-track, baby, by my side. Rockin' and rollin', that's what we love to do. Me and my baby on a Beetle cruise. That's what we love to do. Oh, looks like you're gonna have to get over here in the driver's seat, honey. Gonna have to push starter. Yeah, looks like I forgot to park on the wheel this time. Sorry, baby. My Beetle's got a name. I call her the ladybug. Jack carpet on the floorboard from my old lady's rug. Muffler's hanging low, my ball up in the road. But me and my ladybug, well, that just lightens up our load. Yeah, I'm a little freak, this ain't no lie. Jumping in my ladybug to take her for a ride. Rockin' and rollin', that's what we love to do. Beatles in my Beetle on a Beetle cruise. Come on, Jimmy, take the wheel. Take her for a ride. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, and this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my ladybug. We're gonna take her for a ride. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. That's what we love to do. Got my Beatles in my Beetle, and we're on a Beetle cruise. Yeah, that's what we love to do.
you just got through listening to a song by me, Tyler herself, Beals in My Beetle. And you can find that on all of your music providers. Like I said, thank you for enjoying that. Well, I took a little break, got myself some more water. And, well. Waiting on 306, folks. Waiting now on 306 to come. That's all we're waiting for. That's what I think. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep. This is the song this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all been accumulate, 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 accumulate. And then she breaks. And now they're trying to accumulate up here. They're trying to accumulate at a number I told you would next. I said now they're going to run it up here and they're going to try to accumulate there and where they got it there and there and there. Very few times now where they are now. They couldn't accumulate so many times now where they are right now. Folks, I don't believe that they are going to do one more time at 2138. I don't believe they can do one more hit at 2138. I think they're done. I think their goose is cooked. I think that they're over. I think they've tried to hold this stock down all afternoon. Down now. Look, I want you to pay attention to something. Hey, Savannah. Savannah, look how much it's down here. 0.66. Look how much it's down. You said this doesn't matter. Huh. Had to grab a few grapes. And no, they wouldn't try to hold it down just 0.66. You're just looking for that, Catfish. Yep. I'm just looking for this. You're right. I am looking for it, Savannah. And I see it with my own two eyes. And I'm watching it just sit here. And folks, I've also got news for you that we are now 10 minutes away from this thing breaking away from the 6-6 for good. And you'll just be able to watch it happen. And as I said to you, they may have already been watching what happened yesterday at 306, and they may decide not to try it again today. They might just decide, no, I'm not going to wait till 306. Tyler's right. Catfish is right. I'm not waiting till 306 today. And they might start making their way to the exits right now. Folks, they've got to buy shares from people that don't want to sell them now. See? They've got to buy shares from people that don't want to sell them now because all the fake shares that were already sold and manipulated shares and borrowed shares, they're gone now. So they don't have them anymore. And you can see now, we've got the 6-6 is gone and the 13 just disappeared. Both of them are gone, folks. This 13, the 6-6, no more. No more. No more. Goodbye. Adios, amigos. And we're not even, folks, we're not even at 306 yet. Good luck with that right there. Couldn't hold the 6-6, and they're not going to hold that either, people. I'm guarantee you that. No way, baby. Not my book. I don't see it happening. It's not even 306 yet, folks. It's not even 306. And here they are trying to hold 0.66 down. Why would they even try that right now? It's not even 306, folks. Nice try, Shorty, but that ain't going to hold up for you, I'm afraid. And by the way, Savannah, you can absolutely see that what I was talking about, I'm dead on. I'm dead on. I got him. I got him. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this. I honestly believe we will see a push to try to get right before 306 at 305. They're going to try to get a 2133 or 2131. At 3 o'clock to 305, they're going to try to get a 2133 or 2131 for the last time today. That's my call, so that's where I'd have my buy orders if I were you. Now, again, they may not even get there. They may not even get there. Time now is 3 o'clock, folks. We're ringing 3 o'clock in. Power hour time. Power hour right here coming on, folks. Power hour coming down the tube. Oh, yeah. Power hour. And Shorty, oh my gosh, you can't even get a 2138 to hold. Folks, this thing's out of here. There's no way they're going to reach 2133, people. No friggin' way this thing's going to reach 2133 or 31 if it's already 3 o'clock and they're not even aiming for it. That is out of here, man. This is it. They're done. They're spent. Their wad is blown. I'm calling it right now. Their wad is blown. They can't even get to 2138 right before 306, which is a number that they love. They love that number, 2138, and they can't get there now, and they're not going to get there, and this thing is going to take off this afternoon from this price, and it's going to start happening in 6 minutes from now. 6 minutes from now, and it could even just start right now. They might not wait till 306. And let's see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. And look how much they're trying to hold it down. 66, folks, and it's gone. It's gone. It's out of here. It's over. It's already on its way out of here, folks. They're not going to be able to market manipulate it, hold it down. No way. No way. No way. No way, baby. And they're going to try in hell to get a 2144 close. They're going to try like all they can to get a 2144 close, people. I promise you. I don't think they can, though. Right now, they're trying to get a 13 cent down close, which is nothing. That's pitiful for them. Sorry, shorts, but this thing's going to fly here in 4 minutes and 15 seconds. You should be listening to what I'm saying. It's going to take off. You now have basically 3 minutes to get out of here. Watch it go up, folks. Look at it rising. Oh, man. Shorts, I'm sorry, but it is time to throw in and concede here. You're going to be in a very bad situation if you sit here much longer with this. You're going to be in, you're got a tiger by the tail, shorts. I'm telling you, you're trying to hold on to something that's going to whip you right off of it. This bull, you got to be ready to ride it. And I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I don't think you're ready to get on this one. I don't think you are. You look scared. Shorty, you look scared right now. That does not look like a look of confidence. You look scared. He is scared. Ah! You should be. Wait till you see what happens in 2 minutes from now, 2.5 minutes from now. Watch what happens. And you're all going to be sitting there with your mouths just hanging open, stunned. I know you will, because you don't believe what I'm saying. But you better look and watch. And you better watch the buyers start coming in right now. And the time now, ladies and gentlemen, is 3:05. Almost 3:05, folks. And look at that candlestick. 175,000 shares. 175,000. And look at the buyers coming in, folks. The time has come. Your time is up, shorts. This is the end of it right now for you. Right now. And the time now is 3:04. And here comes 3:05 right now. Let's hit the like button at 3:05 in 8 seconds. Right now. Let's hit it, hit it, hit it. Folks, I'm telling you, you now have 50 seconds to get out of this stock. You got 50 seconds to get out, or you're gonna have a major, major pain. And you don't have to believe what I'm saying. You can just watch. And thank you for all of you guys throwing up that emotion right there. I really appreciate that. The channel needs to get a lot of that emotion lotion. So I'll throw some in too. And there's a hard on for you and a hard on for me. A hard on the screen for everybody to see. There's a hard on for me and a hard on for you. A hard on the screen and all the shorts are getting screwed. Oh yeah, they're going to get screwed. This is the last gasp. 3:06, folks. You better dump a bunch of shares. Watch it bounce. Here they come. The buyers are moving in now. Look at the shorty's mouth opening. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this thing. Watch its mouth open. Watch the volume come in. 3:06, folks. This is the time. This is the time. Volume now, 31,000 on this candlestick. Volume is 31,338, 31,438. 100 shares just bought to make it go up. 32,328, 32,438, 32,538, 32,000. Very low volume coming in yet, still low. 32,538. And now we're on the next candlestick. 2,600 buy on the ask. 2,600 buying on the ask. 4,300 on this candlestick. Now 5,000 on it. Now 5,160. Now 5,360. 200 shares bought. Now 9,128. 3,000 shares right there, and it's buying in on the ask. 12,987. 3,000 more that came in to dump 3,000. Volume now 14,587 on this candlestick. Now 3,000 a share dump again. 3,000 dump. 17,000 now. 741. We're on the next candlestick now. 1,708 on the ask. 1,708 all bought on the ask. Now there's a 7,000 share buy on the ask right there. 2,000 buy on the ask. We're at 10,419 on this candlestick. Now 15,000. Someone just bought 5,000 on the ask. Kaparamat Kanem, Marilyn Akhtar, Victor Marmaleo, Barry, Doc Airline, Maseo, Del Jamon, Don Bordelon, Sugar Snake, Don Hill, A. Jansen, yes. Kabira, Alex Bacall, Gary Inwards, Ronald Hart, Alan Ceda. Yeah, Alan Ceda Jones, Capera, Matt Tekken, Brunette or Die, Samantha. Yes. JP, Nicole, Pale Pinkus, Humanoid, Kalsha, Keisha, Wendy Twang, World Free Speeds, Jimmy Lopax. Oh my gosh, look at this thing, folks. Look at it, bring it over the 45 and 50 right now. Breaking over the 45 and 50 now. There she goes. And shorts, you were warned. Shorts, you were warned to get out at 306. You should have got out. Look at it jump over that freaking thing. Shorty should have got out at 305. Oh, yeah, they can't hold on to this thing and survive. No, sir. Shorty should have got out there. Should have got out at 305 right here. Now she's breaking over the 45 and 50 day. All buyers coming in. This volume is 48,000 on this candlestick now. 48,757. 48,000, 51,000. See, a 3,000 share dump. 51,583. 51,583. 51,683. 51,000. That was just 100 shares just bought there. 51,983. 300 share buy. 52,580. 72,000. That's 20,000 dump there. 20,000 share dump there. 79,000 is a 7,000 share. 82, there's a 3,000 share. 84 now. We're at 84,000 on this candlestick. All selling on that candlestick. The next candlestick, all buying. 11,000 just came in on the ask. Now we're up to 12,000. Now we're at 13,000. 15,000, 16,000. We're at 16,160. We're at 17,060. 900 shares just bought there. 25,000, 26,000. That's on the ask, folks. 6,000 shares on the ask. 28,000. The volume on this candlestick now 28,000. 29,512. The volume of the candlestick now is 29,612. 31,812. 33,000. And most of those are buyers, folks. Almost all buyers on that candlestick. Next candlestick, 1,500. Now 4,000 on it. Now 9,000. Someone just bought 5,000 there. We're at 96.51 on it. Very slow right now. No movement. Now 10,000 shares. 11,476. Now 13,537. There's 400 shares just bought there. We're at 14,723. We're at 18. Someone just bought 4,000 on the ask. We're at 18,576, 18,742. And we're on the next candlestick now. 8,500, all dumping. 8,888 now, all dumped. 8,988. 9,988. 10,088. 10,697. 12,923. 13,123. 13,223. 100 shares there. 14,223. There's 1,000. 14,523. 300 on the buy. 15,723. Buyers coming in on the ask. 15,723 on this candlestick. 15,823. We're on the next candlestick now. All buys, 6,140. There's another 1,000, all buyers. Now 2,000 more, and they're all buyers, folks. These are all buyers on this candlestick. Is it 317 yet? Folks, another number that they like to come in on is 317 on SoFi. And folks, it just triggered at 313, coincidentally. 313, folks, is when that happened right there. When that 90-degree turn on this line happened was at 313, folks. The 90-degree turn on the 5-day moving average happened at 313. That's when they had it, 313, folks. Look at that thing go. And folks, this time there's not going to be herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky. This thing's gone. This thing's gone. And you can see it right now. And they're not going to wait till 317. They're going in now. This candlestick, 70-cent buyers, 70,000 shares, 70% buyers. This candlestick, 21,000 equal buyers and sellers. Now we're at 24,000, so that's a 3,000 share buy. We're at 31,000 now. She's breaking over, folks. She's going to break this resistance right now. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Get ready. And they're going to start it at 317, folks. And here we go, folks. She is out of here. That is the end of the accumulate number. This was the accumulate number. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. It's gone, folks. 2138 is out of here, folks. In my opinion, it's over. And it isn't even actually 317 yet. I've already told you guys 306 is one time, and that was right here. And now we're at 317 right here. 317. 317. Time now is 316. And look at it breaking over. Look at the volume buying in at 317. Look at the exponential bounce off the simple moving average and run up. It's over, folks. This thing's going to run from 317 on. And if you're not out yet, you should be now. You should definitely be getting out now. TNXP, it's now almost 6%. Great time to get some. Look at SoFi run, folks. The question you should be asking yourself now is, if the price was already up here at 21.56 And then all of this selling has gone up from 2156 all the way down, selling borrowed shares, selling borrowed shares, selling borrowed shares. Nutsack song got sang. I pulled out my guitar right there. Go look at the video. Go look at the video. You can go back to 1 hour ago and you will hear me sing the Nutsack song. And then I sang it again, I think, right there. The Nutsack song. Goodness gracious, look at that thing go, folks. Dang, look at that thing throwing back its head and swallowed all of them that they tried to force in its mouth right there. I told you it would do it too. I said this thing's going to throw back its head after they tried to close its mouth, and it's going to swallow them all and shit them out down here. Well, of course they are. There's where its nutsack is, and there's asshole. Right? Yeah, it sure is. Bye-bye, stock. Buy shorts. Don't let the door hit you. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. This thing's out of here, folks. There's no holding this thing down 13 cents into the day. No freaking way. And I told you it wouldn't happen. I told you guys that wasn't going to happen today. I told you it wouldn't happen. I told you it was not going to happen, folks. And what I said to that guy that was here earlier, as I said, you better look at this low here, because that was 10 million shares dumped just to reach that low today. A waste of money. And then the next low was here. The next low was higher. 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 And that's all we're going to see from now until the next earnings call. Higher lows every day. And I also want you to know that we're going to take advantage of something I figured out today. I'll show it to you now. What I figured out today, going back to 3 days before the earnings call, is when they opened the price, they attacked it down this day. After the open, they attacked it down 38 cents. The next day, they attacked it down 38 cents. The next day, they attacked it down 35 cents at the open. The next day, they attacked it down the day before earnings, 45 cents at the open. The day of earnings, they made it fall $2.57 at the open. And then the next day, they made it fall 40 cents at the open. The following day, 2 days after earnings, they made it fall 18 cents. Then on the news about the $1.5 billion shelf offering, they made it fall $1.10 at the open. And then the day after that, 81, then 67 cents day before yesterday, and then 45 cents. We're back to the 45s, 35s, 38s, and 38s at the beginning of the day down. Tomorrow, folks, whatever this price closes at today at the end of the day, I want you to put your buy order in 38 cents below it. All right? In the morning when the market opens, we should see, if things stay as they have been at the open, how much they're running it down. So, just so you guys can see this, I'm going to take this even further back in time as we watch SoFi's price climb the rest of the afternoon. And but let me take this further back in time. And I want to get out another piece of paper because this one got something all over it. And we're going to start off here with March the 1st. So we're going to put 3-1. Oh, that's too far back. Let's get more relative. Yeah, well, hold on, folks. I'm in the wrong place here. I'm in the wrong place. All right, here we go. Let's start off with July the 16th. That's a good number. July the 16th. 716. Alexa, what is 20.97 minus 20.77? Well, I know that. That's 20 cents.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right, so this is how much down each day. How much down at the open? How much down after open? That's what this list is going to be. And I want you to see something very interesting. On July the 16th, from the open of 2097, it went down to 2077 and then closed at 2139. Oh my gosh. And Alexa, what is 21.39 minus 20.77?
21.39 minus 20.77 is 0.62.
So it went up 0.62 by the close of the day. Next, here, this is the 17th. Now we're going to be the 17th. That was the 16th. Now we're on the 17th. Alexa, what is 2150 minus 2142? Well, I already know that. That's 8 cents.
I'm not quite sure how to
All
help
right.
you with that.
And then after they ran it down 8 cents on the 17th, July the 17th, how much did it come off the low of the 2142 down 8 cents? It closed 2209. Alexa, what is 2209 minus 21.42?
From Visual Fractions.
Alexa, stop. What is 22.09 minus 21.42? Alexa, what is 22.49 minus, what is the damn number again? Dadgummit, 17th. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. Alexa, what is 22.09 minus 21.42?
22.09 minus 21.42 is 0.67.
So the day before, it came up 62 off the low. This time, it came up 67 off of it. All right. Now we're going to July the 18th. Alexa, what is 22.31 minus 21.35?
22.31 minus 21.35 is 0.96.
90-cent drop.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Okay. 718. Alexa, what is 21.81 minus 21.35?
21.81 minus 21.35 is 0.46.
So that day it recovered 46 cents. All right. Now we're on July 21st. 7:21. Alexa, what is 21.95 minus 21.09?
21.95 minus 21.09 is 0.86.
86 cents. The day before, 96 cents. All right. Alexa, what is 21.16 minus 21.09?
21.16 minus 21.09 is 0.07.
It came back only 7 cents off the bottom that day. All right. All right. Next, we're on the 22nd, 7:22. Alexa, what is 20.79 minus 19.82?
20.79 minus 19.82 is 0.97.
96, 2 days before down, now 97 down. All right. Alexa, what is 21.16 minus 20? Well, that's 7 cents. Again, 2 days back to back, it only went up 7
I'm not
cents.
quite sure how to help you with that.
Huh. See, the day before, the low, the price was 21. See, yeah. Oh, the day before was down here. 721, 2109, and it only came up to 2117, 7 cents up. And here we got a 1982. I'm sorry. The 22nd. Alexa, what is 20.79 minus 19.82?
20.79 minus 19.82 is 0.97.
All right. And then it came back off the 1982 from the low of the day of 1982 to 2098 on the 22nd. All right, Alexa, what is 20.98 minus 19.82? Alexa, what is 20.98 minus 19.82?
20.98 minus 19.82 is 1.16.
Wow. It came back $1.16. Wow, from the 1982 low to 2098. Yep, $1.16 up. Wow. The 23rd. Alexa, what is 21.21 minus 20.86?
21.21 minus 20.86 is 0.35.
All right.
I'm not quite sure.
Alexa, what is 21.56 minus 20.86?
21.56 minus 20.86 is 0.7.
0.7 cent return again. Look at that, folks. We had a 7 cent there, and now only 7 cents there. All right. Now we're on this 24th, 724. Alexa, what is 21.75 minus 21.37?
21.75 minus 21.37 is 0.38.
My goodness. Alexa, what is 21.51 minus 21.37?
21.51 minus 21.37 is 0.14.
Came back 14 cents that day.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Now we're on the 25th. Alexa, what is 21.52 minus 21.17?
21.52 minus 21.17 is 0.35.
Oh, well, they did that 2 days before. They ran it down 35 and only let them come back 7. Okay. Alexa, what is 21.20? Oh, well, that's only 3 cents came back. Only 3 cents back. Only 3 cents coming back. That's interesting.
Sorry, I don't know that.
Alexa, what is 21.22 minus 20.77?
21.22 minus 20.77 is 0.45.
Oh. Okay. Alexa, what is 21.02 minus 20.77? Alexa, what is 21.02 minus 20.77?
21.02 minus 20.77 is 0.25.
Well, that's a nice comeback. That's a good comeback off the low that day. Now we're on the 29th. Alexa, what is 23.11 minus 22.25?
23.11 minus 22.25 is 0.86.
$0.86 down.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right. And then it closed at 22.40. And the low was 22.25. So that's only 15 cents up that day. All right. Now we're on 7:30. Earnings day, right? Wasn't that it? Or the 29th was? The 29th was earnings. That was earnings day. I got to put an E by that. Earnings day. Earnings day. All right. The next day, we're on 7:30 now. Alexa, what is 20.83 minus 20.43? Well, I already know that. That's 40 cents.
20.83
All right,
minus
Alexa,
20.
stop. And then, Alexa, what is 21.81? I'm sorry. I'll start over. Alexa, what is 21.87 minus 20.43?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right. Alexa, what is 21.87 minus 20.43?
21.87 minus 20.43 is 1.44.
So on the 30th, the price opened at 20.83, was driven down 40 cents, and then went to 21.98 and closed 11 cents off the high. Wow. Dang. Now we're on 7:31. Alexa, what is 22.67 minus 22.49? That's 18 cents.
From Odyssey.com. The Dow Jones Industrial...
Alexa, stop. All right. Then from right, that's right. 18. Then we got this. So Alexa, what is 22.58 minus 22.49? That's 11. So it only came back 11 cents that day. Yep. No, hold on. 2083. What is that? The 30? That's the 31st. Okay, that's the 31st. Yeah. 2249 to 2258, 11 cents. Right. All right. Now we're going to August the 1st. From 7:31 to August 1st, 8/1. Alexa, what is 21.70 minus 20.60? Well, that's $1.10, folks.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
And then it closed out the day 21.23. That's 63 cents off the bottom. 63 cents off the bottom. On the 1st, August the 4th. Alexa, what is 21.51 minus 20.70?
21.51 minus 20.7 is 0.81.
81-cent rundown.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
That's fine. Now we're going to go, Alexa, what is 21.81 minus 20.70?
21.81 minus 20.7 is 1.11.
Wow, 1.11 recovery. Nice. And that closing, folks, was 3 cents off the high. On August the 4th, that was only 3 cents off the high. That's usually good for us. Then today, August 5th, Alexa, what is 21.99 minus 21.32?
21.99 minus 21.32 is 0.67.
That was August the 5th, and then we got to refresh to get tomorrow. And then we're going to do this. Alexa, what is 21.54 minus 21.32? And that's 22
21.54 minus
cents.
21.32 is 0.22.
All right, folks. So now we're going to refresh this screen over here on the chart. And today we had an open of 21.47. And let's go see where they took it down to. Open 21.47, low 21.02. So 45 cents down today. And if we close now at the 21.42, that'll be 40 cents off the low, folks. Oh, nice. Folks, now with this information that I just showed you, folks, you can see over the last 2 weeks, this could be helpful for you to know where to put your buy orders in, because, folks, this is the drop from the day before closing. I mean, I'm talking about from the opening price. Here's how much they've run it down. Pardon me. So recently, since July the 16th, from the opening, they've run it down 20 cents, and it recovered 62 by the end of the day. They run it down 8 cents, and it recovered 67. They've run it down 96, and it recovered 46. They've run it down 86 cents at the open, and it recovered only 7 on the 21st. They ran it down 97 cents on the 22nd, and it recovered $1.13. They ran it down 35 cents at the open, and it recovered 7 by the end of the day on the 23rd. They ran it down 38 cents at the open from the open price, and it recovered 14. On the 25th, they ran it down 35 cents, and it recovered 3 by the end of the day. On the 28th, they ran it down 45 cents from the open, and it recovered 25. On earnings day, they ran it down 86 cents. It recovered 15. On the next day, the 30th, they ran it down 40 cents at the open, and it recovered $1.44. Nice. Man, folks, that's the day after earnings. Then the next day, they ran it down 18 cents at the open, and it retired up 11 cents at the end of the day. Then on the 1st, they ran it down $1.10 on the news of the, I believe this was the $1.5 billion shelf offering, and they ran it down 110, and it came back 63 cents. On the 4th, folks, they ran it down 81 cents at the open, and it recovered $1.11. On the 5th, they ran it down 67 cents at the open, and it recovered 22. I think tomorrow, they're going to run it down, I'm going to guess 35 cents to 80 cents at the open tomorrow. All right. Based on all that I just showed you, folks, you never know how much they're going to run this thing down at the open. But I got news for you. They're in trouble. Shorts are in trouble. And you're going to have, maybe this evening, I'll have to go over and watch Hurricane Lopez and see if he's singing the Nutsack song. Or see if he captured a little bit of my Nutsack song he'll show with everybody. Well, we got a price here today with a low down here, a higher low, 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 and a higher low now. And that's all we can ask for, folks. That's all we can ask for. A higher low, 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 and a higher low. Market makers accumulating now at $21.44 when they were accumulating 11 months ago at $6. 601 on August the 5th. We're 1 year away from the price being at 601 a share, folks. And over the last year, this stock is now up 232%. And Mr. Clark, I know you are very, very happy about that. We had a tank member in here by the name of Clark 2 years ago, has more shares than me. He sent me a letter showing how many shares he was holding. I couldn't believe my eyes. And I guarantee you, he's very happy right now. And folks, if you think this stock is going to close down 13 cents, you're wrong. Shorts, you're wrong. It's not going to be red today. You're not holding 2144 today. You couldn't hold 2131. You couldn't hold 2133. You couldn't hold 2138. And you're not going to hold 2144. It isn't going to happen. It's just not going to happen, folks. Volume now almost at 30 million shares. We're at 29,359, 29,360 now, 29,361, 29,362. Folks, we're at 29,362. We're going to get over here onto this so you can see there's no way they're going to hold this. Look over here, folks. It's a friggin' bouncer. And look at the buyers coming in there. Look at that dump of shares trying to stop this thing from propelling this afternoon. Look, baby, they just chomped their mouth right into them. They got them all in their mouths and they're chewing on them now. Chewing, chewing, chewing. And sadly for you shorters, the RSI is down here in the negative zone. This price isn't going to close at 2144, folks. I told you earlier that they definitely want to do that with it, but that's not going to happen, in my opinion. 13 more minutes. They got to try to hold this thing at 13 minutes. Are you shitting me? They can't hold this thing for 13 minutes down. I already showed you the nut sacks that they've been forming have been 30-minute nut sacks before. This one here was from 1438, a 10-minute nut sack. All previous nut sacks, folks, have been 30 minutes. Right here, that's a 30-minute nut sack. This was a 10-minute nut sack. This was a 30-minute nut sack. And this is a 10-minute nut sack, if even that. It's over, folks. Your nut sack dreams are just an illusion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is basically a triple crossover of the 200-day that occurred. As a matter of fact, the even better part of this story is it isn't even actually a triple upside crossover because Shorty could never get the 50-day to go below the 200. Not there. They couldn't get the 50-day to drop below the 200 there. And they couldn't get the 50-day to drop below the 200 now, can they? It got refused every time they tried it. Right here was the only time all lines were below the 200-day moving average. Right there. And that was last night at midnight, folks. Last night, a double sack in the middle of the night at 1800 hours. It would really be 1900 hours because mine's an hour back. So 7:30 at night. Last night, 7:30 at night was the last time. And then right here, this was this morning in the pre-market, 5:15 in the morning. 5:15 in the morning, where they got the 45 and 50 and all pricing to go below the 200. But folks, right here, folks, that ended. This is where we had the triple crossover occur right here. And I want you to also look, again, folks, you can see that 45 and 50 was only under that sack in the early morning. And then this 45 and 50 was barely below the 200. The yellow line was barely below the 200 there. And here, you can forget about it. They can't even get it to drop below the 200 now. They can't get it, the 45 and 50 under the 200. Can you see that? They now cannot get that yellow line. They can't get that yellow line to drop below the 200-day moving average. They've tried and tried and tried, but they cannot get the 50-day to fall below the 200. That's terrible, Shorty. That's very weak. See that? They tried right there to get that doggone 50-day to drop and break below the 200, and it just rose right off of it. And there wasn't even that much volume here that was forcing this right back off the 200. And then just now, they tried the right before 3 o'clock attack, and they couldn't get this 50-day gold line even close to the 200-day moving average there. They didn't even come remotely close there like they did right here. They came very close right there to getting that 45 and 50, the yellow and the blue line. The blue line's the 45-day and the yellow's the 50. They tried to push it below the 200, and they tried to push it below here and didn't even come close. They're not even remotely close. They're not even close, folks, and that's good. Bring it on, Shorty, because now I just showed everyone you had the 45 and 50 very close, and now you can't even get anywhere near it, that 200-day. And unfortunately, you've oversold the damn thing here. She's in the oversold status. You've oversold her today. And she's remaining oversold, folks. She's remaining oversold today. The stochastic RSI is going to see this thing remaining oversold. And this is 3 days in a row of oversold, folks. This is the third day in a row the stochastic has been oversold. That's not a good situation to find yourselves in, short. That's a horrible situation to find yourself in. Jiminy Christmas. Gosh dang, look at that accumulation all night long in the after hours, all night. And then this morning, look at that accumulation. And then look at this sharp drive down to try to achieve a lower low than yesterday. And then just look at the accumulation. Look at all the accumulation right there at that number. Then look at all the accumulation that was at that number. And now look at all the accumulation up here. Oh my gosh, it's just accumulate, 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 and accumulate, all at higher prices, every one of them at higher prices, all day long. Man, bulls are in complete control. What a difference a day makes. Look at yesterday's chart, folks. Look what they did to this stock all day yesterday. Look at that yesterday. Look at the difference a day makes, folks. It's the opposite, folks. It's the opposite. Because I showed everybody all day yesterday this 200-day chart, the 5-year. They're buying the shit out of it, folks. They know you're not going to hold this thing at this price. They know you can't hold it here. All these lines are moving up. The 10-day, the 5-day, the 45, the 50. You can't hold this price. You're not going to do it. This wave of energy is going to blow right over this. All this is going to blow, folks. She's ready to explode right now. Look at the angle down at the very bottom of the screen. Look how far away the 45-day is gapped up from the 50-day moving average now. Look at them separating. Look at the 5-day, the 10-day separating. Just look at it, folks. Understand what it means. This is a massive accumulation today. Massive accumulation on this shoulder right here. Massive as the 5-day and 10-day just keep rising. I love what I'm seeing. I love what it looks like here. It's doing exactly what it should be doing. And if anyone in their delusional thinking thinks that a SoFi institution that increased their portfolio by 200% in the last few days is going to sell with SoFi down 0.49, you are delusional, because they won't. They will not do that. 5 more minutes, shorts. I bet you don't hold 2144. I told you couldn't do it. I know you can't do it. I know you can't do it. And even if you do, look at today's chart, folks. It's just going to rise like that tomorrow as well. And I got news for you. The S&P 500 is rising right now. And there's 2146. Hasta luego, short. Don't let the door hit you. Don't let the door hit you. The Dow is up 44. The Dow is up 77. The S&P 500 up 44. The NASDAQ up 247. The Russell is rising into the close. The Russell is rising now. That looks like a JH to me. Holy crap. Look at that John Holmes pattern. And there's another one this morning. Johnny boy, Johnny boy, Johnny boy, and Johnny boy. Holy crap. Shorts, you're so screwed. The whole market rising. The money flowing in. The energy. The demand for this stock. You can't stop it, shorts. The volume now, 30,841,842. 842. We have 3 minutes left. 30,850,000. Oh, man, you're kidding me. 66,000 shares just bought there. 31,007, 31,008, 31,019, 31,020, 31,023, 31,030, 31,032, 31,041, 9,000 shares just bought there. 31,053, 31,057, 31,061, 31,071, 10,000 just bought there. 31,091, 20,000 just bought there. 31,225. Someone just bought 150,000 shares. 31,237, 31,239, 31,243, 264, 267, 271, 272, 289, 31,356. Folks, there's 80,000 just bought there. 31,371, 31,375, 31,377, 31,381, 384, 386, 388, 31,410, 20,000 just bought there. 31,416, 31,420, 423, 424, 427, 427, 420, 439, 442, 31,444, 445, 31,458, 31,461, 31,463, 476, 31,480, 31,506, 31,512, 31,554, 50,000 shares at a time here. 31,570, 590, 618, 31,620, 628, 29, 644, 31,699, 31,714, 31,719, and they failed to hold the 2144 close. Oh, and I told you they could not. I told you they could not do it. Good. And now I can't wait to see how high this is in after hours. 4 cents down? No way, people. Not with that close. No, sir. No, sir. It's not going to stay there. Not with that close. What a beautiful, beautiful way to close the day. I am so happy to see them lose that hold they had at 2144 they were trying to get the close of. And I'm so happy that I was right, folks. I told you so. I warned you short. You should get out at 2131 this afternoon. I told you to get out. And you should have. And there's no holding this thing back in after hours, folks. You can forget about it. This thing's going higher. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Nope, they're not going to hold this thing down tonight. And I believe it will be within 10 minutes already green, and it'll stay green the rest of the evening. I don't think there's going to be any monkey business. No run it down 8 cents or 9 or 13 today after hours. Nope. That won't be happening today, folks. I do not believe it 100. I don't believe it one bit, not one bit. I still don't believe it one single bit. And now I get to go over here and change the number to 2146 on the high-low sheet. Not 2138 that I had earlier, but 2146. I love it. So today's price swing was 54 cents, and SoFi got back 44 by the end of the day. Nice. A 54-cent swing, and it got back 44 cents of that. So if you bought the today's low, you did damn good. Nice. Guys and gals, tomorrow's going to be a fabulous day for us. with SoFi stock, I think. Let me get over here to the main page on Yahoo and check something out. Apple powers tech rally as the NASDAQ and S&P 500 jump. All right. Yeah. Says India hits back at bully Trump as world awaits new tariffs. Now, I got news for you, India. We ain't selling none of our shit in your country. We don't sell our stuff in your country. So what are you going to put tariffs on? India, really? You're going to hit back with tariffs, huh? We don't sell anything in your friggin' country, guys, except rice. Rice and beans and soybeans and stuff. Food. So you go right ahead. You put those tariffs. You do that. That's the only thing we're sending you right now. Food. You strike back. Let's see how that works for your people. Says up here, Syria signs $14 billion in investment deals. Yes, including $4 billion airport expansion. Yeah. Oil declines as Donald Trump drill baby drills. Owner of landmark Manhattan skyscraper closes on a $1.3 billion loan. I bet he wants to use that money to buy SoFi right now before it goes to $28 because he saw my video today. He probably saw my video today, folks, showing that freaking 5-year chart. He's no idiot. He said, damn it, I'm going to go get a $1.3 billion loan on my skyscraper. I'm buying freaking SoFi with Catfish. Screw it. All right, I just wanted to check into that real quick and see what they're claiming was the mover of the market today. And it's a sad situation to find yourselves in shorts. I know this is very, very, very troubling for you. And just so I can make sure you guys understand something, these shorters who have been shorting SoFi stock for over 2.5 years now, let me make sure that you get this point that I'm going to get across to you right now, which I didn't want to just do that. I got to get back over to my stream. Hold on. I closed it by mistake. And I want to make sure you can see this before I show it to you. All right, here we go, folks. You can see this. The shorts that have been shorting SoFi on every earnings call have been making a fortune over the last 2 years because on this day, they shorted the stock on earnings day and made it fall 31% in 8 days 2 years ago. The next earnings call, they shorted it and they made it fall 42% in 5 days. See how they got so greedy? The first one here, they made it 31% in 8 days. So this time on earnings, they ran it down 5 days, 42%. And then the next earnings call, they ran it down in 26 days, 48%. And the next earnings call, they ran it down in 22 days, 45%. So these daggum shorters have been killing SoFi, making a killing. They're making tons of money by shorting SoFi for year after year. Here it fell 16%. Here it fell 32%. Here it fell 35%. So they've been accustomed to shorting SoFi before earnings, and making boatloads of money over the few days following. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you. They probably tried the same thing again, but instead of 5 days later being down 45%, now it's down only 1%, 1.8. And Shorty's not liking that, I guarantee you, because Shorty's yes to 31% gains, 42% gains, 48% gains, 45% gains, and now they've got a 1.8% gain after 7 days after earnings. Folks, it's a different SoFi now. It's not the pushover SoFi that you can run down 45 cents in 5 days anymore. 45%. It's a different SoFi, folks. And you better get used to it. You better move over and get out of SoFi's way. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, you got a shitload of volume coming in on this stock we've never seen before. Like we've never seen before. We've never seen this huge amount of volume before. Ladies and gentlemen, that candlestick is, do you see any other candlesticks that high? I'm asking you right now, this candlestick right here, have you ever seen a candlestick that high before? No, you have not. The next highest one was right here, and that was why the price was falling like a rock. So, folks, you better pay attention because this is a record high candlestick right there, all green, buying this sucker. And then look at the attack today. Look at the attack to try to run it down 0.5%. Look at the volume on that. Trying to make SoFi go down 0.5% today. Look at the attack. See these attacks over here, the size of these? See these attacks over here, the size of these attacks over here? Do you see those? To make the price of SoFi fall, do you see the size of those attacks? Do you see the size of the attacks there that they came in? Can you see the size of these massive candlesticks of attacks to run SoFi down? And now look at the size of their attack today. How's that going to work? And they got it down 0.5%? Shit, no wonder they can't make it fall 45% anymore, folks, after earnings. Look at that, man. You got this mountainous number of record-breaking institutions buying SoFi, and then all of a sudden, you got them try to attack and bring it down 0.5% with that. You've got... Folks, you just have to laugh at that, don't you? Don't you laugh at that, seeing? No wonder the price didn't fall 45%. No wonder. And folks, if you don't know what this is, that's called a cup and a handle right there. That is a cup and handle. And today was the drop of 0.5%, and tomorrow, boom. Okay? You watch. And I was right about the closing today at running up, and I'm going to be right in the after hours. It is green. It is green. And it's going to keep being green, folks. It's going to be green in after hours no matter what they try. Man, oh man, folks. You know, I don't even know what time my wife is working till this evening. But I can tell you one thing. SoFi is not going to be red in the after hours tonight, folks. Not with a day like that. Manipulation, higher low, higher low, higher low, much higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. There's nowhere for it to go, folks. Each attempt to squash it was rejected, rejected, rejected at a higher number, 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 folks. All attacks here thwarted. All of them thwarted today. SoFi now green, 21.49 in after hours. Folks, I'm telling you, there's no way this is going to stay red. Nope, that's not going to happen. Just like I told you, there was no way they were going to close it at 21.44. And y'all of you shorts, I'm sorry, but I told you didn't have the power to do it. I know you were going to try to, but I told you couldn't do it, and you didn't do it. And look at it now. And what are you going to do about that? You're just going to keep dumping shit. What's going on here now, shorts? What's happening right there? What's happening right there, shorty? Why are people still buying this? Why are people still buying this in after hours and running it up on you, shorty? Well, I'd like to think that part of it is because I've been showing them this chart right here. And I think this pretty much proves everything. Ladies and gentlemen, and I want you to all look one more time at this formation I'm going to show you now. Look right here at this formation I'm going to show you. I want you to see this little niche, this little spike, and I like to call this the cup, the handle, the drop. But look at this, a niche down, a rise, a hitch down, and an angle up, the opposite of this one. So we got down, up, down, and then this. Then we've got up here, then we got a hitch down, and then off to the frickin' races. Now, the reason I'm showing you this right here, folks, is because when this was happening, down here was the 45-day white line moving average, and that was the 50-day moving average. Folks, I want you to see the angle of their ascent when all of this took place. All right? Look where they were. Look how close the 45-day was and the 55-day were together. And while this was happening, look how close the 5-day turquoise and the 10-day were together when this was happening right here. So you've got the 5-day turquoise, the 10-day orange, they're capitulating. You've got the 45-day and the 50-day here in the yellow, and this formation occurred, all right, with the price way down here, by the way, okay? Now, here's what I want you to see. Look at the same formation here now. This, ladies and gentlemen, is that. This, ladies and gentlemen, is that. This, ladies and gentlemen, is that. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is that. Let me ask you, what do you think is going to happen after this and this? Can anyone guess? And again, while all this was happening right here, look where the 5-day and 10-day and the 45 and 50 were. Look where they are now. While the same formation is happening, look where the 5-day is and the 10-day is. Look where the 45-day and the 50 is now. Look at where they were and look at the angle they were progressing. Folks, I'm telling you, this thing is gonna go ballistic. This is catapult time, folks. This is the perfect wave. This is the perfect scenario. Folks, I've never felt more positive about SoFi in my life going up than I'm looking at right here. I mean, this is just too easy. The spike, the pull down, the angle up, the move, the hitch. The spike, the pull down, the move over, the angle up, the hitch. And then off this hitch right here, folks, I call this the hitch and go. This is like me as the quarterback. And I'm saying to my receiver, all right, they're going to hike the ball and I'm going to roll out in the flat. I want you to come up here and get to the 10 yards to the flagpole. And then I want you to cut to the sideline and turn and look at me. And then I'm going to fake a throw right here. And this defender's going to try to intercept it. And when he sees you come up here and cut to the sideline and the fake toss, he's going to cut across and then you go long. It's called the hitch and go, folks. This is the pattern. You run up the field 10, 20 yards, get to the flag, cut over to the edge, turn around, stick your hands up. I got it. I throw the ball. No, I don't. I fake pump it there, and then you come across the defender, try to intercept, and my guy goes long. Folks, it's the same thing here. It's the hitch and go, baby. I've rolled out here, and the crowd is screaming, and he comes and breaks over to the line, and then he comes over to the line, and the guy tries to intercept here, and then he spins and goes long. And I'm going to throw him the ball, and he's going to catch it right there. And he's going to the friggin' goal line all the way up here. And no one's going to touch him. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And funny thing, I just clicked over here, and I saw the screen was green, and then I saw it go down 6 cents, and I went, good luck with that, shorty. You try that. You see that. We'll see how long that lasts today. We'll see how long that lasts today. Now let's get over here to Yahoo Finance and see if there's been any news breaking in the after hour. And nothing new. NVIDIA, most underappreciated business, is taking off. How major U.S. stock indexes fared Wednesday. Well, they all went green. Every damn one of them was green. The S&P 500 green, the Dow green, the NASDAQ green. The Russell was barely red, and it was almost green. It almost went green. So that's the end of that. India has the largest order from airplanes from Boeing. Oh, good. Slap some tariffs on those things. Look at that. SoFi, suddenly it's not down 6 cents anymore. It's just down a penny, see? These manipulators, I tell you, they use one share and 5 share sells, and 1 share sells, and 5 share sells to try to get it to be down 8 cents and 6 cents in after hours. They're just little chumps selling back and forth to each other, 1 share at a time. They get paid to do it. Yep. Good luck, shorty. I can only say that. I wish you all the luck in the world. Tomorrow, SoFi is going to continue this assault, and it's going to be an analyst assault tomorrow that will be continued tomorrow. And you're going to see it, and you're going to feel it, and you're going to not like it, shorts. I promise you. All right, so let me now bid you farewell. I want to thank you all very much for being here with me today. I know there's plenty of other places that you could spend your time, but I'm glad that you come here to spend your time with me. some of you folks, that were with me earlier today heard me talking to you about a piggy bank I bought at the pawn shop, and I paid $250 for it, but it ended up being worth thousands and thousands of dollars. And I mentioned this all to you. Is anybody here still that was there then when I told you about this piggy bank this morning called the Budding Buffalo? Is there anybody here still? Because the reason that this Budding Buffalo piggy bank was so valuable is because it showed a buffalo pushing a little black child up a tree, and then a coon popped out of the top to meet the child at the top. And it was very, very racially insensitive because it came from a book that was about, it was racially insensitive. And this piggy bank was from that book written back in the late 1800s. And I happened to stumble on this piggy bank someone bought in my pawn shop, and I paid him $500 for it. It ended up being worth, I gave him $250 initially. It ended up being worth about $20,000. And I was telling that story earlier today. Is anybody still here that heard that story at all? Maybe, maybe not. Yep, Sugar Snake said, yep, I've been listening all day. Well, those people that bought that from me, that black memorabilia thing, they have a lot of other stuff in their auctions and in their business that is all racially challenging and wouldn't be accepted today. But guess who's buying all this stuff up? The black community. They're buying all of this stuff and they're paying outrageous amounts of money. That piggy bank ended up selling, after I sold it, it sold for $27,000 at their auction. So they made $9,000 on it themselves. But the reason that it sold and the demand is so high for this stuff is because it's very, very rare to find this black Americana stuff. Has gone through the roof in value recently, in case you didn't know that. Well, my wife and I went to a garage sale last week. And at the garage sale, we were walking through there, and my wife all of a sudden turns around, she picks something up off the counter, and she says, "Hey, Tyler, look at this." I picked this up, then she handed it to me, and I gasped. I went, and she goes, "Yeah." And I asked the lady at the garage sale, "Excuse me, how much are you asking for this?" And she said, "I don't know, 50 cents? And I said to her, "Well, I'm going to give you $1. Ladies and gentlemen, this right here that I paid 50 cents for, I contacted the same auction house in New Jersey, and I asked him, would he be interested? And even with these things torn down here and the fragile condition and the back of it missing the little stand where it was supposed to stand up while you played this game, and it doesn't have any of the original balls that you tried to throw in here and get into this. It doesn't have any of those original balls. But he said, that item is worth $500. Anybody interested? This item, I was told by that same auctioneer house that bought my piggy bank for $18,000. I was told that this item is from the 1920s, and it is authentic and original, and it is worth $500. And I paid 50 cents for this at the garage sale. I also, at the same garage sale, bought a set of golf clubs for $10 that I sold on Facebook for 118. Hey, Catfish, just joining. I don't know where you found that, but I love picking old stuff. Will you sell it eventually? Yeah, I'm going to sell it. You want to buy it right now? It's yours. Timothy Adams says $1. He's starting the bid at $1. Timothy Adams has started the bid on this item right now, folks, at $1. $1 is the opening bid. But I hear $2. But I'm looking for $2 right now. I'm looking for $2, $2. We got $1. I'm looking for $2. But here's a $2. But anybody want to give me $2? $2. 101. Big Cat says $1 and a penny. You guys heard. Mark says $3. We got $3, three. Look at 4. Sorry, Timothy, we've already got 3. Nope. Sorry, Luke Bloke. We got $3 already. We're looking for 4. Looking for $4. $4. Looking for $4. We got $2. We're looking for $4. 4. No, 250 won't work. No, but hey, Timothy Adams got $4 from Timothy Adams. Timothy Adams, $4. Timothy Adams, $4. Cat's not greedy. He'll take 495. Is it really cool? Just takes the right buyer. Oh yeah, I know. This thing is the original from the 1920s, folks. And unfortunately, like I said, it's been torn up in a few places. Like right there, it's torn. This is torn away. But anyway, this is an old toy. And if you look it up, you won't find it on eBay. They will not let you sell this on eBay. They won't let you sell this. But I took a picture. And listen, do me a favor, folks. I want you to do me a favor because I can't do it right now. I want you to take a picture of this, please. Take a picture of this and then do a Google image match and read what it says, please, or see if you can find. So you guys, please take a picture of this. Take a picture of this right now and do a Google image search and see what you find, what it calls this, what it defines it as, if you don't mind me saying, or if you don't mind me asking. So please take a picture of this and do a Google image search and tell me what it defines it as. You can't sell a child's historic toy on eBay. It's classic Americana. That's right. So take a picture of this and see what it says on Google Images. And please let me know in the chat what it says this is in Google Images. Okay, please? I would appreciate it. Is anybody working on it? Or am I just spinning my wheels? You can try to go to Google Image Match, and you might even find one for sale somewhere. Yeah, good job, eBay. Hold it up one more time for me, all right? Mark says $300 to $500. Got it. Yep. The 1900s. Tax says, yep. I heard it was the 1920s, and it was called something like this, the darky toss or something. Darky toss. This is one link. Oh, unfortunately, they won't let you put up links. They won't let you put up links. Only I can do that. Let me try and find this. Vintage ball toss game, and then we're going to put in darky. And here it is, folks. Right there. Jolly Darky target game. Take a look how it has the same red, white, and blue collar. It has the same red, white, and blue collar as you see on that game right there. And if I go over to images, you can see there are 7 of, there's the type of balls that it came with right there. And folks, this was this is what the game looked like, and it was made by Milton Bradley. Now, my game does not say Milton Bradley on it, but with these here that I looked at, they said that they were made by Milton Bradley, the Jolly Darky target game. And folks, that's the same. My feeling is that image right there is the same image as this image right here. So I'm pretty sure that this game was made by Milton Bradley, because that one said Milton Bradley. Right here. It's also called the Alley Sloper, and it was published and made by Milton Bradley. Stand up for the figure of the Jolly Darky at one end of the table. Oh, look at this, folks. Here's the instructions for playing the game. Stand up the figure of Jolly Darky at one end of the table. The players are to stand at the other end. The game is to throw the balls into the darky's mouth. Each player in turn throws all the balls and scores one for each that goes in the mouth. If a ball comes out again through one of the holes, it scores as many extra balls for the player as the number marked on the near the hole indicates. Oh, okay. A certain number of points act as the limit of the game, and the player who first scores that number wins. All right. Milton Bradley Company, Springfield, Massachusetts. Maybe I ought to go back to them and ask them, would they like to buy this back? Maybe Milton Bradley like to buy it from me. Anyway, I just thought you'd find that interesting, folks. It's just one of the many things that goes on around me and what I get involved in. And so there you go. That's just a little bit of a story for you. I thought you'd enjoy it. And Big Cat, wow, what a name. Yeah. One sold in auction for 630, Kimberly Pena Macias. Wow. Well, the condition of mine is not really very good, so I have no idea how much it would get, but I think it's worth 50 cents what I paid for it at that garage sale. And now let me check something here real quick on my Facebook Marketplace. And I want to see if somebody's coming to get some golf clubs from me. This is a set of golf clubs, folks, that I bought for $10. I bought these for $10, people, at that same garage sale. Yep. And look, it's even got tailor-made drivers in there. That's a tailor-made driver right there, people. Two tailor-made drivers in there, and I bought it for $10. Sold it when I got home right afterwards. I sold it for $118. I could have probably got way more, but I just wanted to make a quick 100, so I sold it for $118. And they sold it to me for $10. How do you like that, folks? Nice. Anyway, and here's what they look like. They even came with all the socks on them, too, down there on all the drivers. And the faces of these clubs, it's a full set, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the club faces look pristine. Very, very nice. There's a little wear, but they really look pretty damn good, folks, these club faces. And anyway, and then there's the tailor-made driver and the other tailor-made drivers over here. There's two of them. So how do you like that? And there's a King Cobra driver in there too. But sweet, huh? Very sweet. I was happy about that. That was a good buy. And it's got a nice Wilson bag there to go with it. Nice Wilson bag. And this is all your balls. And down here is a monogrammer. You can personalize your golf balls with a monogrammer. Sweet find, man, for $10. B69 Rich, bye-bye. Does it all have a stereo in it like Rodney's? Yep, that's what I found also. Milton Bradley, 1920s. Does it have a stereo in it like Rodney's? No. All right, so that's out of here. Now we're going to go over here to SoFi, going green in after hours. I'm telling you, folks, it's only going to be red momentarily in after hours. Okay, folks. Well, I've had my fill. I hope you have too. I hope you've had a good one, folks, everyone. And tomorrow, I'm excited to see what SoFi does after them trying to do what they did today to it. And it's good to know this, folks, in case you're not paying attention. The other day, going back 2 weeks ago, they ran SoFi down 20 cents at the open. They ran it the next day down 8 cents at the open. The next day, on the 18th, they ran it down 96 cents at the open. On the 21st, they ran it down 86 cents on the open. On the 22nd, they ran SoFi down 97 cents at the open. On the 24th, they could only run SoFi down 38 cents. On the 25th, they could only run it down 35. On the 29th, earnings day, they ran it down 86 cents off the open. On the following day, the 30th, they ran it down only 40 cents off the open. And then 3 days ago, they ran it down only 18 cents off the open. 3 days on the 1st of this month, they ran it down $1.10 off the open. On Monday, they ran it down 81 cents off the open. On Tuesday, they ran it down 67 cents off the open. And today, they ran SoFi down 45 cents off the open. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time they ran it down 40 cents, the next day they could only run it down 18 cents off the open. Put your buy orders in tomorrow, 18 cents below what the price opens. We'll look for an 18-cent drop. And we're also going to look for some drops of 35 cents, 35 cents, 38 cents. We're going to look for those drops. 35 cents, 35 cents, 38 cents, and 44 cents, 40 cents, 45 cents, and 45 cents. They're dropping it certain amounts, folks, and we need to catch it when they do. All right, let me get on out of here now. Y'all have a great afternoon and evening. I hope you enjoy your dinner tonight, whatever you're having. I hope that you all have a wonderful, wonderful time with your family while you're at the table. Spend some time with them, get to know what their problems or their issues, and talk to them. Also, I always like to hope that you have great success in all your financial endeavors. And of course, I like it when you are here with me each and every day to share in the music and the joy and the happiness and the laughter and the fun we have and the camaraderie and on these hot stocks that you're telling us about. I want to thank you all very much. And I hope you have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:48 a.m. Eastern Time. And I am fairly certain that we're going to have a great day tomorrow. I can't guarantee it, but I have a feeling in my soul that says, man, these numbers I keep showing you and these charts and this breakaway, it's a moment away from us, folks. We just got to be patient. Just remember, look how long this stock stayed in the 6s and 7s, folks. A year and a half, we were in the 6s and 7s almost. Look where we are now. We've only been here for a flash in the pan. And look where we've gone from the 6s and 7s, where all those institutions got all those shares. And then when it got up to 10 and 11, and they all bought in on the news of Frontier, the funding that came through on the loan platform. And then after that money, the more index funds piling in December and January when we got the Blue Owl deal for more $5 billion. Folks, these index funds, they're in here for 20 years on SoFi. They're not going to sell their shares. They're not going to sell them, folks. These index funds that have been pouring in over the last 3 months, they won't sell them. They're in the stock for good for a long time, folks. All right, let me get on out here. I hope you guys have a great night. And the last thing is I always promised and I hope for is that every one of you is surrounded with love because you deserve it, each and every one of you. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:48 a.m. And guys, we're going to have a great day. I honestly feel like we're going to have a fabulous day tomorrow. All right. God bless y'all. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:48 or somewhere thereabouts. Toodles. And all right, yep, we'll catch you later, brunette or die. See you guys.